The Dragon Kingdom is doomed. Why did it have to be her? The young lady from the Su family, who can only spend money and faints when she meets strangers. Heaven has abandoned our Dragon Kingdom. Are we doomed to be swallowed by the strange forces like the ones before us? In the luxurious bedroom of a mansion on the slopes of Magic City, Su Chanxian was curled up in the corner, clutching a custom-made, half-human-sized Kirby plush toy. Her peach blossom eyes, so beautiful they could almost be unfair, were filled with tears at this moment, her whole body trembling uncontrollably due to overwhelming fear. In front of her, a blood-red light curtain floated. Only she could see it, but billions of people around the world could witness it through the live stream. National Luck Marriage Game, Round 9, officially starts. Player, Su Chanxian, Dragon Kingdom representative. Randomly matching a marriage partner. Match complete. Please choose from the following 10 strange grooms within 10 minutes. This is the world as it is now. 10 years ago, the strange forces descended upon the blue planet, and the world fell into panic. Then, the National Luck Marriage Game appeared, with each country randomly selecting a member of the opposite sex to enter the strange world and marry ghosts and monsters. If the mission succeeded, the country would gain resources, national luck, and lifespan. If it failed, or if death occurred, the country would face an invasion by strange forces, causing widespread destruction. In the previous 8 rounds, the Dragon Kingdom was completely destroyed. This time, it was the last chance. But all the Dragon Kingdom citizens watching the livestream had their hearts frozen. Su Chanxian, the only daughter of Su Ban Chang, the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. She was truly beautiful, even called the pure desire ceiling. Her skin was as white as milk, her eyelashes as long as fans. She was like a delicate flower carefully nurtured in a greenhouse. But she had a fatal weakness, severe social anxiety. It was said that she wouldn't even dare answer a delivery call in real life. And now, they wanted her to enter that terrifying world full of monsters and ghosts? It was like trying to throw a meat bun at a dog. Don't panic. Su Chanxian, don't panic, breathe, breathe. Su Chanxian desperately tried to calm herself, but when she looked at the screen, her face turned pale instantly. Marriage Partner 1. Title, Skull-Crushing Demon Man. Rating, S-Class. Description, he just likes to make wine cups out of his wife's skull. Apart from that, he's a very gentle gentleman. The picture showed a muscular man holding a bloody chainsaw, his face filled with cruel features. Marriage Partner 2. Title, Son of the Thousand-Handed Demon Mother. Rating, A-Class. Description, a severe mama's boy. You'll have to serve not just him, but also the 1,000 ghost hands behind him. Marriage Partner 3. Su Chanxian didn't even finish reading before her stomach turned in disgust. These were not even humans. Either they were corpses with only half a head or monsters with tentacles all over their bodies. This wasn't matchmaking at all. It was clearly choosing how to die. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Pick number 1. The Sakura Kingdom picked him. Though dangerous, S-Class means strength. As long as you play the part of the dog well, even if you lose limbs, you can still survive and bring back resources for our Dragon Kingdom. Pick number 3, the one that looks like a zombie. As long as it doesn't move, it probably won't eat people. Don't pick anyone. Just wait to die. With Su Chanxian's state, she'll be scared to death just by looking at them. At the same time, choices from other countries were pouring in. Sakura Kingdom player, Inoue Sakura, picks the skull-crushing demon man. She brings her family's seductive techniques, swearing to conquer the evil spirit. Lighthouse Nation player, Natasha, picks the rotten giant lizard. She brings the latest biochemical agents. Other countries were fighting desperately for survival. But Su Chanxian's finger hovered in the air, unable to come down. I don't want to. Woo. It's all so scary. Tears streamed down her face in large droplets, overwhelmed with fear. Was she really going to die here? She had never been in love, never spent all the billions of pocket money her father gave her, and even the limited edition game console she just bought was still unopened. With 30 seconds left on the countdown, Su Chanxian's tearful eye suddenly glanced at the very corner of the list. It was number 10 Marriage Partner. Unlike the other options with their bloody, black-red, terrifying backgrounds, this option's border was a dull grayish-white. It was like a corner abandoned by the system. Name, Qin Ji. Title, None. Residence, Abyss Old Street, District 9. System rating, F level, extremely barren/abandoned land/no danger warning. Photo, none, it seems the system is too lazy to load it, only a blurry back of someone wearing a white t-shirt. F level? In this strange world, the higher the rating, the stronger the strength. S level is the peak currently known. And F level usually means it's a desolate wasteland where even the strange creatures don't want to stay, resources are exhausted, and it's of no value. But Su Qingqing's eyes suddenly brightened. No terrifying title. No disgusting photo. And his name seemed like a normal person? Does F level mean he can't beat me? A strange thought suddenly popped up in Su Chanshan's little head, even though she had social anxiety. Although she might starve, at least, it wouldn't hurt like when that chainsaw man sawed open her skull, right? She really hated pain the most. At this moment, the audience in the livestream also noticed that Su Chanshan's gaze had stopped on number 10. The barrage instantly exploded. No! Su Chanshan, what are you going to do? Don't pick number 10. That's an F-level abandoned area. There's nothing there. If you go there, it will be the slow death of the Dragon Kingdom. Even picking a D-level toad would be better. F-level means it's a beggar. It might even be a mindless wandering soul. It's over, she's going to pick it. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Under the heavy pressure of fear, Su Chanshan, out of instinct, closed her eyes, trembling, and stabbed her delicate finger fiercely on the only gray-white option. Ding! Dragon Kingdom player Su Chanshan selected matchmaking number 10, Qin Ji. Marriage matched. The teleportation will open in 10 minutes, please prepare your personal items. It's over. In the sky above the Dragon Kingdom, it was as if a heavy sigh echoed. Countless citizens collapsed in their chairs, their eyes dull. Choosing an F level. This meant that while other countries were fighting S-level evil spirits and leaking a bit of spiritual energy to improve their people's health, the Dragon Kingdom would get nothing. Even that so-called beggar named Qin Ji might not even have the ability to protect Su Chanshan. If a wild ghost shows up, this poor couple might die together. But Su Chanshan didn't know the despair from the outside world. Choosing the one that seemed least scary, she actually breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the carpet. Luckily, it's an F level, it should be easy to get along with, right? If he's very poor, I can bring more stuff. He shouldn't chase me away, right? Su Chanshan got up from the carpet, and her natural money power as a rich young lady awakened instantly. Although she had social anxiety, when it came to packing, she was a professional. The system says I can bring 3 suitcases of personal items. And so, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom livestream saw a scene that made their blood pressure soar. While players from other countries were madly stuffing compressed biscuits, tourniquets, and daggers into their bags, Su Chanshan dragged out 3 top luxury custom roller suitcases from under the bed. The first suitcase opened. It was all food. Not compressed dry food, but specially supplied black truffle chocolate, vacuum-packed top Australian Wagyu beef, dozens of packs of different flavored way-long spicy strips, a collaboration cake from Hailai, and even 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. I don't know what he likes to eat, so I brought a bit of everything. I heard that people in the slums have never eaten meat, so bringing some Wagyu beef should please him. Su Chanshan mumbled softly, while stuffing 2 heavy gold bars into the gaps. If he doesn't have money for vegetables, this should be useful. The second suitcase opened. It was all clothes. Silk pajamas, high-end custom little dresses, JK uniforms, and more than a dozen pairs of limited edition high heels that look like they might snap an ankle just walking in them. Audience, sister, you're fleeing from a disaster, not walking the Paris Fashion Week runway. The third suitcase, Su Chanshan hesitated for a moment. She ran to the collection room, took down a dagger hanging on the wall, encrusted with rubies and diamonds. Dad said this is a medieval royal antique, it should be useful for self-defense, right? Note, although this dagger is magnificent, in the bizarre world, it has no spiritual energy fluctuations, it's purely a decorative item. She stuffed in a few boxes of the latest Switch cartridges, 2 fully charged iPads, and the Star Kirby plush toy she couldn't live without. Phew. Almost done. 10 minutes later. Su Chanshan was dragging the diamond-encrusted dagger suitcase with one hand, pulling 2 giant suitcases full of snacks and clothes with the other, while wearing a cat pain bag on her back. She stood before the teleportation pillar, looking like a naive sweet girl about to study abroad. Mr. Qin Ji of F level. As long as you don't eat me, I'll be very obedient. I have money, I can support you. Su Chanshan whispered words of encouragement to herself, then, under the watchful and desperate gazes of the crowd, she stepped into the pillar of light. Teleportation start. Destination, SZZZ. F-level area, Abyss Old Street. The brief electrical noise was ignored by everyone. Except for the man sitting deep in the abyss, who was about to close the door and go to sleep. Chapter 2, I put the system in mute mode. Bizarre World, District 9. This place is called Abyss Old Street by the native inhabitants of the Bizarre World, and some even tremble and call it the abandoned land of gods. The sky isn't the oppressive blood-red color, but a deep gray to the extreme. There are no low-level vengeful spirits wandering about with their claws bared, and even when the wind blows over the broken cobblestone path, it instinctively softens its sound, as if afraid to disturb the peace of the place. At the end of the street, an old Chinese-style courtyard shop stood. The wooden storefront had already been eroded by time, and the two extinguished red lanterns hung at the entrance, swaying slightly in the wind, making a creaking sound. If it weren't for the black mist surrounding the area, it could easily be mistaken for an old house forgotten in a water town in Jiangnan. Dingling. A wind chime under the eaves jingled. In the yard behind the shop, Qin Ji was lying on a bamboo rocking chair. He looked very young, probably in his early 20s, his skin pale from years without sunlight. But his facial features were sharp and deep, like a masterpiece carefully carved by the creator. At this moment, however, his eyes, as deep as a well, were filled with utter boredom. In his hand, he held a fishing rod that didn't even have a fishing line, hanging above a murky little pond. Splash! The calm water suddenly erupted. A terrifying black fish, as large as a grinding wheel, covered in eyeballs and tentacles, leapt out of the water, opening its huge mouth filled with fangs, seemingly wanting to swallow the person on the shore in one bite. This was a young abyssal demon fish, a terrifying creature capable of causing an S-level disaster with just a breath in the outside world. But Qin Ji didn't even lift an eyelid. He just extended his long index finger and lightly flicked the void. Pop! A soft sound. The young demon fish, still mid-air with its jaws wide open, seemed to be hit by an invisible mount tie. It let out a whimper, similar to a small dog, instantly shrinking to the size of a palm, desperately trying to burrow itself back into the mud, trembling and not daring to create even a ripple in the water. Too noisy. Qin Ji withdrew his finger and yawned. How do these abyss creatures in this era not understand any rules? His name is Qin Ji, a traveler. However, he traveled quite early, probably 1,000 years ago. At that time, the bizarre world didn't have the national games yet. It was all hard, head-on fighting. He relied on his devouring evolution talent, once cleaving through the netherworld with a single sword, and making 10,000 ghosts kneel and swear allegiance before the abyss. When invincibility became the norm, slaughter became unbearably boring. So he dispersed his overwhelming divine power, sealed his aura, and opened a small grocery store in this forgotten corner, just hoping to retire early and live a peaceful life. I can't sleep anymore. Qin Ji sat up irritably. His sharp senses detected a force attempting to forcibly invade this dimension. The next second, a cold and mechanical voice exploded in his mind, even carrying a tone of superiority and coercion. Ding! Lifeform in Zone 9 not registered detected. National Fortune Marriage System forcibly connecting. Number 10, Qin Ji. You have been selected to become ZZZT. Warning. Your life level is abnormal. Warning. Analyzing. Is this the so-called Heavenly Tao system? Qin Ji slightly furrowed his brows. He hated these rude guests who tried to barge in without knocking. Shut up. Qin Ji softly muttered 2 words. He didn't use any world-destroying techniques. His originally lazy eyes instantly turned as dark as ink. An ancient, desolate, yet terrifying aura, surpassing all rules, leaked out just a trace, and precisely followed that invisible connection, pinching the so-called system. If there were anyone present, they wouldn't see any special effects. But at this moment, in the core of the dimension system, a 12-level earthquake erupted. Warning. Warning. Encountering unknown power. Error. Error. Please, please, great God, spare me. The cold, emotionless mechanical voice, which had been so stern, suddenly turned into a crackling sound like an old radio, fragmented and filled with personified fear. It felt like an ant trying to issue orders to a dragon. Qin Ji retracted his aura. After all, if he used too much force and crushed this game server, his future days would only become more boring. Speak if you have something to say. Qin Ji reclined back into his rocking chair. Don't play these forced binding tricks. Although the system was just a program, at this moment, if it had a physical form, it would have definitely fallen to its knees. It trembled and sent over the marriage process, but this time, the wording was extremely humble. Honorable Abyss, Mr. Qin. This is a marriage invitation from the human world of Blue Star. It aims to promote exchange between the two worlds. Since the system cannot read your real data, to prevent the collapse of the world, the system can only temporarily classify you as an F-level abandoned target. If you refuse, the system will immediately roll away. F-level? Abandoned target? Qin Ji laughed. No wonder it had been so peaceful here these past years, with not a single ghost in sight. It turned out that on the system's map, this place was marked as a junkyard. This suited him just fine. Let me see the information. A beam of light projected in front of Qin Ji. A profile card of a young girl appeared on the screen. Su Chanqian, 20 years old, from Longhua. The image seemed to be a screenshot from the live broadcast earlier, showing the girl curled up in the corner, clutching a pink plush toy, her eyes swollen from crying, like a little kitten recently weaned. Qin Ji's finger paused in midair. Su. The Su family from Magic City? Distant memories suddenly surged up. Hundreds of years ago, when he was stuck at a cultivation bottleneck, he sent a wisp of divine consciousness into the mortal world to refine his heart. Back then, he had transformed into a poor wandering doctor. On a snowy night, only a merchant family of the Su surname had not rejected him, not only opening their door to welcome him, but also brewing a steaming cup of ginger tea for him. Though the family was incredibly wealthy, they did good deeds, and indeed, their merit had golden light protecting them. Qin Ji looked at the trembling figure on the screen. Clearly there was a group of S-level evil spirits to choose from, but just at the last second, her finger poked towards herself, this grey avatar girl. Alright then. A playful curve appeared at the corner of Qin Ji's mouth. The favor of that ginger tea, if it counts on this little girl, isn't a loss. And, this large manor, over the past few years, always seemed so gloomy, indeed lacking some human presence. I accept. Qin Ji said indifferently. Alright, okay. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your mercy. Oh no, thank you for your cooperation. The system breathed a sigh of relief. Teleportation will begin soon. Considering the player's psychological endurance, may I ask if you need, a little renovation for the residence? Many of your collections might be a bit too stimulating for humans. Upon hearing this, Qin Ji raised his eyes and swept around. The tiles in the courtyard were paved with the spinal bones of deep-sea sea dragons, faintly exuding black energy. The street lamps used for lighting were hanging the skulls of thousand-year-old flying corpses, with ghostly green soul flames burning inside. As for that black jar he used to weigh down the pickled vegetables, if he remembered correctly, it sealed 100,000 ghost soldiers. Indeed. Qin Ji rubbed his chin. This little girl clearly had a heart no bigger than a mung bean. If she really saw these, she'd probably drop dead right on the spot, scared to death. Although he didn't mind adding more on dead brides, after all, no living person would look good, and dead people can't make delicious tea. A little disguise then. Qin Ji snapped his fingers. Buzz. An invisible wave instantly covered the entire shop and backyard. The dragon bone tiles, exuding ominous black energy, transformed under the illusion into ordinary blue stone slabs covered with moss, showing signs of age. The street lamps hanging skulls turned into the most common retro red lanterns, with the soul flames disguised as warm yellow candlelight. That jar sealing 100,000 ghost soldiers now appeared dull, even cracked open, looking extremely shabby. In the blink of an eye, a formless terrifying demon lair became an old, dilapidated, poorly run, and poverty-stricken ancient-style courtyard. Qin Ji nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked down at himself. The black ceremonial robe, embroidered with vivid images of 10,000 ghosts bowing to the emperor, this won't do, too much of a middle-school villain vibe, like someone playing cosplay. He casually reached into the air, pulled out a cotton white t-shirt he bought from the human realm over 10 years ago, a pair of loose black sweatpants, and some worn flip-flops. After changing, Qin Ji no longer looked like a ruler of life and death from a strange world. Now he resembled a disheveled, slightly reclusive, even a bit kidney-weak. After all, his skin was too pale, handsome store owner who hadn't had enough sleep. Being poor is better. Qin Ji leaned back in the rocking chair, casually plucking a leaf from the nearby branch of a tree that was actually a hellish demon tree, and played with it in his hand. When you're poor, there aren't so many people staring at you. And you can save a lot of unnecessary trouble, like those troublesome people. He was referring to those crazed women deep in the strange world who were always thinking about confessing to him or challenging him to a duel. At that moment, a faint spatial fluctuation suddenly came from outside the front door of the shop. There was also the noisy sound of suitcase rollers rolling over the stone path. The system's slightly flattering voice echoed in his mind. Honorable Mr. Qin, your bride, your little wife from Longua, has arrived. Wishing you a pleasant life, don't call me unless it's necessary. Qin Ji stood up, wearing flip-flops, and slowly walked toward the front hall. Through the crack in the door, he vaguely saw a slender figure struggling to drag 3 enormous suitcases, hesitating to knock on the door. He let out a soft laugh. The Su family girl, huh? He hoped those still good-to-eat way-long spicy strips were as delicious as she claimed during her livestream. Creak. He stretched out his hand and opened the dusty wooden door. Chapter 3, while players from other countries are still feeding monsters, she is already drinking hot tea. When the pillar of light, representing the national luck teleportation, finally vanished, the atmosphere across the entire blue star froze to a standstill. Whether it was the billions of viewers in front of live-streaming screens or the heads of state from various countries, everyone was staring at the giant screen split into hundreds of smaller images. Because everyone knew, the next minute would decide who would survive and who would die over the next 3 months. At the very center of the screen, the high-risk attention zone, marked in red, was located in Sakura Country. The contestant, Inoue Sakura, the so-called Sakura Country's #1 illusionist, a beautiful woman, was now standing in front of a gigantic castle made of piled-up bones. The sky was pouring down a foul-smelling blood rain, and the ground was crawling with rotten flesh. Before she could strike her trained enchanting pose, a giant hand, covered in black fur with nails nearly half a meter long, violently reached out from the castle gate and picked her up, as if grabbing a chick. S-Class. Skull-crushing demon man? The monster had a human-shaped upper body, but its lower body was like a patchwork of countless dead corpses. Its murky yellow eyes stared at the woman in its hand, and its mouth, spraying sulphurous poisonous gas, opened, letting out a chilling, bone-rattling laugh. Bride? Had tender skin, just right, I'm hungry too. As a greeting gift, let me have your left ear as an appetizer. No. I'm here to serve you. Ah. A piercing scream instantly tore through the live stream. Blood splattered everywhere. Viewers from Sakura Country immediately collapsed, with the barrage of comments filled with desperate wails. Not just Sakura Country. The contestant from Lighthouse Country, Natasha, landed in a swamp. Before she could even see the A-class son of the thousand-handed ghost mother, countless decaying tentacles from the swamp wrapped around her ankles, and the high-tech weapon she carried instantly turned to scrap metal under the influence of the sinister energy. The contestant from Great Cold Country fared even worse, as, disgusted by the ugliness of her pig-headed marriage partner, she was slapped away as soon as she landed. To survive, she was now kneeling on the ground, licking the spoiled food the pig-headed man had thrown on the floor. Hell on earth. This is the true face of the bizarre world. There is no ethics, no morality here. Humans are merely lambs to be slaughtered, or playthings to please monsters. Dragon Country's viewers, witnessing the bloodshed and brutality on screen, felt as if their hearts were about to stop beating. Even S-Class and A-Class contestants were struggling like this. The delicate and seemingly weak young lady of the Sioux family who had chosen the F-Class abandoned land might not even leave a whole corpse, right? With this almost suffocating despair, countless Dragon Country viewers trembled as they shifted their gaze to Su Chanshan's livestream. However, the next second, the barrage, which had been full of "run, don't open your eyes, and rest in peace," suddenly froze eerily. There was no blood rain, no rotting flesh, and no screams on the screen. In fact, it was overly quiet. Su Chanshan tightly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes glistening with tears, like a prisoner waiting for execution, her body stiff as she stood on an old street paved with blue stone slabs. Next to her were 3 large, neatly packed high-end luggage cases, making the scene appear somewhat absurd. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds passed. The imagined excruciating pain didn't come. The anticipated roar of the evil spirits didn't appear. Instead, a slight cool breeze, but very refreshing, blew by, lifting a few dry yellow leaves and brushing against her cheek. The scent lingering in her nose was not that of decaying corpses, but rather a smell somewhat like aged wood mixed with dirt, and there was even a faint hint of laundry detergent? Am I dead? Su Chanshan shakily opened her eyes a crack. What she saw was a gray sky and a silent, desolate street. And the old Chinese wooden door in front of her, though shabby, seemed harmless. On the lintel hung 2 slightly worn red lanterns, and there was even a slightly crooked sign, Abyss General Store. There were no mountains of corpses or seas of blood. No terrifying severed limbs. Only a sense of desolation, as if time itself had abandoned this place. F level. Abandoned land. Su Chanshan's mind recalled the system's evaluation. So abandoned meant this? That it was so poor not even ghosts wanted to come? She survived. The huge surprise struck her brain, making her nerves, which were stretched to the breaking point, relax in an instant. Although it looked terrifyingly desolate, as long as there were no monster-like creatures that looked like rotten mud, it was heaven for her. Who? Su Chanshan gasped heavily, her small face turning bright red from holding her breath. She looked down at her 3 suitcases, then at the tightly shut wooden door, her heartbeat accelerating again. Although the environment seemed okay, what was the marriage partner inside like? What if it was a bad-tempered, lonely ghost? Su Chanshan bit her lip, and as someone with severe social anxiety, knocking on the door was almost harder than running 5 kilometers. But thinking that this was a national game, and if she didn't go in, she might die outside. Su Chanshan, you can do it, come on. You're going to offer warmth, as the saying goes, don't hit someone offering a gift. She encouraged herself, grabbed the suitcase handles, and tried to move towards the door. However, the 3 suitcases were simply too heavy. They were packed with gold bars, several hundred pounds of Wagyu beef, and even 2 bottles of red wine. How could a delicate young lady like her possibly move this weight? She yanked hard. The suitcase didn't budge, and instead, she tripped and fell face-first onto the doorstep, which was actually the seal for an ancient, fierce beast. Ouch! The soft cry of the girl echoed in the quiet street. At that moment, creak! The old wooden door slowly opened in front of her. Su Chanshan was still lying on the ground, her gaze directly facing the doorstep. First, she saw a pair of black flip-flops, worn and slightly damaged, as if they had been worn for a long time. Then, a pair of loose black cotton leisure pants, with the cuffs slightly rolled up, revealing a pale yet strong ankle. Looking up those long, straight legs. A simple white t-shirt, with no patterns, so clean it almost looked faded from washing. The collar was slightly open, revealing clear yet understated collarbones. Further up, Su Qianqian froze. The billions of viewers in the Dragon Country livestream also froze. It was a man. His black, messy hair looked slightly unkempt, as if he had just woken up, with a few strands hanging over his forehead, covering his slightly tired eyes and brows. His skin was very pale, almost sickly like someone who never left the house, but his features were exquisite to the point of being unreal. A high-nose bridge, thin lips pressed together, and his black eyes, like bottomless pits, lacked any emotion when looking at people, neither fierce nor warm, exuding a kind of laziness to the bone, a sense of world weariness. Was this Eerie? This was clearly a high-cold, handsome guy with a bit of a weak kidney, erase that, and some decadence. Compared to the skull-crushing demon guy from the neighboring livestream. The Qin Ji in front of her seemed like the male lead who had wandered off the set of a romance drama. Qin Ji stood at the door, looking down at Su Qianqian, who was lying awkwardly at his doorstep, carrying a cat-shaped pain pack on her back. He had actually been waiting for a while. But this girl had been standing at the door, taking deep breaths and mentally preparing herself, before finally bowing to him so exaggeratedly. Get up. Qin Ji's voice was pleasant to hear, with a bit of a raspy tone, like the low strings of a cello. The ground is cold. Su Qianqian scrambled to get up from the ground. Her face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears, and she looked like a startled quail, too shy to lift her head. She stammered, speaking hesitantly. Sorry. I didn't mean to. My name is Su Qianqian, and I was sent here by the system. The two words marriage, she couldn't bring herself to say, her face turning even redder. Qin Ji glanced at her, his gaze passing over her and landing on the three giant suitcases that looked like they could crush someone. Detected host interacting with S-level human items, top-grade Wagyu. The system gave him a prompt in his mind. Qin Ji raised an eyebrow. Fine, looks like the unlucky one has really shown up at the door. Are you here to stay with relatives? Qin Ji asked knowingly, lazily leaning against the doorframe, casually pointing at the suitcases. Quite a lot of stuff. Planning to stay long? Su Qianqian became even more nervous upon hearing this. She was afraid of being kicked out. The F-grade area probably only had this one room that could be lived in. If she was kicked out, she'd surely freeze to death in the cold wind outside. I'm here, to join this family. Su Qianqian gathered her courage and hurriedly tried to pull the suitcases, wanting to prove that she was useful and not just a freeloader. These are all good things. Food, and useful, things. I can pay the rent. They're really heavy. I'm strong. She used all her strength, her face turning bright red, and the suitcase wheels barely moved across the stone tiles, making a harsh grinding noise. Qin Ji watched her delicate wrist, which seemed like it would snap at any moment, and sighed. A rich young lady sure is a hassle. The weight of these suitcases couldn't even compare to the fish he had caught earlier in the backyard. All right, stop pulling. Qin Ji walked down, the sound of his flip-flops clicking on the stone tiles. He passed by Su Qianqian and casually reached out his hand. Su Qianqian instinctively shrank her shoulders, thinking he was going to hit her or take something away. After all, in this strange world, this was the usual thing. However, the long, pale hand did not land on her but instead gently grabbed the handles of the three suitcases. Qin Ji didn't even seem to exert any force, looking almost careless. But the next second, the three enormous suitcases, which together weighed several hundred pounds and were filled with gold and valuables, were effortlessly lifted by him with one hand, as if they were weightless foam models. It was really with one hand. Not even the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Qin Ji carried the three suitcases and turned to walk into the house, his tone as calm as if he were saying, "The weather is nice today. Come in, remember to close the door. There aren't many rules at home, it's just a bit messy. Don't mind it." Su Qianqian stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. She looked down at her palm, which had turned red from pulling, then looked at Qin Ji's slender yet not weak figure walking away. Such strength? Could it be that the natives in the F-grade area have such good physical strength? The comments in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast chat exploded after a full 3 minutes of silence. Holy shit? This works? Am I seeing things? The girl from the Sakura Kingdom had her fingers chopped off, and now our Qianqian is already inside? Is this still the weird world? Who's this handsome guy? This doesn't fit the usual vibe. Why do I feel like this is a bit sweet? Don't get too happy. Did you see how rundown this place is? There isn't even a guard dog. This is just a good-looking poor guy. Upstairs, so what if he's poor? At least he doesn't eat people. Do you know how safe I feel seeing his back? He's the only match for us contestants who treats us like people. And amidst the noisy barrage of comments, only Su Chanxian heard the sound of her own heartbeat. She looked at the back of him, who even thoughtfully left the door open for her, and the fear that had been lodged in her throat slowly settled back down into her stomach. He seems like a good person. At least, he didn't mind that she had brought so many burdens. Su Chanxian quickly followed him, carefully stepping over the high threshold. The moment she stepped into the room, a faint warmth greeted her, dispelling the chill from the street. In the air, there was not the nauseating moldy smell she had expected, but instead a refreshing, pleasant scent of hot tea. The tea is on the table, pour it yourself. Qin Ji placed the box in the corner, pointed to an old wooden table in the center of the hall without looking back, and then, as if remembering something, added, "By the way, that bag of spicy strips? Don't hide it, I can already smell it, take it out and let me try." Su Chanxian, huh? How did he know she brought spicy strips? And this cold, aloof, handsome guy, does he eat spicy strips too? Chapter 4, Since we become a family, I can't eat plain rice either. The light in the hall was a bit dim. This was a typical front shop, backyard structure. The front shop was about 60 to 70 square meters, but it felt especially cramped. Several rows of old redwood shelves, towering nearly to the ceiling, stood chaotically in the shadows. On the shelves were not the household items Su Chanxian had imagined, but instead, they were filled with strange and odd junk. Clay pots stained with black marks, a copper mirror missing a corner, broken wooden combs, and even some items that looked like animal skulls turned into ornaments, their dark eye sockets staring directly at the door, looking a bit eerie. The air was thick with the musty smell of dust and an indescribable chill. This was the lingering sinister energy of thousand-year-old sealed objects. But to Su Chanxian, it simply looked too dirty. And the business seemed poor. Business must be terrible. Su Chanxian looked at the dusty crafts and sighed silently in her heart, her sympathy for this F-level husband flooding over her. Of course, in this abyss old street with a name that sounded so poor, who would come to buy these poorly made, aesthetically bizarre antique replicas? Who? Qin Ji didn't know what she was thinking. He walked straight to an old armchair and sank into it like he had no bones. He opened the packet of Weilang spicy strips, casually took one and put it in his mouth, the spicy, oily taste instantly cutting through the stale air in the room. Sit. He pointed to a stool across from him, which had only 3 intact legs, with one leg propped up by a brick. Su Chanxian glanced at the wobbly stool and then at Qin Ji, who was lounging in his chair in such a comfortable manner. For some reason, her nerves, which had been tense due to being in an unfamiliar environment, actually relaxed a little. Compared to those monsters who looked like they wanted to eat people and had desire written all over their faces, the man in front of her, who just wanted to eat spicy strips, seemed as normal as an angel. "I'm not tired." Su Chanxian muttered softly, her gaze wandering around the room. The cleanliness and obsessive-compulsive disorder that belonged to a young lady of a wealthy family started to subtly act up. Moreover, she remembered her mother saying that when you're at someone else's house, especially in such a dependent situation, you must try to appear diligent so as not to be disliked. Husband. Su Chanxian blushed, stuttering slightly when she called him that. "You eat, I can tidy up my luggage, okay?" Qin Ji glanced at her, chewing on the spicy strip with great relish. "Do whatever you want, just don't run around." With his approval, Su Chanxian immediately got to work. She squatted down in front of the 3 huge suitcases and first opened the one filled with snacks and ingredients. "This is Wagyu beef, it needs to be kept in the fridge." "Huh? Don't you have a fridge here?" Su Chanxian looked around and found that the only electrical appliance in the house seemed to be an old black and white television on the counter. Qin Ji lazily raised his hand and pointed to an inconspicuous black urn in the corner. "Throw it in there." The preservation. Su Chanxian followed the gaze. It was a large ceramic urn, half the height of a person, its surface covered with dark red patterns that looked like dried bloodstains, and the mouth of the urn was pressed with a blue brick inscribed with runes. 9 Nether Cold Pool Urn, S-level sealed object. Description: it connects to a corner of the extreme cold hell, and even magma can instantly freeze when poured in. It is usually used to imprison fire-type vengeful spirits. Of course, under the illusion created by Qin Ji, it appeared to be nothing more than a regular rural pickled vegetable jar. Oh, okay. Although Su Chanxian felt that putting top-tier M9 and beef into a pickled vegetable jar was a bit of a waste, she obediently carried the vacuum-packed meat and ran over. She struggled to move the blue brick, and a bone-chilling coldness instantly wafted out. "Wow! It's really cool." Su Chanxian turned around in surprise, her eyes sparkling. "Is this your local refrigerator? It's so environmentally friendly." She stuffed the beef, and even several boxes of Häagen-Dazs ice cream, into it, then carefully covered the blue brick, afraid of damaging the lid. Meanwhile, in her live streaming room, special analysts from the Dragon Country were holding magnifying glasses, frantically analyzing that pickled vegetable jar. "Something's wrong. The material of this jar is wrong. The white smoke coming out isn't just ordinary cold air, it looks like liquid nitrogen? What liquid nitrogen? I'm a fan of immortal cultivation novels, I think that's cold ice evil energy. This male lead's house isn't simple. Stop imagining things, that's just a broken jar. I live in the countryside, and this thing is perfect for pickling cabbage. Su Chanqian was unaware of the debate outside. After placing the food, she felt more confident. Since we're a family now, I can't just eat for free. Su Chanqian rolled up the sleeves of her silk shirt, revealing a section of her lotus-like arm, and took out a pack of wet wipes from her bag. I see there's a lot of dust on the shelf, let me help you wipe it. Qin Ji, who was resting with his eyes closed, froze for a moment upon hearing this. Wipe the shelf. The shelves were filled with trophies that had been pried from various S-level and SS-level forbidden zones. Although all had been sealed by him, they looked like junk, but even the slightest artifact spirit, even if it had only a remnant soul, had a fiery temper. If a normal person touched them, their hand would rot at best, or they would be drained of all life force at worst. He was about to stop her, don't. But in the next second, he felt a subtle fluctuation. Su Chanqian had already walked up to a black pottery jar. The jar was actually the demon refining pot, damaged version, which contained a highly irritable vengeful spirit in red clothing. Normally, if anyone dared to touch it, the jar would violently shake and release evil energy. But at this moment, Su Chanqian gently covered the dirty surface of the jar with a wet wipe that had a faint jasmine scent, and began wiping it carefully. How are you so dirty? She muttered softly, carefully scraping the old mud from the cracks in the jar's design. Qin Ji raised an eyebrow. In his spiritual perception, the vengeful spirit in the red clothing had just wanted to erupt in anger, which aunt dares to touch me. Then, the vengeful spirit felt a cold, indifferent gaze from Qin Ji, who was sitting in the Grand Master's chair. That gaze contained no emotion. It was merely a pure, silent observation. The vengeful spirit in the jar immediately felt as if its neck had been gripped by a hand, and all the evil energy was forcibly swallowed back. It not only dared not shake the jar, but in order to cooperate with Su Chanqian's wiping, it actively pushed the dirt on the surface outward. Ha! This mud comes off so easily. Su Chanqian was delighted to find that with just a gentle wipe, the black jar became shiny and even emitted a slight jade-like luster. Looks like, although it's a defective product, it's still good porcelain, she commented with satisfaction. Qin Ji's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. All right. Let's just say these little things are sensible. For the next half hour, the style of the Dragon Kingdom livestream has completely gone off track. The other countries' contestants are still cautiously trying to please the strange beings, or are cowering in corners trembling in fear. The contestant from the Great Cold Country, Park Minju, is kneeling on the ground, brushing the back of her wild boar man husband, covered in rough hair, until her hands are bleeding. The contestant from the Cherry Blossom Country is being forced to swallow octopus tentacles whole, in exchange for temporary safety. But over here in the Dragon Kingdom, it has turned into a scene from the Dream Home Makeover show. Su Chanqian spread the velvet tablecloth she brought over on the old, scarred wooden table covered in knife marks, and placed a set of exquisite English bone china tea set on top. She polished all the terrifying skull ornaments until they shone, then arranged them artfully in the shape of the word pin. She even took out the aromatherapy machine she brought and filled the shop, which was full of the stench of corpses, though blocked by Qin Ji, with the expensive scent of sandalwood. Phew! Finally, it's a little cleaner. Su Chanqian wiped the fine sweat on her forehead, looking at the newly refreshed rundown shop, and a small sense of accomplishment rose in her heart. Although the place is poor, and the house is dilapidated, as long as it is tidied up, it's still livable. Gurgle. At that moment, an embarrassing stomach growl echoed through the quiet hall. Su Chanqian froze for a moment, covering her stomach with her hands, her cheeks turning bright red. She just wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. So embarrassing. How could she have her stomach growling on the first day of the blind date in front of the other person? Qin Ji, lying on the recliner, slowly opened his eyes. He actually no longer needed to eat, but the reactions of this mortal body were indeed a bit noisy. He glanced at Su Chanqian's blushing face, was about to say, if you're hungry, just cook some noodles yourself, but saw that the fragile young lady suddenly perked up. Husband, you're hungry too, right? Su Chanqian found an excuse for herself, then turned and ran to the last box that hadn't been opened yet. Actually, I brought a lot of delicious food. It's all pre-made, just needs to be heated. I don't know if you like Western food, so I brought Wellington steak. And this, Li Ji's roasted goose, it's also hot. This is Australian lobster and cheese baked rice. As Su Chanqian, like Doraemon, kept pulling things out of the box, the old wooden table, which originally only had a pack of spicy strips and a pot of green tea, was instantly filled with all kinds of top-tier delicacies. Although they were pre-made and heated, they were prepared by the chef of a billionaire's family, and just the smell alone was enough to dispel some of the gloom of this deep, gloomy street. Qin Ji looked at the feast in front of him, then at Su Qianqian's eager and pleasing gaze. She was waiting for him to pick up his chopsticks. Like a dog waiting for its master's praise. Qin Ji remained silent for a moment, picked up the silver chopsticks that looked expensive, and picked up a piece of roasted goose to put in his mouth. The taste, it was indeed about 10,000 times better than the wild, blood-drinking creatures from the abyss. Not bad, Qin Ji said briefly as he swallowed the food. Upon hearing these two words, Su Qianqian's nervous expression instantly transformed into a bright smile, with two small dimples appearing on her cheeks. Then you eat more. I brought a lot. Back at home, my parents wouldn't let me eat too much meat, said I had to maintain my figure, she muttered softly, a little embarrassed, and also picked up a piece of steak for herself, taking a big bite. Her cheeks puffed up, like a hamster eating. Qin Ji looked at her, his gaze slightly dazed. This is national marriage arrangement? Why does it feel like taking care of a child? But this feeling doesn't seem too bad. However, warm times are always short-lived. Just as they were happily eating, the live stream's bullet comments suddenly became anxious. Stop eating, Qianqian. Look outside. Look out the window. A shadow just climbed over the wall. It's strange. Run. This male lead looks so weak. No way to beat it. And at the back door of the hall, a half-transparent ghost, dripping with green slime, was silently crawling out of the old well in the backyard. It was a Class B wandering vengeful spirit. It had long been attracted by the human scent in the manor, especially the smell of top-tier delicacies on the table. Although it was puzzled as to why the terrifying pressure that once existed here had disappeared, it still boldly crawled in, driven by its hunger. The flesh of the living. The vengeful spirit crouched on the window, greedily staring at Su Qianqian, who was eating deliciously with her back to the window, drooling all over the windowsill. Su Qianqian was cutting her steak when suddenly she felt a chill on the back of her neck. Honey, is there a draft in this room? She shrank her neck, asking in confusion. Qin Ji's hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly. Of course, he had already sensed that filthy thing that didn't know its place. It dared to drool on his window while he was eating? Disgusting. The house is old and there are a few rats. Qin Ji didn't turn around, just naturally set down the teacup in his left hand. I'll go close the window. He stood up, still wearing his flip-flops, looking like there was no killing intent as he walked towards the back window. The Class B vengeful spirit was about to pass through the wall when it suddenly saw Qin Ji approaching. Before it could show its terrifying ghost face to scare the person, it met Qin Ji's eyes. In that moment, what it saw was not a human, but an endless abyss, rolling with black flames of karma. It was an absolute suppression from the very depths of the soul. Screech! The vengeful spirit didn't even have time to scream, its entire soul twisted and evaporated as if it had been placed on a hot grill. Qin Ji walked to the window, reached out, and with a slap, closed the carved wooden window. He trapped the last bit of coldness outside. All done. Qin Ji turned around, his face still in that lazy expression, and sat back at the table, picking up his chopsticks again. Continue eating, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Su Qianqian had no idea that she had just narrowly escaped death. Seeing Qin Ji so calm and composed, she actually felt more at ease. Honey, you're the best. She picked the biggest piece of beef from her plate and placed it into Qin Ji's bowl, smiling sweetly. You need to eat more so you can grow strong and fix the house later. Qin Ji looked at the meat in the bowl and fell silent for half a second. Then he smiled helplessly. All right. Eat your fill, then you'll have the strength to work. Chapter 5, The Gatekeeper Who's Just Slightly Ugly. As the night faded, the eerie world did not welcome the usual kind of dawn. The sky remained a murky gray, like a rag that couldn't be cleaned, draped above, making it impossible to tell if it was day or night. But in the backyard of the Abyss General Store, it was a different scene. Su Qianqian was woken by a strange snoring sound. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up from the shelf bed, which, though old, was covered with the finest goose-down cushions. She had slept deeply, even more soundly than on the 5-meter-wide bed at home. Did Honey get up so early? She glanced at the empty grand chair beside her. Qin Ji was already gone from the main hall. Remembering how much food she had forced him to eat the day before, Su Qianqian felt a warm surge in her heart. Although this place was in the rumored to be deadly F-class abandoned zone, as long as that person was here, even if he didn't speak, just sitting there playing with his phone, though there was no signal here, he was fiddling with something that looked like a compass, it made her feel inexplicably safe. Since I'm awake, I should go to the backyard and see if I can help with anything. Su Qianqian encouraged herself, tying up her high ponytail to look energetic. She cautiously slid open the wooden door leading to the backyard while wearing slippers. The backyard is very large. It looks much more spacious than the front hall. But unlike the neatly tidied front hall, there is a more primitive and desolate feeling here. There are strange trees planted all around, with trunks blackened as if scorched, yet their leaves are as red as blood, swaying by themselves in the wind, making a rustling sound, as if whispering. And in the very center of the yard, there is a dried-up well, covered with large stone slabs, and the edge of the well is covered with purple moss. Such strange trees. Su Chanqian muttered softly. As a young lady who treats botanical gardens like her own backyard, she had never seen this kind of plant. But she simply thought it was a specialty from another world. In fact, these were bloodthirsty ghost acacias, an A-class mutant plant, known for sucking the blood essence of living humans. However, at this moment, as Su Chanqian passed by them, the ghost trees, which were originally restless and eager to stretch their branches to entwine, suddenly bent their claws into a heart shape after sensing the faint evil god aura left in the house. These plants are so polite. Su Chanqian, in a good mood, gently touched a drooping branch. After the bloodthirsty ghost acacia made its movement, it stiffly shook its leaves twice to show its welcome. At that moment, the strange snoring sound rang out again, louder than before, like an old-fashioned bellows being pulled, accompanied by a chilling hot air and the scent of sulfur. Su Chanqian followed the sound and looked through the ghostly trees, her gaze falling on a doghouse in the farthest corner of the backyard. Rather than a doghouse, it was more like the entrance to a huge cave. A thick iron chain, the size of a wrist, was tied to a nearby stone pillar, and the other end stretched into the pitch-black cave. Is there a dog? Su Chanqian's eyes lit up. She loved small animals the most and had 3 ragdoll cats and 2 golden retrievers at home. In such a creepy place, how healing it would be to have a little companion like a dog. Mimi? No, wait. Woof woof? Su Chanqian tentatively called out to the dog, her steps unconsciously drawing closer. Come out, sister has jerky for you. She took a piece of beef jerky from her pocket, full of anticipation, and squatted about 2 meters away from the entrance to the cave. Perhaps the smell of meat worked, or maybe the term sister had angered it. The iron chain in the cave suddenly snapped straight. Immediately, a huge beast claw covered in black scales, with razor-sharp nails like razors, slammed onto the ground. Roar! With a deafening roar, a terrifying giant beast, as large as a van, rushed out from the shadows. It had 3 savage heads. The middle head burned with raging flames, the left head oozed corrosive venom, and the right head spewed black smoke. 6 blood-red eyes stared intently at Su Chanqian, and between its mouthfuls of sharp teeth, boiling hot magma dripped onto the ground, sizzling as it burned. Hell Cerberus, young S-class. Description: the gatekeeper of the underworld, loves to devour souls, cruel in nature, 1 bite per child. Woof. Meat. The 3 heads roared greedily at the same time, and the pressure from its massive body instantly made the surrounding air feel scorching hot. Ah! Su Chanqian had never seen anything like this before. In that moment, she felt as though her very soul was being drawn into those 6 red eyes. Forget feeding it, she was so scared that the beef jerky slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the grass, tears instantly streaming down her face. No, don't eat me, woo-woo. She wanted to run, but her legs were as if filled with lead and couldn't move. The primal fear for her life made her watch hopelessly as the 3 gaping bloodthirsty mouths drew closer and closer. Just as the middle flaming head was about to bite Su Chanqian's little leg. Slap! A hand that wasn't broad, even appearing a bit pale, suddenly stretched out from the side without warning. Then, neither too hard nor too soft, it slapped the fiery head of the dog. The slap seemed to have no strength, like scolding a disobedient teddy bear. But the S-class hellhound was hit as though it had been struck head-on by a high-speed train. A what? The central head was instantly knocked sideways, and its massive body was overturned by this tremendous force, rolling twice on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tears still hanging from her eyes, Su Chanqian dazedly looked up. She saw that Qin Ji had somehow appeared in front of her. He was still holding a broken watering can, wearing a white t-shirt, his face showing traces of just waking up, with his brows and eyes full of helplessness and disgust. Why are you shouting so early in the morning? Qin Ji lowered his head, coldly staring at the hellhound on the ground that was about to get up and throw a tantrum. At the moment their eyes met. The Cerberus, originally a cruel beast with scarlet eyes, suddenly shrank its pupils. It recognized him. It was this human, no, this man more devilish than the devil. The one who had dragged it out of the lava like a worm last time and almost boiled it for looking ugly, that scourge. Whoa whoa. The hellhound, which had been full of majesty and exuding S-class pressure just a moment ago, instantly tucked its tail between its legs. Under Su Chanqian's shocked gaze. This giant creature not only didn't dare to resist, but instead let out a whining sound like a puppy begging for mercy. Even more absurd, its body began shrinking and changing shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. In order to please the man in front of it, it even suppressed its own bloodline power. In less than 3 seconds, the 3-headed giant beast was gone. In its place was a small, black, scruffy dog, looking extremely lazy and even a little like a mix between a Shar-Pei and a bulldog, a street dog. It lay on the ground, exposing its belly, its tail wagging like a propeller. The hundreds of millions of viewers in the Dragon Country livestream were even more confused than Su Qianqian. Just a second ago, they were screaming run. That's the legendary hellhound, and the next second, they saw it turn into a Chinese rural dog? Is this an illusion? Who exactly is this male lead? Don't ask, just know that he is an F-level waste with gold content, manual dog head. Seeing that the hellhound had calmed down, Qin Ji finally withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the still tearful Su Qianqian. He crouched down, waving his hand in front of her eyes. Stared silly? Su Qianqian sniffed, tears still welling up in her eyes, pointing at the street dog on the ground, her voice trembling. That monster had several heads just now. You saw it wrong. Qin Ji remained unfazed, casually making up a story. Sometimes the air in the abyss causes light refraction, creating a double image. See, it's just a slightly ugly stray dog. As he spoke, Qin Ji kicked the black dog on the ground with his toes. Get up, give the boss lady a smile. The black dog, S-class demon, was in agony, but in order to survive, it could only try its best to grin, showing a twisted, flattering, but still very ugly smile, even standing on two legs to bow. Woof! Woof woof! Su Qianqian stared blankly at this dog, which had just wanted to eat people but now seemed to be performing in a circus. Light refraction? Her not-so-sharp physics knowledge was clearly overwhelmed by emotions at this moment. Since her husband said it was a double image, then it must be a double image. After all, it might look ugly now, but it didn't seem so fierce anymore. Does it have rabies? Su Qianqian shrank her hand in slight fear but still couldn't help asking. Qin Ji raised an eyebrow. Rabies? It hasn't even grown all its teeth. He picked up the top-quality Wagyu beef jerky Su Qianqian had dropped earlier from the ground and tossed it over. The black dog lunged forward, catching it precisely, not daring to chew it. Directly swallowing it down, and shaking its tail even harder. All right, don't worry about it. Qin Ji pulled Su Qianqian up, casually brushing off the grass crumbs from her skirt, his tone returning to its lazy style. This dog might have been traumatized when it was a stray, feeling ugly and insecure, so it occasionally barks loudly to build up courage. Su Qianqian. Her original fear was suddenly shattered by the phrase feeling ugly and insecure. She looked at the insecure black dog, and surprisingly felt a bit of sympathy in her eyes. So, are we keeping it? She asked in a small voice. Qin Ji initially wanted to say, just throw this trash away, but seeing Su Qianqian's hopeful eyes, he changed his words. Let's keep it. After all, the yard is so big, and we could use it to watch the gate. If you don't want the meat you brought, just throw it to it. That's great. Su Qianqian finally smiled through her tears. She felt an extra layer of connection with this home. They had a common pet now. At this moment, the foreign viewers outside the live broadcast room were almost going crazy. The scene switched to a live broadcast room in Cherry Blossom Country. That unfortunate Miss Inoue Sakura, after paying half her life, finally gained a bit of favor from the S-level Skull Crusher Demon Man. The Demon Man rewarded her with a pet beast cub and F-level corpse rat. Inoue Sakura treasured it like a treasure. Although the rat was disgusting and smelly, it represented combat power. And then there was Dragon Country. Qin Ji stubbornly called a genuine S-level Abyss Gate Guardian beast a ugly stray dog, and it only deserves leftovers? The key was that the rich woman, silly and sweet, actually believed it. What kind of Versailles literature is this in Dragon Country? I suspect this Qin Ji is definitely problematic. Even in an F-level area, it can't be this safe. Don't rush. This is just the newbie protection period. Soon the system will release a mandatory mission, leaving that broken manor, they'll be dead. It was as if to confirm the curses of these haters. Just when Su Qianqian happily thought about naming the mutt dog Wan Kai, the sky of the entire bizarre world suddenly turned a grim dark red. That cold and grand system voice echoed again in the ears of players around the world. Announcement. The newbie adjustment period has ended. Now releasing the first survival task. All married players immediately go to the nearest commercial resource point and successfully complete a transaction or do some work. Task deadline, 3 days. Failure punishment, erasure. Qin Ji listened to the voice in his mind, slightly narrowing his eyes. Task? It seemed that this retirement life would occasionally be disturbed. He glanced at Su Qianqian, who turned pale with fear upon hearing the words erasure. Don't be afraid. Qin Ji rubbed her hair, pulling out a blackened, rusty tag that looked like it was picked from a garbage heap from his pocket. Isn't it just buying something? Perfect, the supermarket owner over there owes me some money. You take this, grab whatever you like. Chapter 6, Task begins. He gave a broken iron tag to prop up the table. The dark red sky seemed to lower down many layers, enveloping the entire bizarre world in a suffocating blood-colored filter. That grand and cold system announcement voice still echoed in their ears. Task deadline, 3 days. Failure punishment, erasure. The simple two words erasure felt like a sword of Damocles, instantly severing the brief warmth from a moment ago. Gulp. Su Chanqian nervously swallowed her saliva. Her small face turned pale. She was still holding the packaging of the jerky she had just fed Wonkai, and her whole body was trembling slightly. Even if she was naive, she understood what mandatory task meant. This meant she had to leave this rundown but very safe manor and venture into the outside world, full of monsters that would eat people without leaving bones. What to do? What to do? Su Chanqian looked at Qin Ji in a panic. He was her only support at the moment. However, Qin Ji still maintained his lazy demeanor. He was squatting beside the water tank in the corner of the yard, washing his hands, and when he heard the system's death announcement, he didn't even raise an eyebrow, as if he had only heard trivial news like, the price of pork at the market is going up tomorrow. Wash your hands properly, you just touched a dog, it's dirty. Qin Ji shook the water off his hands, stood up, and his deep black eyes showed no ripple of emotion. Since the system wants you to go, then go. But it's dangerous outside. Su Chanqian's voice was shaky, gripping Qin Ji's clothing like a little kitten that didn't want to leave home. Hubby, that thing called Bloody Commercial Square sounds terrifying. I have money, I have so many gold bars, can I not go to work? Qin Ji looked down at the girl, who was only up to his chest. She was very scared, it was a biological instinct. In this strange world of the survival of the fittest, this young lady, who wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, was indeed no different from a white rabbit that had wandered into a wolf's den. But he didn't plan to keep her confined within the yard. After all, he came here for retirement, not to be a babysitter. If this so-called Dragon Country hope couldn't even go out to buy groceries, then how would it help him fend off those tedious chores in the future? It's a must to go. Qin Ji's tone was unarguable, but immediately after, he extended his hand and awkwardly ruffled the girl's hair. That's the rule, I can't do anything about it. Actually he could, but he was too lazy to do so. Before Su Chanqian's tears could fall, the scene suddenly cut to a live broadcast from the Great Cold Nation. The contrast was always sudden and cruel. The wedding partner of the Great Cold Nation was a D-class eerie creature called the Iron Arm Ape, who lived in a dirty cave. This foul-smelling ape was currently in a rage, smashing things around, because its system prompt was assist your partner in completing tasks. This meant it had to put in money and effort. Roar! Get out! The Iron Arm Ape grabbed Park Minju's hair and dragged her to the cave entrance, casually tossing her a broken clay bowl with a chip missing. Roar! Roar roars! As long as you can't afford food, you'll die outside, don't come back. Park Minju knelt on the rubble, her forehead bloodied, yet she kept knocking her head, thanking him. Thank you, husband. Thank you for giving me this bowl. I will definitely earn money to please you. And in the Lighthouse Nation's live broadcast room, the rotting lizard man not only offered no help to contestant Natasha, but even tore off a piece of her flesh that had high-tech protective gear attached to it as interest, coldly pointing to the mist in the distance, signaling her to leave. At that moment, viewers worldwide trembled in despair. The so-called partner instantly tore off its disguise in the face of the task, turning back into a cold-blooded monster. The scene returned to the Dragon Country. Su Chanqian had no idea about the calamities of others, she was still anxious about whether she could come back alive. I'll go pack my stuff. She sniffed, her innate money ability thinking kicked in again. Is 10 gold bars enough? I need to take the diamond-encrusted dagger for self-defense. And the Hermes scarf, in case I get hurt somewhere, I can use it to bandage. She was like a little hamster ready to move houses, turning to rush into the main room to drag her suitcase. Stop. Qin Ji helplessly called out to her. What do you need those junk for? Junk? Su Chanqian's eyes widened, that was her father's life-saving money. Qin Ji sighed. He really didn't want to see a foolish woman dragging dozens of pounds of gold outside, getting robbed by little monsters on the roadside. That would not only embarrass the Dragon Country, but also shame his shop at 10 Abyss Old Street. Come here. Qin Ji turned and walked into the main room, his eyes scanning around the slightly swaying rosewood table. It was a Wang Wali wood table from the Ming Dynasty, but because the floor was uneven, it always wobbled. Qin Ji found it annoying and casually put a hard object he had grabbed from the void warehouse under one of the table legs hundreds of years ago. Lift. He single-handedly raised the heavy wooden table, while bending down with the other hand to dig out a dark, greasy piece from under the dusty table leg, a metal tag. He casually wiped it on his clothes and tossed the tag to Su Chanqian. Clang. Su Chanqian fumbled to catch it, it felt heavy in her hand, the cold touch made her shiver. It was a palm-sized black metal tag, engraved with intricate patterns, but due to the excessive dirt, some of it was hard to see. She could only vaguely make out what appeared to be a tusk or a palace embossed in the middle. Most importantly, the tag looked like it had just been picked up from a garbage heap. What is this? Su Chanqian raised her head in confusion. Qin Ji lay back in the armchair again, even pouring himself a cup of tea, speaking casually. That's something the owner of that mall owed me, he collateralized it. If you run out of money for meals or face difficulties, just take this out and wave it around. It should be enough for 2 meals. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream. Is this really a magical item? It looks like it was picked up from a scrapyard. You used this to prop up the table, dude, you are way too casual. But this metal tag does look quite sturdy, if nothing else, it could serve well to crack walnuts or defend oneself. No one knew. At the moment Qin Ji took out the tag, thousands of kilometers away in the bloodstained commercial square, the entire foundation trembled slightly. Abyss Chamber of Commerce Supreme Black Gold Token, Uniqueness SSS level. The holder can mobilize all the resources of the bizarre world's chambers of commerce. To see the token is to see the president himself, with the power of life and death over any business anomaly. But in Qin Ji's mouth, it was just something to exchange for meals. Su Qianqian, of course, didn't know how significant this dirty metal tag was. She only felt that it was a gift from Qin Ji to her. In this strange world where she was all alone and everyone wanted her dead, this was the first protective charm given to her by her husband. She didn't mind the grease on it. Carefully, she took off an invaluable pearl necklace from her neck, threaded the tag onto it, and solemnly hung it on her chest, tucking it close into her clothes. Thank you, husband. Su Qianqian's eyes turned red again, this time from emotion. I will take good care of it. If I don't come back, I will hide it well and won't lose your collateral. Qin Ji paused his tea-drinking motion. He looked at the girl whose clear eyes were filled with the determination of ready to face death, and that strange feeling in his heart stirred again. Clearly as weak as an ant, why was she talking so much? Stop being sentimental. Qin Ji put down his teacup and pulled out an old black folding fan from his pocket, tapping Su Qianqian's forehead. Hurry and get lost. If you don't come back before dark, there won't be dinner for you. Oh. Hearing the word dinner, Su Qianqian seemed to grab a lifeline. He was still willing to leave her dinner. This meant he believed she could come back alive. This gave the socially anxious girl enormous courage. She took one last look at this small, smoky shop filled with sandalwood in the hustle and bustle, and another glance at the black dog Wankai lying in the yard, wagging its tail at her. I'm leaving. Wankai, keep an eye on the house. Su Qianqian waved her little fist, turned around, dragged the relatively small suitcase, still filled with snacks, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the old wooden door. Behind her, Qin Ji watched the girl's thin yet determined back gradually disappear into the fog at the end of the street. Roar! The mud in the backyard let out a low whimper, its eyes filled with unease. It could sense that outside was a truly dangerous world, and that little girl going out was just delivering food, right? What? You want to go escort her? Qin Ji's voice echoed softly. The mud immediately lay down, playing dead, terrified. It didn't dare to go out this door. Once out here, without this great demon suppression, its breath could scare ghosts within 100 miles. That would reveal its identity. Qin Ji retracted his gaze, gently rubbing the ribs of a folding fan with his fingers. Don't worry. She carries my scent. In this abyss, there really aren't many fools without keen instincts that would dare touch something tainted by his aura. Not even a little cat or dog used for amusement. Moreover, the name hanging around her neck is Mrs. Qin. The process of leaving District 9 was much smoother than Su Qianqian had imagined. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but the ghostly figures she had seen on the livestream, all sharp-clawed and fierce, seemed to be blind as she passed by, either oddly turning their heads away or quickly slipping into the ground. Until she reached the system's designated teleportation point, a bus stop emitting a ghostly green flame. There were already quite a few people standing at the stop. Besides a few foreign contestants assigned nearby, there were also several local residents. A headless ghost holding its own head, a pair of paper twins with pale faces, and a fat uncle with a ripped belly spilling guts. Seeing this scene, the little courage Su Qianqian had just mustered instantly vanished with a poof. She tightly gripped the handle of her suitcase, wishing she could shrink herself inside it. Social anxiety plus fear of ghosts, double buffs fully stacked. Oh, here's a fresh and tender face. The fat uncle with guts turned around, his eyes without whites greedily roving over Su Qianqian. Little girl, first time out far? Want me to teach you the rules, huh? Just as Su Qianqian was scared to tears, and the audience from Long Country nearly had a heart attack. A malicious laugh echoed from not far away. Heh, Long Country folks are indeed a bunch of soft-shelled shrimp. Su Qianqian froze. Turning her head, she saw a woman from Dehan Country, stylishly dressed but heavily made up, crossing her arms and looking at her with disdain. It was Park Minju. Holding a broken clay bowl, though looking disheveled, she immediately felt a twisted sense of superiority seeing Su Qianqian shivering with empty hands. The suitcase didn't count as a weapon. Hey, Long Country. Park Minju lifted her chin, deliberately raising her voice to attract the attention of the surrounding evil ghosts. Did your F-rank husband not give you any life-saving tools? At this rate, you might just die on the bus at the first stop. Su Qianqian bit her lip, saying nothing. She just silently reached into her collar, gripping that cold metal nameplate still stained with grease from the table. No, it won't happen. She murmured softly, as if trying to bolster her courage, I have meal tickets. Chapter 7, Rejected for buying a ticket with gold bars, this world is too hostile to the rich. It was a bus that looked like it had just been dragged out of deep sea mud. Creak. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound of brakes, it stopped in front of the bus stop. The body was covered in rust and moss, the windows shattered, and a faint, miserable green light glimmered from within. Even more frightening was that the wheels were not made of rubber but woven from countless pale hand bones. Every rotation produced a sound like cracking bones. The bus doors swung open with a loud bang. A wave of rotten fishy odor mixed with the stench of decay rushed towards her. In the driver's seat sat a driver in tattered uniform. It had no chin, on its half-missing face, only a dark red tongue flicked about aimlessly in the air. Get in the car, fare, an arm, or... The driver's voice was muffled, as if phlegm was stuck in his throat, a bit of human oil. Hearing this ticket price, the faces of several players at the station turned pale instantly. This was the first threshold of the forced mission. Before they even reached their destination, were they to become disabled? Park Min-ju from Dahan Country bit her lip, watching the headless ghost skillfully tear off one of its fingers and toss it into the coin box. Gathering her courage, she pulled out the broken bowl that the Iron Arm Ape had given her from her pocket. Inside the bowl was a dark, tar-like mass, something the Iron Arm Ape had provided her as a bit of associated demon energy. Gritting her teeth, she poured the demon energy into the coin box. Is this enough? This is the demon energy from that esteemed person. The driver's bulging eye rolled slightly, showing signs of disdain, but he still reluctantly pressed the board open. Get in. Park Min-ju let out a sigh of relief. Though using this demon energy pained her because she had originally intended to use it for survival, at least she had saved her limbs. She awkwardly squeezed into the carriage, casting a venomous glance at Su Chanqian as she passed by. Did you see? This is the price of being poor. If you lose an arm later, don't come crying to me for help. Su Chanqian ignored her. She was very nervous, not because she was afraid of ghosts, okay, she was very afraid, but mainly because she really didn't want to lose an arm. How can a decent driver randomly take human oil? That's so uncivilized. Su Chanqian muttered softly, trying to prepare herself psychologically. In her mind, this was like buying a ticket for a plane. As long as she had enough money, it should be fine, right? Dragging her heavy suitcase, she steeled herself and walked up to the coin box. The terrifying one-eyed driver's gaze immediately locked onto her, filled with obvious greed and appetite. This little human girl was bursting with vitality, like a freshly baked cream cake. Take it. The driver extended his bony left hand, trying to grab Su Chanqian's slender arm. Sir, I don't understand the rules, I don't have that kind of thing. Terrified, Su Chanqian shrank back, frantically rummaging through her suitcase, then, somewhat painfully, pulled out a brilliant golden bar that was as long as her palm, a big yellow fish, gold bar. Is this okay? Su Chanqian blinked her big eyes, cautiously handing over the gold bar. This is pure gold, my dad said it's valuable, should be enough to buy a ticket, right? If not, I have more. The viewers from Dragon Country in the livestream felt their hearts shatter. Oh silly girl. That's a ghost. What does a ghost want with gold? They want lives. This is hopeless. Not only is she not buying a ticket, but she's practically insulting the ghost with money. This driver is going to snap. Look at the driver's expression. What the hell? Why is it starting to tremble? Sure enough, the driver who had initially wanted to grab her suddenly froze up. It was indeed uninterested in the gold bar. But just as its hand was about to touch Su Chanqian, an extremely faint yet earth-shattering aura seeped out from the neckline of the girl's clothes. This aura mixed with the tranquility of aged sandalwood and an indescribable pressure, emanating from the very bottom of the abyss. It was the scent belonging to that forbidden existence. Even a trace of it was enough to send small ghosts fleeing in fear for hundreds of miles. Ha, ha. The driver's single eye widened suddenly, the white part even cracking with blood vessels. It looked as if it had seen something incredibly terrifying, withdrawing its hand as if electrocuted, its entire body cowering wildly into the corner of the driver's seat, its tattered uniform soaked with cold sweat. That esteemed person's scent? This seemingly harmless little girl was actually marked by that esteemed one? Su Chanqian had no idea what was happening. All she saw was the driver twitching all over. Frantically shaking her head, it seemed like, disdain? Is it not enough? Su Qianshan became more anxious, hurriedly pulling out 2 more gold bars, with a sobbing tone shoved them forward. What about these 3? Are 3 enough? I beg you, I just want to take a ride, I don't want to lose an arm. No taking. The driver finally let out a sharp, tragic scream. He was terrified to the extreme, fearing that if he accepted this money, tomorrow he would be turned into bus parts by that figure from the abyss. Free, free. Hurry, please get in. The driver trembled as he opened the partition, not even daring to look directly at Su Qianshan. Su Qianshan was stunned, her hand holding the 3 gold bars awkwardly suspended in midair. Free? So, really no money needed? No. Needed. The driver was almost in tears. Su Qianshan could only awkwardly put the gold bars back. She walked to the back of the carriage, pulling her luggage with some frustration, feeling quite wronged inside. Didn't her husband say that people outside were all poor and loved money? Why was it that no one wanted the gold she offered? Was the price system here broken? At the back of the carriage. Just moments ago, Park Minju, who was gloating and waiting to see Su Qianshan be torn apart, was now staring with wide eyes. She spent her precious life-saving demonic energy. Contestants from other countries even paid the price of a finger. And this foolish sweet girl from the Dragon Kingdom, just shaking a few ordinary gold bars, was waived the fee? What the hell? This must be a hidden scheme. Why? Was this ghost a money-loving master in life too? Park Minju was filled with an imbalance, her face twisted in jealousy. Su Qianshan had no idea she had become a thorn in everyone's side. She found a corner to sit down, tightly clutching the iron metal she had stuffed into her clothes. Thank goodness, thank goodness. No need to swipe this metal. Her husband said this metal could only cover 2 meals, and if it was used on the bus, what would she do when it was time to eat? Such a good item had to be used sparingly. Half an hour later, the bus came to a stop in a sea of crimson fog. The bloody commercial square has arrived, please be careful when getting off, life is only one. Su Qianshan dragged her heavy suitcase, stumbling off the bus. As soon as she touched the ground, a chaotic and bloody wave of sound washed over her like a tide. This place was starkly different from the deadly silence of the old streets of the abyss. In the vast square, there were several strangely shaped towering buildings, but instead of neon lights hanging from the walls, there were cascading waterfalls of flowing blood. The square was filled with stalls, and the sound of selling rose and fell. Fresh dead eyeballs. Only 20 hell coins a pair. Explosive flavor. Just peeled human skin overcoats, light and breathable, only 1 piece, first come first served. Countless bizarre figures darted through, some with half-bodies, others with wings, and even some crawling meat chunks. Ugh. Park Minju and the contestant from Sakura country couldn't hold back and leaned against a utility pole to vomit. The air here was filled with a strong smell of rotting raw meat, even those with strong psychological endurance found it hard to bear physically. Su Qianshan's small face turned a few shades whiter. She quickly pulled out a mask from her pocket and put it on, dripping in 2 drops of the essential oil given by her husband, which was actually the powder from a calming pill casually ground by Qin Ji, instantly isolating the foul smell. Phew, I've come back to life. Su Qianshan patted her chest and looked up at the most imposing and terrifying building in the center of the square. It was a multi-story mall, pitch black, with only blood-red words illuminated at the entrance. Underworld Chamber of Commerce First Branch. This was the destination of the task. Let's go, finish the work early and get home. Su Qianshan cheered herself up. She didn't want to spend the night in this place filled with eyeballs, her own soft duck-down bed at home was much more comfortable. She pulled her suitcase, eyes straight ahead, like a fool who had wandered into a horror film. Walking to the main entrance of the mall. At this moment, Park Minju and the others also slowed down, and seeing Su Qianshan walking ahead, they immediately exchanged glances with each other, mischievously following her. Don't hurry, the real challenge is still ahead. I heard that the security at the gate here is an A-level evil spirit with a huge appetite. That driver before might just be a gold lover. The security here doesn't recognize ordinary money. Sure enough. Before Su Qianshan could get close to the mall entrance. Bang! A thick spiked club smashed heavily onto the ground in front of her, shards of stone flying, almost hitting Su Qianshan's foot. Stop! A thunderous roar erupted. Blocking the way were 2 3-meter-tall, purple-black, muscle-bound 2-headed ogres. They wore extremely tight security uniforms, with what looked like animal intestines hanging as badges on their shoulders. For eyes, the size of bells, stared intensely at Su Qianshan, saliva dripping everywhere. 2-headed ogre, A-level. A gold medal security guard of the Underworld Merchants Association, with a violent personality, not only wants money but also lives. Entrance fee. The ogre on the left buzzed and yelled, its voice causing Su Qianshan's eardrums to ache. No membership card means you have to pay the entrance fee. 100 underworld coins per person. Or, leave behind 5 kilograms of fresh meat. Su Qianshan was overshadowed by this giant figure, scared enough to take 2 steps back, her calves cramping. 100 underworld coins? How could she have that kind of underworld currency? She only had soft girl coins in US dollars. Can I pay with goods? Su Qianqian tried to use her cash ability again, trembling as she looked to open her case to take out the gold bars. I have a yellow. Get lost. The ogre on the right impatiently interrupted her, kicking Su Qianqian's case, the box containing Wagyu beef flying several meters away and slamming against the wall. I don't eat that hard yellow lump. I want fresh meat. Your delicate body, 5 kilograms of meat, perfect to chop off a hand. Saying this, the ogre raised its blood-stained spiked club, about to smash it down. Ah! Su Qianqian screamed in terror, crouching down and covering her head. Ha 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 ha. Deserved it. Not far away, Park Minju laughed mockingly. She had prepared another D-level item she brought, and as long as she handed it over, she could sneak in as a cleaner, but she just wanted to see how this Dragon Kingdom woman would die. Daring to go first without strength? Dragon Kingdom people are really fools. Let's see who can save you this time. The comments in the live broadcast were also silent. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. At this distance, with that size, one hit from that club and Su Qianqian would definitely turn into minced meat. At this critical moment, Su Qianqian suddenly remembered what Qin Ji had said before she left. If you don't have money for food or if someone makes things difficult for you, just take this thing out and wave it around. Is this being made difficult? This also counts as not having money, right? The instinct to survive pushed her to not think too much. In a fluster, she reached into her collar. Just as the wind from the spiked club's descent blew her hair wildly, she suddenly pulled out the amulet hanging around her neck, still warm. Don't hit me. Su Qianqian tightly shut her eyes, raising the dirty, dark iron plate, stained with aged vinegar oil, high above her head like a white flag. I have this. My husband said, this can offset the meal cost. The girl's trembling voice sounded particularly helpless at the noisy entrance of the plaza. Everyone was stunned. Including Park Minju, including those waiting to share the feast of evil spirits. Everyone stared at the filthy, broken scrap of metal that looked like something picked up from a junkyard in her hand. Not only was it covered in grease, but the edges even had some nicks, looking like scrap metal used to prop up a table leg or crack walnuts. Put. Park Minju couldn't help but burst out laughing. Are you crazy? You treat a piece of scrap metal as a treasure? Who do you think you are, a junk collector? You think this can pay for your meal? Are you here to make jokes? Even the ogre holding the spiked mace paused for a moment, and then both of its large heads showed a fierce, mocking smile. Foolish human. You dare to tease me with such trash? Since you want to die, I'll smash you and this scrap metal into meat paste. The ogre was enraged, its roar grew louder, and the spiked mace, swirling with a foul black wind, came crashing down towards the delicate, fair hand holding the iron plate. It's over. This was the only thought echoing in the minds of all the spectators from the Dragon Kingdom at that moment. However, just when the mace was merely 0.01 centimeters away from the iron plate, a certain will that had been sleeping within that piece of scrap metal seemed to have sensed the provocation and offense from a lowly creature and impatiently turned over. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering light. Only a weak, low humming sound emerged from that greasy iron plate. In the next second, the entire world seemed to have been pressed by a mute button. Chapter 8, Clean It? You dare to touch this esteemed being's belongings? At this moment, time felt thick like molasses. The mace, filled with the aura of destruction, smeared with bits of flesh and blood, abruptly stopped mid-air. It was less than a centimeter away from Su Qianqian's standing tuft of hair. Huff, huff. A heavy, panicked breathing filled the air, spraying from the 4 nostrils of the two-headed ogre, the foul hot air messing up Su Qianqian's bangs. Su Qianqian shut her eyes tightly, her eyelashes trembled, her whole body curled up, ready to be smashed into meat paste. The black iron plate in her hand rose higher, like a desperate person lifting their only brick, though lacking any deterrent force, it was her final stubbornness. However, the expected pain did not come. The A-rank two-headed ogre that had been shouting to smash her into pieces was now like a statue petrified by Medusa's gaze, its enormous 2-story high body stiffened in place. Not only did it not move, it was shaking. That was the instinctive fear of a living creature. Just moments ago, at the instant that barely perceptible hum sounded, the ogre felt that it was not facing a human girl, but rather an ancient behemoth awakening at the bottom of a dark abyss. The scrap metal that seemed covered in grease and dust emitted a faint, extremely weak aura that instantly pierced through its mental defenses as an A-grade monster. It was the aura of a top predator. An aura that made even the dust fear to breathe loudly in its presence. Rank suppression. What stopped it? Not far away, Park Minju was bewildered. She had been waiting for the bloody show, so why did the security guard suddenly freeze like there was a power outage? She shouted in dissatisfaction, "Hey! Big guy! What are you waiting for? Smash this Dragon Kingdom woman who tried to sneak a ride." This scream finally shattered the eerie silence. The ogre was awakened. But it did not continue to smash down, instead, it recoiled like it had been electrocuted, retracting its mace. The sound of clunk was the weapon falling to the ground, smashing its toes, but it didn't even care about the pain. Ah! Ah! The two enormous heads of the ogre simultaneously let out meaningless syllables, their eyes spinning wildly, fixated tightly on the iron plate in Su Chanshan's hand, and then... thud! This giant beast, as big as a small mountain, unexpectedly kneeled down. The hard granite floor was instantly smashed into two large pits by its knees, cracks spreading out in all directions. Su Chanshan heard the noise. Slowly opened one eye. What came into view was two ugly, sweaty faces almost pressed right in front of her. Although those faces were still menacing, she inexplicably felt they seemed to be afraid. Su Chanshan tentatively moved her sore arm, her voice smaller than a mosquito's. Can it really cover my meal costs? The ogre didn't dare to respond and could only nod desperately, smashing its head down like a pestle into the ground. Although it didn't know what cover meal costs meant, it understood that if it dared to touch a single hair on the person holding this token, its soul would definitely be hung in the oil pot of the underworld and fried for 10,000 years. What's going on? Making such a noise, what kind of decency is this? Just when the situation was extremely bizarre, a sharp and soft voice came from inside the mall entrance. Immediately, a tall, thin figure wearing a tailcoat and holding a white handkerchief to cover its mouth and nose walked out. This was a red-clothed evil spirit, known as the Ghostface Butler. It was the manager of the lobby on the first floor of this underworld commerce branch, and also a powerful figure within 10 miles. Usually, it paid great attention to appearances and cleanliness. Manager. The moment Park Minju saw someone, she immediately felt as if she had found a savior, even if it was a ghost, and hurriedly ran over to report the situation, wanting to take the opportunity to step on Su Chanshan again. Manager. You came at just the right time. This Dragon Kingdom woman doesn't want to pay the entrance fee, and even uses a broken iron piece she picked up from the trash to insult your security guard. Look, the security guard has been so angered that he's dumbfounded. Park Minju pointed at the ogre kneeling on the ground, her tone filled with urgency and provocation. The ghost-faced butler frowned. It hated such noisy humans, but hated even more when someone dared to make trouble at the entrance of the commerce house. Broken iron piece? Doesn't want to pay? The ghost-faced butler's eyes turned cold, its gaze sweeping over the crowd, landing on the seemingly weak Su Chanshan dressed in brand-name clothes. In the next second, its gaze froze. It fixed its eyes on the black metal plaque that Su Chanshan was gripping in her hand, greasy, and even with dents on the edges. As someone who had been in the commerce house for 100 years, its eye for oddities and treasures was extremely sharp. Although that plaque looked terribly dirty, as if it had been used to weigh down pickled vegetables for hundreds of years or as a table leg for countless days and nights. However, under that layer of grease, the faintly visible abyssal fangs pattern, and the power of rules that could freeze the soul, which only high-level oddities could perceive. The ghost-faced butler's perfectly fitted tailcoat was instantly soaked with cold sweat from behind. Supreme Black Gold Token. That was the highest token of the Commerce House headquarters, rumored that as long as one held this token, even if the entire Commerce House was blown up, the old monsters at headquarters would applaud and ask, "Do you want to blow up another for fun? How could this thing appear here? And be held by such a weak little girl? Could it be stolen? No, absolutely impossible." Such a level of sacred object had long been recognized by its owner, and if someone else tried to touch it without that person's permission, they would turn to ashes in an instant. Countless thoughts flashed through the ghost-faced butler's mind. It almost rolled down the steps in a hurry, completely losing its usual elegant and dignified noble demeanor. Park Minju felt a rush of joy in her heart when she saw the ghost-faced butler rush so fast. Ha ha! This is assured now, the red-clothed evil spirit is taking action, and that naive little girl Su Chanshan won't be torn to bits? However, before she could laugh out loud, smack! A crisp smack echoed across the square. The ghost-faced butler slapped out its hand, but it wasn't hitting Su Chanshan. Instead, it struck the incessantly chattering Park Minju. The force of this slap sent Park Minju flying a full 3 meters away. Half of her face instantly swelled up like a steamed bun, with blood streaming from the corner of her mouth. Shut up! Where did this crazy woman come from? How dare you speak nonsense here? The ghost-faced butler didn't even look at Park Minju, who was sent flying, all its attention was focused on the plaque in Su Chanshan's hand. It lunged in front of Su Chanshan, but made no move to attack. Instead, it bent down its proud spine, and on its pale, eerie face, it forced out an extremely fawning, even somewhat twisted smile. This is the entrance fee you paid? The ghost-faced butler's voice trembled, pointing at the iron plaque as if it were pointing at a ticking time bomb. Su Chanshan was startled by the sudden slap to her face. Seeing this terrifying butler suddenly lean in and smile, she became even more afraid. Why yes. She stammered, afraid the other party would find the item unacceptable. My husband said, this can count for the meal money. If it's not enough, I can give you these gold bars. She thought the other party might think it was too little, and subconsciously pulled the iron plaque back, wanting to take something else from her bag to make up the difference. The ghost-faced butler's soul nearly flew out when it saw her action. Don't put it away. Madam. If you take it back, the Lord's gaze will have no anchor, and if he blames us, we will all die. Enough, enough. It's more than enough. The ghost-faced butler waved its hands repeatedly, beads of cold sweat dripping down its forehead. This meal money is simply too much. Not only can it pay for a meal, you could eat this entire mall and still have enough. Su Qianxian's eyes lit up. Her husband really didn't lie. It seems like the so-called boss owes my husband a lot of money, and this thing is so useful. Then, can I go in? Su Qianxian asked softly. Of course. The ghost-faced butler stepped aside, even taking a white handkerchief out of its pocket, seemingly wanting to wipe the oil stains off the plaque. That was instinctive maintenance of a holy object. Oh dear, such a precious thing, how could it have this filthy oil stain? Here, let me help you wipe it. Don't touch. Before Su Qianxian spoke, a very light, but only the ghost-faced butler could hear, cold snort suddenly came from her chest. It was a sound of divine mind transmission. It was extremely familiar. It was the voice of the Lord in the abyss. The ghost-faced butler's hand instantly froze in mid-air, as if a sharp invisible blade was pressing it down. It's just oil splashed from the braised ribs at home. Once cleaned, there will be no trace of the smoke and fire. Qin Ji's lazy voice crossed endless space, directly ringing deep in the ghost-faced butler's soul, carrying a hint of warning. Who do you think you are to touch my things? Thud. The ghost-faced butler truly kneeled this time. Not as a metaphor, but physically fell to the ground in worship. It trembled as it withdrew its hand and, facing Su Qianxian, actually facing the plaque, it frantically kowtowed. I have eyes but fail to see. I have offended you. This oil stain is wonderful. It is the most noble, most fragrant oil stain in the world. Su Qianxian? Dragon Kingdom audience? Big cold country audience? Does this ghost have some sort of fetish? Su Qianxian was a bit confused. But seeing the other party's sincere and terrified attitude, she didn't think too much, and could only attribute it to the local customs being special. Then, I won't wipe it. Can I go in now? Su Qianxian cautiously took a step forward. Please. Please go ahead. The ghost-faced butler, like it was sending off a queen mother, knelt and moved its knees to clear the way, not forgetting to turn back and glare fiercely at the two still kneeling A-class two-headed ogre guards. Why aren't you quickly moving the luggage for the honored guest? If you damage the corner of the case, I'll take your heads. So, in the dead silence of the entire scene, the two A-class double-headed ogre guards, like two well-behaved hounds, carefully picked up Su Qianxian's luggage that had been kicked away. Even wiped the dust off with her sleeve, she followed the girl who looked like a breeze could knock her down, becoming her exclusive laborer. And that just climbed up. Park Minju covered her swollen face, incredulously watching this scene. This isn't fair. Why? Clearly, I was the one who used the precious item. That broken iron plate, what on earth is it? She wanted to shout, but found that her throat felt sealed, unable to make a sound. At this moment, the ghostly butler stood up, the flattery on his face instantly disappeared, turning back into the vicious, cruel red-robed ghost. He coldly glanced at Park Minju and the other few dazed foreign players. What are you looking at? Since you don't have money for the entrance fee, let's follow the rules. From now on, you. He pointed at Park Minju, will be assigned to the -2 level morgue, responsible for bathing those decaying corpses. If you don't clean them properly, you won't be allowed to eat. What? Bathe corpses? Park Minju's vision darkened, almost fainting. This was not only filthy and exhausting work, but in that place with the heaviest energy, one could lose their life at any moment. And you all. The ghostly butler looked at the others. Go to the meat processing plant and move the body parts. As for that esteemed guest who just went in. The ghostly butler took a deep breath, his tone becoming extremely complex. Anyone who dares disturb her life experience, I will chop them up and feed them to the dogs. He knew that this deity was someone he could not afford to offend. The best way was to satisfy all her simple requests, let her have fun and leave quickly. The mall's large doors slowly closed. On one side were desperate cries heading to the morgue. On the other side, Su Qianxian curiously surveyed the glamorous mall hall, followed by two A-level devil bodyguards, bowing and scraping. The line between hell and heaven, sometimes, is just a broken iron plate used for leveling a table leg. Chapter 9, How could this dirty work require you to do it yourself? The first-floor hall of the Underworld Chamber of Commerce did not have the horrifying, gory scenes that Su Qianxian imagined. On the contrary, it was extremely luxurious. The floor was laid with pitch-black gloomy wooden planks, each worth a fortune outside. Above hung a giant chandelier made of hundreds of glowing skulls, emitting a soft, pale white glow. There was no bloody smell in the air. Instead, a refreshing cold fragrance replaced it that was the scent of high-quality soul-soothing incense. Ignoring the occasional floating translucent ghostly customers, this place felt just like those top luxury department stores that required capital verification to enter in the real world. Su Qianqian curled her neck, standing somewhat awkwardly in the center of the hall. Behind her, two 3-meter-tall two-headed ogre bodyguards cautiously carried her pink suitcase. Even their breathing was deliberately light, fearing that the thunderous breaths would disturb the little ancestor in front. Mr. Manager? Su Qianqian looked at the ghostly butler still bowing at a 90-degree angle before her, feeling somewhat uncertain. Although she had entered, and the other party seemed to approve of the meal ticket given by her husband. But, the system task said, complete a successful transaction or work. She couldn't just come in for a round and leave, could she? Her husband worked hard to support the family, referring to sleeping on the recliner. Since she was here to join this family, she had to do something real. I am here. The ghostly butler quickly responded, his voice humble like a eunuch steward. I'm here to work and earn money. Su Qianqian gathered her courage, trying to show her value. I learned a bit of housework at home, although I'm not good at cooking, but I can sweep the floor. Or clean the windows? If not, I could help you wash the dishes. When it came to washing dishes, she subconsciously glanced at those greasy rags behind the distant counter, her delicate brow slightly wrinkled. Although a bit reluctant, if it's for the sake of living, I can endure it. However, these words in the ghost-faced butler's ears were like a death warrant. Sweeping the floor? Washing dishes? Letting the madam who holds the supreme black gold order, and still carries the breath of the Abyss Lord do such lowly tasks? If that lord finds out, he might think the guild is deliberately humiliating him. At that time, not only would this branch be in trouble, but even the old bones at the headquarters would be dug out of their coffins and ground to powder by that lord. No. Absolutely not. The ghost-faced butler was so frightened that he almost knelt down again, his pale ghostly face twisted in excessive horror, even adding a hint of crying. With your status, oh no, with your noble background, those hands are meant to count money. How could they touch a filthy thing like a rag? But Su Qianqian felt a bit troubled, her hands twisted together. But if I don't work, the system won't give rewards, and I would have no face to go home for dinner. My husband cooks really well, actually the ingredients are high class. He said if I don't finish my work, there won't be dinner. Hearing no face to go home and no dinner, the ghost-faced butler's mind instantly conjured an image of Qin Ji, cold and lazy, crushing an A-rank fierce ghost with a single finger. It shivered violently. This is not about not having food, but hinting that if not taken care of well, the guild won't even be able to operate. The ghost-faced butler's brain worked frantically. I must find this young lady a job. It can't be tiring, it can't be dirty, it must sound grand, align with the definition of working, and most importantly, she must feel she is putting in effort. Got it. The ghost-faced butler's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Ahem, actually, it's like this. The ghost-faced butler stood straight, adjusted his tailcoat, and said seriously, our guild happens to have a special position that needs someone. We originally wanted to recruit someone with a very high aesthetic taste and unique insights on material management. I see your temperament is extraordinary, and you have come with a VIP token. This position is meant for you. Su Qianqian's eyes brightened upon hearing senior talent. What is the position? The ghost-faced butler was sweating while coming up with a name. It's called Product Display Aesthetics Inspector, part-time, high-end ingredient taster. Su Qianqian blinked in confusion. This long title sounds very professional. What exactly do I need to do? The job is very heavy and critical. The ghost-faced butler earnestly said ridiculous things. You will need to patrol the entire mall's shelves, check for dust. If you see it, I'll scold the responsible fierce ghost. Ensure the product display is beautiful. If it's not pretty, I will get the employees to rearrange it. And most importantly, you need to sample our snacks and drinks to see if the flavors meet the standards. Please make sure to eat and drink well. At this point, the ghost-faced butler bowed deeply, his tone sincere. This is a matter concerning the guild's image. I can't trust anyone else with it, so I must ask you. The salary will be calculated at the highest hourly rate, paid daily. Su Qianqian felt a bit dizzy from the flattering words she received. So this is what an inspector is? It sounds impressive, and it seems quite similar to her directing the servants at home to sort the garden flowers by color, right? Then I'll give it a try? Su Qianqian said softly, lacking confidence. Great. Please come this way. The ghost-faced butler sighed in relief and hurriedly led the way. Meanwhile, the live broadcast switched scenes to two other split screens. In the fresh meat processing area on the basement level of the mall, Sakura Country contestant Inoue Sakura was wearing a rubber apron covered in grease, standing in ankle-deep blood. Before her was a pile of writhing, strange entrails, while a pig-headed supervisor wielded a whip next to her. Hurry up! Haven't you eaten? Pick out the nerves from those eyeballs and snap one for 100 ghost coins. Sakurako Inoue held back the urge to vomit, tweezers in hand, her face pale, no trace of the proud illusionist left. And in the cleaning area of the morgue on the second basement level, it was even worse for Minju Park. The bodies here were not ordinary, they were living corpses corrupted by heavy resentment, rotting and oozing for years. They lay on cold iron beds, occasionally rising to grab people. Minju Park held a brush, crying as she scrubbed a corpse covered in hair. The corpse's mouth spewed a miasma that knocked her out on the spot. But the next second, a bucket of icy water was poured over her head. Wake up and keep working. If you pretend to be dead again, we'll throw you in the incinerator, the overseeing demon laughed viciously. This floor was true hell. Cutting back to the first floor hall, Su Qianqian was working. She was led by a ghost-faced steward to a relatively secluded and elegantly decorated rest area, actually a makeshift manager's office. The view here was open, allowing a glimpse of the shops below. Inspector, please sit, this is the inspection point. The ghost-faced steward snapped his fingers. Immediately, two stunning female ghosts in kipeos floated over. They usually drained the life force from men but now held trays, smiling more perfectly than flight attendants. This is an appetizer for your working meal, please have a taste. The ghost-faced steward personally presented a cup of crimson liquid, the elegant wineglass even glistening with tempting water droplets. What is this? Su Qianqian felt a bit afraid of the red liquid. This couldn't be blood, could it? This is our shop's signature drink, Bloody Mary. The ghost-faced steward introduced, don't be scared, this is definitely not human blood. It's made from ghost flower dew that grows by the river of the dead, mixed with juice from a 100-year-old blood fruit. It's not only sweet and sour, but especially good for your skin. It didn't dare to tell the truth. This drink was truly a tonic in the Eerie Realm. Every drop contained a huge essence of ghostly energy, an ordinary ghost could level up with just one sip. But for women with a Maureen constitution, this was like a divine water for beauty, health, and even awakening some special talents. This cup alone was worth at least 5,000 ghost coins. A juice for beauty. As a girl, the mention of beauty made Su Qianqian's guard drop by half. She leaned in to smell it. There was truly no bloody smell, instead, it had an aroma like a mix of tomato and rose. Then, for the work, I'll take a sip. She found a reason and took a small sip. The moment it hit her tongue, it was icy, then transformed into a warm flow entering her belly. That feeling was like sipping hot ginger soup in the cold winter months, or eating a slice of icy watermelon in summer, as if her entire soul was washed clean. Ding! Detected player intake of S-grade tonic ghost flower dew. Player constitution enhanced. Player spirit power enhanced. Skin whiteness plus 10%, social anxiety symptoms, not alleviated. So delicious. Su Qianqian's eyes lit up in an instant. She hadn't eaten much that morning, because she was scared by a dog, and now this juice eliminated her hunger, replaced by a feeling of energetic vigor. It seems the boss of the Chamber of Commerce is someone who also appreciates life. Su Qianqian thought of Qin Ji, I wonder how much this juice costs. If only I could take a cup home for my husband to try. He's always so lethargic, this would be great for him. The ghost-faced steward, waiting nearby, twitched his mouth upon hearing this. Bring such a top-notch tonic to that killer to drink? That's like feeding grapes to a tiger, thinking he isn't strong enough, right? Can I take it home? Su Qianqian blinked her big eyes and asked. Yes. Absolutely. The ghost-faced steward nodded with tears in his eyes. If you think your work is good, then this is employee benefits. Take whatever you want. As long as I can please this lady, it's fine to offer her a few cups of juice, or even dig out my own century-old ghost pill and give it to her as candy. And so, Su Qianqian began her hard-working job on the first day at the Underworld Merchant Association. She walked ahead, stopping occasionally to point out, that doll is tilted. The ghost employee behind her immediately scrambled to straighten it out. She said, the lights here seem a bit dim. The manager instantly adjusted all the ghost lamps to their brightest setting. The Dragon Kingdom audience in the live broadcast watched this scene, then glanced at Park Minju in the mortuary, each with a complex expression. Although, is this really the legendary fool's luck? What fool's luck? That's the golden value of Lady Qin. This isn't working, this is clearly a secret inspection. This ghost-faced butler must be treating Qianqian like a queen. That cup of juice I checked says it can only be drunk by A-level or above powerful ghosts. Su Qianqian takes a sip and saves others 10 years of cultivation. Amid everyone's envy and jealousy. Time passed slowly. Outside the association's gate, the originally quiet abyss sky unknowingly gathered a thicker black cloud. It wasn't a change in weather, but rather a surge rushing forward, filled with brutality and madness. A tide of ghosts. The natives in the abyss sensed the scent of the living and were on their way to dine. Among them were several B-level and even A-level bullies, who had long wanted to come to the Merchant Association to take advantage. The ghost-faced butler was still introducing the new human skin coat, beautified as high-tech biological fur, to Su Qianqian when it suddenly felt the ground tremble. Its expression changed, and it turned its gaze toward the entrance of the mall. Trouble was coming. It glanced at Su Qianqian, who was feeding a cannibal bodyguard with a piece of pastry. No matter what, these brainless wild ghosts must not disturb this lady's peace. Otherwise. The ghost-faced butler shivered. If that sleeping entity in the old street of the abyss got woken up, it would not be something that merely a few dead ghosts could resolve. Chapter 10, Even if the sky falls outside, we cannot let this lady drop her cake. At 3 in the afternoon. In the eerie world, there isn't a sunny afternoon. The layer of eternal gloom in the sky became denser, like an old cotton blanket soaked in dirty blood, pressing down hard, making it hard to breathe. However, in the VIP lounge on the first floor of the Underworld Merchant Association, the time was peaceful. Su Qianqian held the half-finished Bloody Mary in her hand, and in front of her was a delicately presented plate with a piece of black forest cake freshly made by a 5-star ghost chef, Underworld rating. The cake wasn't made of flour, but from a type of ghostly fungal fiber that only grows on the edges of the abyss cracks, ground into powder, dense in texture, melting in the mouth, with a hint of bitterness, but soothing for the soul to a great extent. So delicious. Su Qianqian scooped a spoonful and put it in her mouth, her eyes squinting happily. The life of a working person didn't seem as tough as she had imagined. Except for the manager beside her, who looked a bit like he was suffering from menopause, everything else here was quite nice. Buzz. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. This tremor was rhythmic. It didn't feel like an earthquake but rather like thousands of heavy footsteps moving uniformly toward the ground. Then, the light outside the lounge's glass windows suddenly dimmed. The blurry streets in the distance now stirred up towering black clouds of dust. In the dust, countless greedy, crimson eyes flickered in the darkness, accompanied by bone-chilling howls. Rushing towards the Chamber of Commerce building. That is the ghost tide. In this bizarre world, it is a man-made disaster more terrifying than natural calamities. Those wandering, landless, hungry ghosts gathered together to form a sweeping tidal wave. They have no reason, only an endless craving for flesh and resources. Manager, is there an earthquake? Su Qianqian put down the small spoon in her hand, looking uneasily at the dark shadow outside the window. And why is the sky outside suddenly so dark? The ghost-faced butler was standing by the window, staring at the ghost tide that was about to break through the outer security line. On its pale face, the expression was worse than crying. The timing couldn't be worse. Leading the charge is the notorious wandering force, the vicious hungry ghost legion. At the forefront is a gluttonous ghost king, half a step into the red cloth level. This guy is notoriously dim-witted, yet has an enormous appetite. Usually, even if the ghost-faced butler couldn't win, it could still rely on the chamber's defensive array to hold the line. But not today. Today, there is a revered Buddha in this room that cannot be disturbed. If a fight breaks out, even if a piece of glass from the ceiling shatters, or a scream scares this lady and makes the cake in her hands drop, the gentleman from the abyss old street would probably cross space and smash the chamber. Cough cough. There's no earthquake, and it's not getting dark. The ghost-faced butler abruptly pulled the heavy black velvet curtains, blocking the terrifying scene outside. It turned around, and a standard, flattering smile immediately appeared on its face, but due to nervousness, the muscles looked somewhat unnatural and twitched. This is our chamber doing renovation. Right, a big renovation. Those people outside are just the demolition crew we hired. It's a bit noisy and dusty. Demolition crew? Su Qianqian tilted her head, her simple mind not suspecting anything. Oh, your construction crew has quite a few people, huh? Sounds lively. Yes, yes. To provide better service for honored guests like you. The ghost-faced butler wiped its sweat and laughed dryly. Please, continue eating, don't get up. It's very dusty outside, not good for your skin. After saying that, it gave a fierce look to several female ghost waiters in cheapal beside it, as if saying, do a good job of guarding. If she hears even a bit of ghostly noise, I'll pull out your tongues. The several female ghosts turned pale with fright, quickly surrounding Su Qianqian. Some poured tea, some fanned her, and some even pulled out an ancient zither from nowhere and began to play an elegant requiem, focusing on using the background music to cover the sound of battle. Seeing this, the ghost-faced butler took a deep breath and quietly exited the resting area. As soon as it closed the door, the smile on its face vanished, replaced by a chilling killing intent and desperate urgency. Quick! Notify all security. Whether it is the salespeople upstairs or the meat cutters downstairs, all B-level and above staff must gather at the main entrance. The ghost-faced butler growled in a low voice, activate the highest level soundproof barrier. Even if we die, we cannot let those filthy creatures rush into the first floor hall. Underworld Chamber of Commerce, level B2. In the corpse-strewn mortuary, the originally faint lights began to flicker. Park Min-ju had just pulled herself out from a pile of fermenting entrails. She could no longer vomit, her entire body smelling like a rat pulled from a sewer. Ah, is this how I really die in here? She slumped helplessly on the ground, looking at the overseeing evil ghost beside her that was still whipping her with a whip. At that moment, the overseeing evil ghost suddenly changed its expression, its flesh lump resembling an alarm started to flicker wildly. Level 1 alert? Ghost tide attacking the city? A trace of gruesome terror appeared on the overseeing evil ghost's face. Suddenly, it looked down at the group of players on the ground, a cruel glint flashing in its eyes. You're lucky, you filthy commoners. It lashed the whip across Park Min-ju's body, saying, if you don't want to die, get up. Something is coming to take over, the guild needs cannon fodder. As long as you can hold on for 10 minutes, today's pay is doubled. Cannon fodder? Park Min-ju trembled all over. Though she knew going would mean death, if she didn't go, this manager demon would eat her alive. I'll go. She said as she shivered, getting up and being herded towards the first floor with a few other surviving players. When they were awkwardly driven to the back of the guild's front line, Park Min-ju looked through the glass door and saw a scene she would never forget in her life. Inside the mall. In the center of that huge, luxurious first-floor hall filled with fragrance, a golden light curtain enveloped the area. It was the guild's soundproof protection shield. Inside the light curtain, Su Chanqian was like an elegant little princess, holding a small spoon, eating cake. Some beautiful female ghosts were giving her a shoulder massage and leg rubs. The scene was so beautiful it felt like an unreal dream. But just a door away outside, thousands of evil spirits were crazily battering the guild's defense barrier like zombies besieging a city. Roar! The leading gluttony demon king was 5 meters tall, waving a massive bone club. Each strike against the barrier caused a deafening tremor. Listen up, ladies inside. The gluttony demon king roared like a broken bellows, surrender all the valuables. Also, I smell a delicious living human scent inside. That's the finest flesh and blood. Its greedy gaze seemed to pierce through the walls, locking onto the direction of the resting area. The ghostly-faced butler stood at the door, holding a black umbrella, A-grade ghost weapon. His face was as dark as the stormy sky. Sure enough, it was lured by the fragrance of that lady. Not only was it the vitality of humans, but also the spiritual power exuded from that glass of Bloody Mary, which for these hungry wild ghosts was like a spotlight in the night. Want to enter the guild? The ghostly-faced butler gritted his teeth. You'll have to step over my dead body. He couldn't retreat. If he died, it would be a mere negligence. But if he let these filthy things in and disturbed that presence inside, if the Great One from the Abyss descended in anger, it would be far worse than death. Then let's make it happen. All of you, charge. The gluttony demon king roared, and the tide of ghosts surged behind him, rushing towards the guild's main entrance like a flood. Boom! The first violent impact made the entire guild building shake. Inside the resting area, Su Chanqian's spoon tilted, accidentally poking through the cherry on top of her cake. Ha! She felt her chair wobble heavily, and through the somewhat off-key piano notes, she vaguely heard a very unpleasant scream. Is this also renovation? Su Chanqian felt a little uneasy. She stood up, wanting to pull back the curtains to take a look. Why do I feel something is off? It seems like someone is arguing? No. Don't. One of the female ghosts responsible for playing music was so anxious that she pressed her hand against the piano strings, her fingers bleeding, but she had to keep a stiff smile on her face. Miss Su, this is normal. They're just breaking a wall. Yes, breaking a load-bearing wall, the noise must be huge. But Su Chanqian, though socially anxious, wasn't foolish. How can a renovation crew break walls and still produce cries? Moreover, that sound was particularly like the siege noises from the horror movies she had watched. Could there be bad people? If there really are bad people, then the guild people have treated her so well, shouldn't she help them? Besides, this falls under the inspector's work duties, right? Security issues are also part of the inspection. A strong sense of responsibility and curiosity drove Su Chanqian. No, I have to go take a look. Ignoring the ghost lady's obstruction, she stubbornly lifted her skirt and walked toward the lounge's door. Oh no. The ghost ladies covered their faces in despair. They couldn't stop her. They didn't dare to forcefully intervene. Who would dare to touch this lady? They might lose their souls in the next second. Click. The door to the lounge was pushed open. The moment Su Chanqian stepped out, the sounds that had been isolated became much clearer, even if weakened by the barrier. Sounds of fighting, crashing, and heavy objects falling filled the air. She walked to the edge of the hall, looking through the gradually cracking transparent barrier, seeing the hellish scene outside. In the square, the ghost-faced butler's tailcoat was already ripped, one arm twisted and dangling awkwardly as he struggled to fend off the onslaught of the gluttonous ghost king. The two two-headed ogre bodyguards were covered in blood, lying on the ground, one with a smashed-in head. And cannon fodder like Park Minju were curled up in the corner, frightened into silent tears by a few crawling little ghosts. Is this a demolition team? Su Chanqian's pupils shrank slightly. Though well protected, at that moment, her timid yet clever mind quickly connected the dots. This was not a renovation. Someone was robbing them. And look at that big monster's greedy eyes, clearly, coming straight for here. Stop. Although she didn't know if she could help, seeing her manager, who had treated her kindly just moments ago, beaten and spitting blood ignited a courage she didn't know she had. Though her voice was soft, in the noisy battlefield, it had a strange penetrating power. The gluttonous Ghost King's attack on the barrier paused. Through the cracked shield, it saw Su Chanqian standing in the center of the hall, wearing a light pink custom dress, looking pure like an angel. Gulp. The Ghost King swallowed hard. Perfect. This was like a human-shaped elixir. Eating her could not only elevate it to the red dress level but possibly give a glimpse into a higher realm of Ghost Kings. So the main character is here. The gluttonous Ghost King grinned wickedly, completely ignoring the injured ghost-faced butler, raising its blood-soaked bone club with all its might, aiming for the already cracked gap in the defense. And brought it down hard. Hand her over. It's over. The ghost-faced butler lay on the ground, watching helplessly as the last layer of the barrier was about to break, his eyes filled with despair. It couldn't hold on any longer. And at that moment, facing the giant monster standing 3 times taller than her, radiating a nauseating aura, Su Chanqian was so scared her legs shook. But she did not run away. She instinctively reached into her shirt collar, tightly grasping the iron metal her husband said could it defend against debt, which she brought from home. No, you can't bully people. Shaking, she pulled out the greasy supreme black gold token, awkwardly raising it in front of her chest, like holding some sacred shield. You are not welcome here. Get out. With her spirited shout, the gluttonous Ghost King's club finally came down, striking the seemingly fragile girl. Die. However, its roar abruptly stopped in the next second. Because the black iron metal, which had been in a silent standby state, finally was stirred into action as it sensed the deadly murderous intent locking onto its owner. Boom! There was no explosion sound. But a wave of extreme darkness erupted from that small iron metal in an instant. A giant black hand, seemingly formed from pure abyssal shadows, abruptly stretched out from the void, swatting down the gluttonous Ghost King's ever-present bone club. Gently, with a squeeze. Crack! The A-grade ghost weapon instantly crumbled into dust. Immediately after, a lazy voice, laced with a touch of morning grumpiness, froze every ghost and soul in the vicinity. Who is smashing my family's income? If you want to die, there's no need to line up. Chapter 11, just because of a cake, you destroyed the A-grade Ghost King? Deathly silence. A suffocating silence. The vast plaza of the Underworld Merchant Association was so quiet that it felt as if even the wind had stopped blowing. The A-grade ghost weapon, the bone-crushing soul stick, in that enormous black shadow's hand was like a fragile cookie stick. With a crack, it turned into a sky full of pale powder, drifting down. Some of the bone dust even landed on the 2 large, ugly heads of the Gluttony Ghost King, turning its originally dark and fierce face into something somewhat comical. The Gluttony Ghost King's once overwhelming roar was choked in its throat. It remained frozen, its arm raised high, staring with its twin eyes like bronze bells at the front, or rather, at the iron badge emitting an eerie black light. Hiss. Its massive body began to tremble uncontrollably, its purple-black muscles spasming like waves. It felt it. Behind that black shadowy hand, there connected an invisible passage. At the other end of the passage, a pair of eyes, devoid of emotion, looked down on it as if it were a trivial bug, casually scanning it. Then, the voice echoed again. That voice was not loud, it did not roar like the Ghost King's deafening growl. It was deep, magnetic, and carried a hint of lazy hoarseness, resonating through the supreme black gold order clearly within every corner of the plaza, echoing deep within every evil ghost's soul. Just now, did you break the table? The voice paused, as if recalling something important, and a trace of obvious displeasure crept into its tone. That black forest cake. TSK, I just had the ghost chef make it yesterday, and I even hesitated to throw away the cherries on top. Actually, this wasn't the case at all, but he needed an excuse to protect it. You broke it. Then, I'll take your life, or just lighten it up, let's take your 2 teeth as compensation. The moment the voice fell, the greed and ferocity in the Gluttony Ghost King's eyes instantly faded, replaced by a fear capable of shattering souls. It recognized this aura. 1,000 years ago, during the siege of the Abyss Old Street, it was merely a small ghost waving a flag in the back. It had witnessed that man drive a chopstick through the then Abyss Overlord, pinning him to the city wall. That was a taboo in the entire strange world. That, already retired killing god. Thud. A great sound, even louder than the earlier noise of smashing the barrier. The A-grade gluttony Ghost King, towering 5 meters and ruling over a tide of ghosts, without a moment's hesitation, dropped to its knees. The hard granite ground was instantly shattered under its knees, and its entire body sank deep into the earth from this action. It did not even dare to raise its head, even though the person before it was merely a little girl, shorter than its knee. Master. The gluttony Ghost King let out a tragic wail like a pig being slaughtered, its voice trembling out of tune. I should die. I'm blind. I didn't know your family member was in there experiencing life. Don't mention just a cake. Even if you want this merchant association building, I will carry bricks for you piece by piece. Bang. 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 It frantically knocked its head to the iron badge in Su Qianqian's hands. Each thud raised clouds of dust and blood. Soon, its hard forehead was already bloodied and mangled. Su Qianqian. She still maintained that somewhat rigid, holding up the badge posture. Her small mouth slightly opened in an O shape, her eyes filled with utmost confusion. She heard Qin Ji's voice. Honey? Su Qianqian whispered, her original fear replaced by immense surprise and grievance. Honey? Is it really you? From the iron plate came Qin Ji's faint nasal voice. Isn't it tiring to hold your hand up that high? Put it down. Oh. Su Qianqian quickly lowered her hand, rubbing her slightly sore wrist, then looked at the monster in front of her that resembled a mountain. Her small head turned, as if she was trying hard to understand what was happening before her. After a moment, she showed an expression of I see. Honey, you are amazing. Su Qianqian whispered in admiration. This big guy must owe more money to that mall owner, right? So when he heard you were the creditor, he got scared like this? In her simple worldview, Qin Ji equals creditor's client equals legal debt collector. This monster equals malicious debtor equals afraid of being caught. The logic is closed, perfectly so. On the other side of the iron plate, Qin Ji, lying in the rocking chair, was silent for a moment, then a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. About that. At this moment, the gluttony demon king, listening to this couple's flirting, was sweating profusely like a small river. Though it didn't know what debt meant, that lord said, pull out 2 teeth in payment. That lord's words were like a divine decree. If it was a second late, it wouldn't just be teeth on the line, it would be the lives of the whole family. Crack. Under the terrified gaze of thousands of evil spirits and billions of viewers in the live broadcast, the gluttony demon king suddenly extended its sharp claws, forcefully inserting them into its own head's mouth, and pulled hard. A heart-wrenching muffled groan echoed. A half-meter long, gleaming with a cold light, core-poisoned fawn was uprooted. Blood spurted out wildly. And it wasn't over yet. It used the same force to pull out the fawn from its other head as well. 2 A-grade demon fangs, core material sufficient to exchange for a city in the demon world, were bloodily held in its palm, tremblingly lifted over its head, and presented to Su Qianqian. Aunt, Granny. This is my apology. The gluttony demon king was twitching in pain, but still had to squeeze out a flattering expression. These teeth, they can be ground into powder, soaked in water to drink. Good for calcium. The loss from the cake. Is this enough to compensate? Su Qianqian looked at the bloodied hand and the huge teeth, stepping back in disgust. So disgusting. I don't want to eat this for calcium. She pouted but still didn't want to make it difficult for her husband, as this could be seen as interest from debt collection. Forget it, just throw it in the trash can over there. Gluttony demon king. A-grade demon king's core fawn, thrown in the trash can? But it did not dare to object at all and immediately threw the priceless fawn into the nearby wastebasket, feeling relieved. This scene had an immense psychological impact on audiences worldwide. In the corner, curled up, the contestant from Dehan country, Park Minju, was looking at Su Qianqian with a gaze that resembled that of watching a monster, her nails digging deep into her flesh, almost mad with jealousy. Why? What on earth is that F-grade man? He didn't even show his face, yet just with a voice, he scared the A-grade demon king like this? This is not scientific. This must be a script. This is Dragon Country cheating. However, what made her even more desperate was yet to come. The ghost-faced butler, who had been lying on the ground, finally found an opportunity. It struggled to get up, covering its bleeding severed arm, limping but racing quickly to the front. Hurry! What are you all doing? The ghost-faced butler shouted angrily at the group of evil spirit security, salespeople, and butchers who had long been stunned. Aren't you going to calm Mrs. Qin down? If you scare her makeup away, can you afford it? Boom! Under the leadership of the ghost-faced steward, all the B-grade and higher employees in the Chamber of Commerce bowed to Su Qianqian in unison. Their movements were synchronized, more precise than military drills. The lady is startled. The shout echoed thunderously. Get out, get out! All of you, get away from here. The ghost-faced steward turned around, fiercely driving away the group of poor relatives outside the raging hungry ghost army. Take your filthy group 500 meters, no, 5 kilometers away from the Chamber of Commerce's door. Don't let the stench reach the lady. The gluttonous king, as if pardoned, rolled and crawled away with his minions, disappearing without a trace within seconds, leaving only a mess behind. The plaza was finally quiet. The crisis that had just been overwhelming, as if it would destroy the world, was snuffed out like a joke. In the iron plate, the shadow of the abyssal hand gradually dissipated. Qin Ji's voice sounded one last time, carrying a hint of casual concern. All right, finish up the shopping and come back early. The rice in the pot is going to get cold. Su Chanqian, holding the iron plate, nodded like a chick pecking at rice, her face blooming into an extremely sweet smile. Got it, husband. I'll be done shopping and home right away. She lifted her head to look at the ghost-faced steward in front of her, who was bowing so low it seemed like he aged 10 years in an instant. Manager? Su Chanqian shyly pointed at the shattered glass door and the blood on the ground. Your mall's security really works hard. Although that monster ran away, my duty as a patroller isn't done yet. The ghost-faced steward looked at her innocent face, still wanting to continue working, and felt his mindset completely collapse. If he let her work a bit longer, this mall would probably be flattened by tomorrow. Madam! My dear aunt! The ghost-faced steward was tearing up. Please spare us. Let today's shift end here. I beg you, consider it our mall begging you to accept today's wages, oh no, and bonuses. Triple, tenfold bonuses. It cried while turning back and frantically waving inside. Quick! Bring out the shopping cart. As long as the lady agrees to leave work, the whole mall, she can empty it if she wants. Chapter 12, as long as you're willing to leave, the whole mall can be emptied. In the mall's hall, the air still lingered with a suffocating smell of blood after just experiencing a life-and-death catastrophe. But strangely, the atmosphere at this moment wasn't gloomy, rather, it was filled with a near-absurd warmth. Really not going to stay for dinner? Madam? Not going to inspect a bit longer? The second floor's Wraith lingerie section and the third floor's human skin home textiles area have prepared the latest seasonal exhibits for you. The ghost-faced steward covered its already broken left arm, desperately trying to connect it with ghostly energy, forcing a brilliant smile on its pale face. Although it politely urged her to stay, its long eyes clearly wrote two massive words, "Get out." Don't get me wrong, it didn't disrespect Su Chanqian. It respected her too much, feeling that even its breathing was desecrating this lady's kin. More importantly, the previous lesson from the gluttonous king was fresh in its mind just moments ago. That lord had crushed the ghost king's A-grade intrinsic weapon. If this lady stayed another minute, what if she accidentally bumped into something, or felt that the air wasn't fresh enough? The ghost-faced steward felt that even 100 heads wouldn't be enough for that lord of the abyss to crush. Su Chanqian, of course, didn't understand the complex thoughts of the other party. She only felt that she had truly encountered good people today. Not only wasn't she bullied by bad people, but this seemingly eerie manager was also so enthusiastic about wanting her to stay for dinner. No, really no need. Su Chanqian waved her hand a bit shyly, recalling Qin Ji's voice transmitted through the iron plate. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a small arc. My husband said dinner is ready. If I don't go back, he will surely worry. And also. She glanced at the two ogre security guards lying on the ground like puppies that had done something wrong, still recovering from the shock, and said apologetically. And it seems your mall is quite chaotic right now, so I won't trouble you any further. Listen. How considerate these words are. If it were a different scene, the ghost-faced steward would surely be moved to tears. But now, it only felt like a divine pardon. Madam is right. Family is waiting at home, we can't let them worry. The ghost-faced steward, as if released from a heavy burden, immediately turned around. The waist that had been slightly bent due to pain straightened up in an instant, and it bellowed at the group of ghostly staff members who had also survived the ordeal. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear the madam is going home? Where's the shopping cart? The gifts? Are they all dead? Bring out our best stuff from the storeroom. Su Chanqian was stunned. Gifts, gifts? Of course. This is the mall's rule. The ghost-faced steward said with righteous indignation, you were frightened while shopping here, although you really weren't, and not only didn't you hold it against us, but instead helped us chase away the troublesome ruffians, even though it was your husband who acted. This is compensation for emotional damages. Plus labor fees. And a year-end bonus. Under its spittle-flying command, amidst the rolling sound of wheels, a full 20 large shopping carts, piled high like small mountains, were pushed out from the VIP passage by a group of eager faceless ghost attendants, all neatly lined up in front of Su Chanqian. The global live stream audience was stunned. The viewers from Long Kingdom were even pressing their eyes against the screen. What these carts held was nothing ordinary, not like the chips and cola from a regular supermarket. The first cart was filled with translucent capsules that emitted a deep blue glow. Deep-sea concentrated oil, level A potion. Extracted from the brain marrow of abyssal giant whales, it greatly enhances mental capacity and even repairs soul damage. It is a life-saving medicine for monsters and an enlightening miracle for humans. The second cart had several sets of garments shimmering with colors, as light and soft as moonlight. River of the Underworld Silk Dress, Level S Armor. Though it looks like an ordinary dress, its physical defense is comparable to tank armor, and it can clean itself, stay warm in winter and cool in summer, even resisting full-force strikes from ghosts of the red clothes level. In the third cart, there were all kinds of gem jewelry, red as blood and green as ghost fire, each piece priced dearly in mysterious catalogs. Blood Jade Soul Bracelet, Ghost Bone Relic Necklace. As for the carts behind those, they were all completely filled with top-tier ingredients from the netherworld. Thick as an arm extreme cold ice silkworm, though it looks like a worm, it tastes amazing, still quivering dragon heart slices, and even jars of Yellow Springs brew buried for 100 years. These items combined could buy 10 such trade associations. But in the eyes of the ghost-faced steward, these possessions were nothing compared to a life. It even felt it wasn't enough. After all, what it sent off was not a person, but a nuclear missile launcher that could explode at any time. This is too valuable. Su Chanqian looked at the mountain of goods, and her first reaction was not greed, but fear. As the daughter of the richest man, she could tell these items were extraordinary in material, although the deep-sea fish oil looked a bit strange, but the fabric of those dresses was definitely better than anything in her family's high fashion. I didn't do anything, how can I accept this? Su Chanqian was a bit conflicted, rubbing her fingers together. Her mother had taught her not to take things from strangers, especially such valuable ones. Oh my goodness. Please just accept it. The ghost-faced steward was almost ready to kneel. Its face was filled with desperation. These things here are our inventory. Overstocks. Unsold goods. If you're not interested, we can only throw them in the trash. Please, I beg you, help us clear out our inventory. Inventory? Throw in the trash? Su Chanqian looked at the sparkling S-class armor skirt with some suspicion. Could it be that the aesthetic and quality standards of this strange world are really so high? Are these all off-season discounted items? Yes. Look at this skirt, the color is old, it actually isn't. And this fish oil, it's almost expired, it still has 1,000 years of shelf life. Several clever female ghost attendants quickly echoed, desperately trashing their premium products. Then, I'll pick some practical ones. Su Chanqian still felt that she shouldn't take everything, that would be too impolite. She walked to the shopping cart and picked a bunch of things that looked like ingredients and snacks. After all, her husband seemed to enjoy eating. She also took 2 bottles of deep-sea fish oil, thinking her husband's pale complexion definitely needed some nourishment. Finally, her gaze landed on a blood-red bracelet, which she thought looked quite nice, so she took one as well. That's it, you can keep the rest to sell. Su Chanqian said obediently. The ghost-faced butler felt a pang of pain, not from giving away the items, but from the anxiety of not being able to sell them. Seeing that Su Chanqian didn't take more, it had a flash of inspiration and stuffed the remaining items into Su Chanqian's 3 originally empty boxes. The items had already been taken out, and those bags that couldn't fit. Don't be polite. These are all gifts. Buy 1, get 10. Under its firm yet humble action, the 3 boxes that Su Chanqian brought were filled to the brim again, and there were even 5 large woven bags added. Su Chanqian looked at this pile that was taller than her and fell into deep thought. But, so much, I can't carry it. She said awkwardly. Although she had strength, she only had 2 hands. What's the difficulty in that? The ghost-faced butler sneered, turning to look at the 2 ogre security guards, though heavily injured, could still work as long as they weren't dead. Useless. Why are you still lying there? Did you not hear the lady's troubles? Cannot you even understand basic services like delivering goods? The 2 A-class 2-headed ogres were once the tyrants feared by everyone in this area. But now they were in tears, even if they had broken legs, they had to crawl up. Deliver. Must deliver. Madam, feel free to leave empty-handed. If you have to lift a finger to carry anything, we'll twist off these 4 heads for you to use as a ball. They rushed to carry those huge woven bags, one person carrying 2 boxes, standing behind Su Chanqian like the most loyal slaves. From this moment on, the live stream became incredibly magical. Su Chanqian held a half-finished drink in one hand, cradling the supreme black gold token and a cute ghost fire doll she snagged from the store, walking effortlessly ahead. Behind her, 2 terrifying ogres, looking like movers, huffing and puffing as they carried the pile of priceless off-season goods, carefully watching their steps, afraid they might disturb the little ancestor in front. And the backdrop for all this? Those players from various countries who were forcibly drafted to be cannon fodder. They were curled up in the corners, covered in blood and dust left from the previous battle. Park Minju covered her swollen face, watching Su Chanshan's glorious wedding-like figure, tears mixed with blood flowing from her eyes. It's not fair, it's just not fair. Her voice was hoarse, sounding as dreadful as a crow. Why can she get so much without doing anything? Why can that person make the Ghost King kneel with just one word? What on earth is that iron token? Bang! Just as she was still complaining, a barbed mop handle smashed heavily in front of her. The ghost-faced butler, who had originally smiled like a flower in front of Su Chanshan, turned his face, instantly becoming sinister and terrifying. With his resentment nowhere to go, he happened to see this group of useless fools without perception. What are you looking at? The ghost-faced butler said darkly, licking the wound on his severed arm with his tongue. That master has left. Do you think you can leave too? Didn't you say, as long as we hold on for 10 minutes, the payment will double? A player asked tremulously. Ha! The ghost-faced butler revealed a cruel smile. The payment has indeed doubled, but the floor is dirty. We need to deduct a cleaning fee. He pointed at the bloodstains all over the floor of the hall. There was blood from the Ghost King and blood from the bodyguards, remnants left from the explosion of that abyssal giant hand a moment ago. Since you enjoy watching the show so much, why not stay and work overtime? Before anyone can dare to stop after licking the bloodstains out of these floor tiles seems clean, I will stuff him into the meat grinder to make tomorrow's special meat buns. What? Lick it clean? Park Minju looked at the hall, which covered several thousand square meters, and at the corrosive ghost blood still emitting toxic gas. Her eyes went black, and she completely broke down. On one side was the glamorous, triumphant queen of zero-cost shopping. On the other side was the pitiful bug forced to kneel on the ground, using her tongue to clean up the battlefield remains. This extreme contrast left all the viewers in silence. Even the most saintly person, when looking at the miserable state of the contestant from the Great Han country, could not utter a word of sympathy. Because they still remembered that just half an hour ago, this woman had been viciously cursing Su Chanshan to be crushed into meat paste. The heavy doors of the Underworld Commercial Association closed behind Su Chanshan, leaving hell inside. And outside the mall, in the blood-colored fog, Su Chanshan breathed in the murky but free air outside and glanced back at the two obediently following tall bodyguards behind her. She touched the cold iron plate in her arms, and a sense of sweetness and pride she had never felt before welled up in her heart. This collateral given by my husband is actually so valuable. It seems he must have done many good deeds before. He must have lent a lot of money for everyone to respect him, or fear him, so much. She quickened her steps. Though the way home was still long, just thinking about that slightly worn but warm little courtyard, and that man who, while not talkative, could always give her a sense of security at critical moments. And that dinner promised beforehand. Su Chanshan felt that this terrifying and strange world didn't seem so hard to endure anymore. Chapter 13 Going home. This broken manor is even more comfortable than a 5-star hotel? At the entrance of the old street of the Abyss, there was an invisible boundary. When Su Chanshan crossed that intangible line, the noisy roar from the outside, the strong smell of blood, and that ever-present sense of oppression were abruptly cut off by some divine power. In their place was a somewhat murky but peaceful air and the low humming of unknown insects. Until she saw her shabby wooden door and two dimly lit red lanterns, the nerves that had been tense all afternoon finally relaxed completely. Even if this place was rated as an F-level ruin by the system, in her eyes at that moment, not even a presidential suite could compare to a corner of this little courtyard's eaves. Madam? Behind her, there were two tremoring loud noises. Those were the two ogre bodyguards carrying large and small bags who, at this moment, unexpectedly knelt down simultaneously. They were not bowing, rather, their legs had given way. As perceptive A-level demons, they could clearly sense the kind of horror lurking in the seemingly calm courtyard ahead. Every breath emanating from there made these monsters of their level feel suffocated. It was an absolute crushing on the level of life. The front is the forbidden zone. Step in half a pace, and it is complete annihilation. We will stop here. On the left, the ogre's teeth trembled as it gently placed the huge woven bag on the bluestone slab. The road inside, with our lowly status, we are not worthy to stain. Aren't you coming in for a drink of water? Su Chanshan felt a bit apologetic. These bags are quite heavy. No. Not tired. Not tired at all. The two ogres shook their heads frantically, as if throwing away a hot potato, quickly piled all the luggage at the doorway, and bowed deeply toward the courtyard gate. Even if the door was closed, they did not dare to show any disrespect. Wishing the lady a pleasant meal. After saying this, these two fierce-looking bodyguards in the market dashed away like rabbits chased by wolves, their four limbs moving as one, disappearing into the mist in the blink of an eye, as if a monstrous flood was behind them. It's really strange. Su Chanshan scratched her head, looking at the pile of goods that resembled a small mountain on the ground. Is it really that scary here? The environment seems quite nice. Woof! Woof! At that moment, a familiar barking sound came from inside the courtyard gate. The gap in the door was pushed open, and a dark earth dog came running out, wagging its tail, bumping against Su Chanshan's legs, even eagerly helping her pick up a tote bag. It was Wang Kai, the three-headed hellhound, single-headed disguise version. Wang Kai. I'm back. Su Chanshan squatted down and rubbed the dog's head vigorously, which was even a bit prickly. For some reason, this dog felt very warm, as if it was carrying a furnace, making it especially comfortable to hold in this cold and gloomy world. Wang Kai's inner thoughts, that. Mistress, be gentle, I just swallowed a careless A-level malevolent spirit in the backyard, and I'm still trying to suppress my fiery temper. With Wang Kai's help, actually, it was Qin Ji controlling the gravity remotely, making those bags lighter. Su Chanshan struggled to drag the pile of loot slowly into the courtyard. As soon as she entered the foyer, a rich and dominant aroma of food caught her soul. It wasn't the smell of takeaway frozen meals, but the genuine smell of stir-fried dishes filled with the essence of life, mixed with a certain unique sweetness of rice, which made Su Chanshan, who had just had a Bloody Mary and felt full, strangely feel a hint of hunger. Back? Qin Ji's voice came from the backyard. Su Chanshan dropped her luggage and ran through the hall with her skirt lifted. Under the grapevine, a 1,000-year-old demon plant, Qin Ji had set up a stone table. He wasn't wearing the loose pajamas but had changed into a black shirt, with the sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, revealing a smooth forearm. He sat casually on the stone bench, with a bizarre red grapevine over his head, holding a white porcelain bowl to serve soup. That scene had a difficult to express contrasting beauty. It was like a celestial being isolated from the world, yet touched by the smoke of the earthly realm. Husband. Su Chanshan ran over, the strength she had been holding up outside instantly collapsed, her voice softening several degrees. I completed the task. Look, I brought back so many things without spending any money. She looked like a little student eager for praise after scoring 100 points, her peach blossom eyes filled with expectation. Qin Ji put down the soup bowl, raising his eyes to look at the girl in front of him, who looked glamorous yet had slightly messy hair. He certainly knew what she had experienced. He also knew how she had unknowingly treated herself like a human accessory. But looking at her lively appearance, completely unscathed by fear, Qin Ji's lips curled up slightly. Well, impressive. He casually pulled the stone bench beside him. Sit down and eat. Wow. After Su Chanshan sat down, her gaze was drawn to the dishes on the table. Although it was just a simple 3 dishes and 1 soup, in this strange world, it felt so out of place. A plate of stir-fried pork kidney, slices of the abyssal dragon's kidneys. Fried fiercely in a roaring flame, each slice contains enough vitality to wash away the marrow of ordinary people. A plate of stir-fried vegetables, actually emerald fairy vines that grow by the banks of the Wangchuan River, crisp and tender, possessing a strong effect of calming the heart and soothing the spirit. A plate of braised pork, this is real 500-year-old Thai sway meat, fatty yet not greasy, prolonging life. And that bowl of soup, the milky broth swirls with a few red dates, exuding an enticing exotic aroma. This is... Su Chanshan, although unable to discern the essence of the ingredients, could tell by the appearance that it was not an ordinary item. How much does this cost? Are we not getting by? Qin Jiman, seemingly indifferent, placed a piece of kidney into her bowl. All of this is wild game from the back mountain, and the vegetables are from our garden. No cost. In reality, that magic dragon was the one Qin Jiman had slapped down last night while it tried to fly over the abyss, left over for a midnight snack. So this place can hunt and farm? Su Chanshan had a new misunderstanding about the resources in this F-level area. It seems we won't have to worry too much about living expenses in the future. She was no longer modest, picking up a piece of meat and putting it into her mouth. The moment it entered her mouth, the soft and chewy texture burst on her tongue, followed by a warm current sliding down her throat into her stomach, quickly spreading throughout her limbs. The previous fatigue from the tension in the mall and the heart palpitations caused by the oppressive aura of the evil spirits immediately vanished under this warm flow. Delicious. Better than those Michelin 3-star dishes. Su Chanshan's eyes squinted in delight, and her pale face regained a rosy glow. The viewers in the live stream were getting hungry. Other competitors are still eating compressed biscuits and cold water, and she's eating braised pork? This is not a national luck game, this is simply the life everyone yearns for. Did you notice that after Chanshan finished eating that meat, her spirit seems completely different? I suspect that's not ordinary pork. No kidding. Whatever Qin Dao makes, it must be top quality. Even if it's pork, it's surely some magical pig. After the meal, Su Chanshan felt filled with strength, even capable of running 3 kilometers. She thought of the plaque in her arms, quickly took it out, and handed it back to Qin Jiman with both hands. Husband, this is for you. You didn't lie to me, this thing is really super useful. Su Chanshan said excitedly, gesturing, just lifting it once, those fierce monsters were all scared to kneel. That manager didn't even dare to take the money and gave me a bunch of freebies. She lowered her voice, leaning close to Qin Jiman with a look of having uncovered a monumental secret. Husband, honestly tell me, weren't you involved in things here before? She made a cutting finger social gesture. Qin Ji took the black gold token still stained with grease, looked at Su Qianqian's eyes full of imagination, and raised an eyebrow. Pretty much. He casually tossed the sacred object that could command the abyss chamber of commerce under the table, continued using it as a footpad. This area used to have bad security. I managed it for a few years and collected some protection fees. Those people were quite reasonable. Su Qianqian nodded in belief. Indeed. Even though her husband seemed lazy and decadent now, he must have been the kind of imposing strongman in his youth. This explains why everyone fears him so much. What a sense of security. By the way, Su Qianqian suddenly remembered something and hurried over to rummage through a pile of spoils. In a short while, she returned holding 2 translucent deep blue small bottles. This is the deep-sea fish oil that the manager gave me. She presented the bottles to Qin Ji like a treasure, her eyes full of concern. I specially asked, "This is very good for the body." "Husband, look at your pale face, you usually don't move much, so you must be a bit, well, physically weak. Remember to take it regularly. Strive to get your body back in shape soon." Qin Ji looked at the 2 bottles of low-level elixirs in his hand, which to him were even less significant than sugar beans. He glanced again at Su Qianqian's sincere eyes. Weak? He, the abyss evil god, whose physical body is immortal and indestructible, how could this girl think he is weak? Qin Ji ground his back teeth, wanting to prove tonight whether he was really weak or not. But seeing her innocent expression, he finally just sighed helplessly and put the bottles away. "All right. I'll eat it." "Then you shouldn't be idle either." Qin Ji stood up and pointed to the counter in the room. "The task is done, the system rewards should be here, right? Go over to that cabinet and pick a few sheets of waste paper." Waste paper? Yes, some items that people who owed debts pledged before. I'm too lazy to collect them. You can take a few as proof in case you encounter unreasonable people again when you go out. Chapter 14, Husband's Return Gift. What are these waste papers in this drawer? Under the grape trellis in the courtyard, the evening breeze was slightly cool. The satisfied black dog, Wang Kai, lay under the stone table, comfortably chewing on the unfinished bone of a magic dragon, occasionally letting out contented snores. Su Qianqian was about to clean the table when a series of crisp and pleasant system notification sounds suddenly echoed in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Country player Su Qianqian for successfully completing the first forced mission. Mission rating, SSS grade, perfect. Evaluation, not only did you complete the inspection work at the Underworld Chamber of Commerce without a scratch, but you also didn't pay any reward and even let the A-grade evil spirit willingly offer up materials worth millions of Underworld coins. Your dominance and authority caused the Eerie to tremble in fear. Hearing the words dominance and authority, Su Qianqian's little face flushed with embarrassment. It was clearly that manager who was too polite and insisted on giving special products. How could that be called dominance? Issuing mission reward, soul nourishing pill times 1, S-grade quality, national fortune value plus 100, B-grade spirit rain falls in the Dragon Country. As the system voice fell, a delicate white jade bottle appeared in Su Qianqian's hand, glowing brightly. Before the bottle cap was opened, a refreshing and enchanting fragrance wafted out, and just a whiff made one feel clear-headed, as if the soul was cleansed. Soul nourishing pill? Su Qianqian looked at the elixir bottle in her hand, and automatically the description of this item emerged in her mind. S-grade supplement, can greatly nourish the soul, repair soul damage, an unparalleled holy medicine for evil spirits, a longevity elixir for humans. Longevity, repair damage. Su Qianqian's eyes brightened instantly. She subconsciously turned to look at Qin Ji, who was sitting in a rocking chair, under the moonlight, sorting walnuts, actually polishing 2 demon eyeballs. Although Qin Ji now looked very powerful, able to carry a suitcase with one hand, and had a few underworld friends who feared him, that pale complexion from not seeing sunlight for a long time and his earlier mention of previously mixing in society. He must have suffered a lot of injuries, right? Moreover, now he stayed at home all day and didn't go out, his physical condition must be very weak. Husband. Su Qianqian ran to Qin Ji with the white jade bottle held in both hands as if presenting a treasure. This is for you. Qin Ji's hand slightly paused while sorting the walnuts, and he lifted his eyelids to glance at the bottle. He felt that the meager reward from the system was a waste of time to even look at. In his warehouse, he probably had tons of elixirs of this level, all sent by those small sects wanting to cling to him as snacks. What is it? He asked casually. It's a reward from the system, said to be a great supplement. Su Qianqian very seriously stuffed the bottle into Qin Ji's hand, those beautiful peach blossom eyes fixed on him, afraid he would refuse. I looked at the manual, it's especially suitable for nourishing the body. You better accept it, and take it with that fish oil from before, it will definitely help you make your body stronger soon. Qin Ji. Another body supplement? He looked down at the bottle in his hand and then at Su Qianqian, whose eyes were full of concern. The blue veins at the temple twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly. Although being treated like a patient was a bit unpleasant, it was, after all, the first mission that this girl worked so hard, or maybe even risking her life, for the reward. In the strange rules of matchmaking, players can give their rewards to their partners, which can significantly increase their favorability and trigger a reciprocal gift mechanism. Alright, I'll accept it. Qin Ji casually tucked away the S-rank elixir that could cause a bloodbath in the outside world into his pants pocket. Actually, he just tossed it into a parallel space to gather dust, then pointed to the shadowy rusty iron cabinet at the back of the hall. Since you're so filial, I can't be too stingy. Qin Ji spoke lazily. Go to that cabinet, the second drawer. Inside, there are some IOUs and scraps of paper I collected before. You can pick a few, they might come in handy if you go out in the future. Scraps of paper? Su Qianqian blinked her eyes. Her husband really liked to maintain good tastes, even giving gifts required the other person to pick themselves. However, since these were IOUs, they should be things like loan notes or vouchers, right? Curiously, she walked over. That iron cabinet looked very old, the handle covered in red rust, and even wrapped in a few circles of black thread that resembled spider webs. In fact, it was a sealing spell to prevent malevolent energy from leaking. Su Qianqian reached out and gently pulled open the second drawer. Creak. Accompanied by a cringe-inducing scraping sound, the drawer was opened. In that moment, though no light burst forth, the audience in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, standing behind Su Qianqian, felt a chilling sensation that made their scalp tingle through the screen. Inside that small drawer lay a chaotic mix of paper balls, tokens, and even blood-stained cloth strips. It was like a wastepaper basket, with no categorization, simply focused on utter randomness. Su Qianqian randomly picked up the topmost crumpled, wrinkled parchment that looked like it had been crumpled many times. As the parchment unfolded, it revealed a series of menacing runes written in bright red ink, or maybe blood, with a large official seal radiating a faint dark energy below. Su Qianqian couldn't understand the writing, but that didn't stop the system in the live broadcast from automatically translating it for the viewers. At the moment that line of text was translated, the bullet comments in the entire Dragon Country live broadcast room vanished for a full 3 seconds. Land deed, ghostly hotel. Holders' rights, 100% ownership of this S-rank strange dungeon. With this deed, you can mobilize all Red Cloth level employees in the hotel at any time, including but not limited to having the head chef cook himself for your enjoyment. Remarks, this is what that little ghost running the restaurant lost to me last time, boring. It's not as tasty as street food. What the hell? Ghostly hotel? That is one of the 10 most dangerous places in the abyss. It said that those who enter leave no bones behind. This is just scrap paper? This is the ownership of an entire S-rank dungeon. What did I just see? That wrinkled paper looks like the conductor's certificate of Huangquan? And that? Order of the Night Parade? However, as the person involved, Su Qianqian, couldn't understand the ghostly script and Qin Ji had previously said this was scrap paper, her reaction was very calm. This is a house? Su Qianqian pointed at that invaluable land deed, turning her head in confusion to ask Qin Ji, husband, is this some kind of accommodation voucher for that hotel? Qin Ji lay in the rocking chair, eyes closed, and let out a lazy Sort of. The previous owner was in debt and couldn't pay up, so he mortgaged the hotel to me. If you encounter that hotel during your missions in the future, take this. Not only can you stay for free, but you can also have someone serve you tea and water. Oh. That's great. Su Qianqian's eyes lit up. She had social anxiety, and her biggest fear when going out was the hassle of having to negotiate with the front desk and check in. If she had this super accommodation voucher, just slamming the list on the table to check in is simply too convenient. Then I'll take this one. Su Qianqian happily folded the deed that could make countless ghost kings envious and stuffed it into her little cat bag, and casually grabbed a pretty-looking black whistle. I'll take that too. Qin Ji seemed to sense the aura from the whistle and casually said, that's left by a former train conductor. A bloke can summon a ride, so you won't have to squeeze on the bus next time you go out. Great. A taxi magic tool. Su Qianqian was even happier. Although this husband was weak and lived in a remote place, one had to admit his connections, IOUs, were truly vast. Even train drivers owed him money. Watching Su Qianqian casually stash away those top-level tools that could stir up chaos in the strange world like discount vouchers and ride-hailing apps, Director Zhang, the special commentator from Long Country's live streaming room, trembled as he removed his glasses. Dear viewers, Director Zhang's voice was dry, I now seriously suspect that we made a huge mistake in our judgment of the F-class areas. What abandoned land? This is clearly the national treasury of the strange world. Who exactly is this Qin Ji? On the other side of the screen, in the live streaming room of the Great Han Nation, the atmosphere was entirely different. Park Minju was kneeling in a damp, dark cave, facing her match, an irritable D-class Iron Arm ape. The Iron Arm Ape was smashing the stone wall furiously because the rewards Park Minju brought back this time were just a few low-level ghost stones, which she picked up while cleaning the toilet. Useless. Can't even earn enough for a meal. The Iron Arm Ape kicked Park Minju to the ground, its eyes flashing with fierce light. Don't hit. Hubby, don't hit. Park Minju screamed while covering her face. It's not that I'm not trying. It's that woman from Long Country. She cheated. She has a magic artifact. Magic artifact? The Iron Arm Ape stopped moving, its greedy beastly instincts taking over its reason. Yes. She has a black ion plate that can make Ghost Kings kneel. And I just watched the live stream. Park Minju's eyes turned vicious as she gritted her teeth and said. She just got a deed for the Underworld Grand Hotel. That's an S-class dungeon. If we can seize that piece of paper. Hubby, you will be the owner of the hotel. S-class, owner? The not-so-smart brain of the Iron Arm Ape immediately flooded with excitement. In the strange world, territory is everything. With that hotel, why would it still be holed up in this broken cave? Good. Very good. The Iron Arm Ape let out a chilling crazy laugh. Steal. Next time we encounter her, no matter the cost, get that thing for me. The same scheme was brewing in the Bone Castle of Cherry Blossom Country. The Shattered Skull Demon Man was polishing his chainsaw, looking at Su Qianshan's delicate figure in the livestream and the corner of the deed peeking out of her bag. What a perfect bright skin, what a rich dowry. The trash from Long Country doesn't deserve these. The next time we meet will be her death day. The storm was coming. And Su Qianshan, caught in the eye of the storm, was completely unaware. She was happily closing that priceless iron cabinet, holding that accommodation voucher, and running to the yard to massage Qin Ji, who was basking in the sun. Hubby, this voucher looks a bit old, the writing is almost unreadable, what if they don't recognize it later? Qin Ji enjoyed the massage from her small hands that felt as soft as if they had no bones, without lifting his eyelids. Don't recognize? He chuckled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of casual chilling. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare. Unless, they want to become a dish on the menu. Chapter 15, The Conspiracy of the Great Han Nation. As long as we grab that piece of paper, we shall be the masters of S-Class. In the strange world, Zone 4, the rocky wasteland. Here, a knife-like black wind blows all year round, and not a blade of grass grows on the ground. In a massive stinking cave. At this moment, it was like a volcano about to erupt, filled with a violent atmosphere. Waste. Useless thing. Roar. Accompanied by an angry roar, Park Minju was violently thrown against the rock wall like a broken ragdoll. Her already swollen face from being beaten at the Underworld Merchant Association was now a pitiful sight, blood oozing from her lips. Before her, the sea-level monster known as the Iron-Armed Gibbon was wildly smashing the few stone bowls and stone pots in the cave. Standing at 2.5 meters tall, covered in steel-like black fur, its tiny blood-red eyes were filled with an insatiable frenzy of greed. For this forced mission, it eagerly gave its only life-saving item, demonic aura, to this human woman, hoping she could bring back even an E-level ghost item or a few hundred underworld coins to improve its life. And the result? This useless woman only brought back the stench of a morgue and a body full of wounds. Don't hit me. Husband. I have important information. Park Minju, ignoring her pain, crawled and clung to the gibbon's hairy thigh, her eyes flashing with a desperate and vicious light. I may not have brought back money, but I brought back an opportunity to become superior. Park Minju's voice was hoarse and her words quick. Do you know that woman from the Dragon Country, Su Qianshan? She revealed a piece of paper during a live stream. It's a land deed. Roar. The iron-armed gibbon paused its raised hand, a hint of doubt escaping its lips. It's the land deed for the S-level dungeon, Hellish Grand Hotel. It holds 100% ownership. Park Minju shouted almost crazily, you are a native, you must know what that means, right? With that, you will no longer be a wild ape in this broken cave, you will be the ruler of the land. Even the red-cloaked evil spirit will bow to you. Hellish Grand Hotel? The gibbon's pupils suddenly constricted. Of course, it had heard of it. It was a legendary place in the abyss, said that every tile there was made of gold, and just one dish could sustain its cultivation for 10 years. Such a level of thing, surprisingly held by a weak human girl? Not only that. Seeing the iron-armed gibbon's interest piqued, Park Minju immediately seized the moment. Moreover, I have contacted players from Cherry Blossom Country. That Skull Crusher Demon Man is also very interested in this. Skull Crusher Demon Man? The iron-armed gibbon stiffened all over. That was an S-level big shot, before them, it was just a little brother. Don't be afraid, we can cooperate. Park Minju said menacingly, her swollen face making her look even more gruesome. That Skull Crusher Demon Man is a pervert, he only wants Su Qianshan's skin and body. He looks down on trivial matters like managing a hotel. As long as we help as insiders, when the time comes to kill Su Chanqian, the hotel will belong to you, and the woman will belong to him. And Park Minju pulled out the system's next mission announcement from her pocket, her eyes filled with schemes. The next group task has a high probability of going to the area where that hotel is located. In the dungeon, everyone is in competition, and it is only right to kill and loot. Roar, roar, roar. The iron-armed gibbon excitedly hammered its chest, letting out deafening roars. The massive greed clouded its mind. If it were any other time, it wouldn't dare touch Qin Ji. But Park Minju brainwashed it by saying Qin Ji is just a lucky garbage picker, and with the backing of the S-level demon man, it felt empowered. The cheap woman from the dragon country. Park Minju leaned against the dark, damp rock wall, watching her husband's bloodthirsty eyes, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her mouth. This time, without that mall manager to protect you, let's see how you die. At the same time. Old Street of the Abyss, grocery store number 10. Compared to the brewing storm outside. This is truly a paradise beyond the world. Su Chanqian was squatting on the steps in the yard, curiously playing with a small black whistle that she had just taken out from the drawer under the warm light of 2 red lanterns. This was a whistle made from an unknown animal bone, completely black and icy to the touch. It was engraved with an ancient train engine pattern. My husband says this is a ride-hailing app? Su Chanqian tilted her head and examined it. As someone with severe social anxiety, she had always relied on a dedicated driver to take her anywhere. If she had to squeeze onto that terrifying bone bus to go to other strange places in the world, she would definitely have nightmares. If blowing this would really summon a car, that would be great. It's best if it's a fully enclosed car, where I can't see outside and don't have to talk to the driver. Su Chanqian murmured, bringing the whistle to her lips, puffing her cheeks, getting ready to blow. Wait. A hand suddenly reached over from the side, gently pinching the end of the whistle. Su Chanqian looked up and met Qin Ji's somewhat helpless eyes. He held a cup of the deep-sea calming oil tea that Su Chanqian had just brewed, which was actually just high-end tea, and looked down at her from the steps. Don't blow it in the yard. Qin Ji's voice was flat but carried an undeniable authority. Huh? Why not? Su Chanqian took the whistle down, puzzled. Is the whistle very loud? Will it disturb the neighbors? Qin Ji. That was merely disturbing the neighbors. That was the summoning whistle of the train conductor of the underworld. If it was blown, that ghost train charging through the underworld would tear apart the space barrier and come rushing over. With the reckless driving style of that conductor, who was actually a 10,000-year-old ghost dragon, if it came to pick her up, it would likely plow a deep ditch through the little courtyard he had carefully arranged. The ghost flowers he had just planted, along with those several A-class blood-sucking ghost locusts, would be ground to pieces by the wheels. The sound is very unpleasant. Qin Ji casually found an excuse. It sounds like nails scraping a blackboard amplified 1,000 times. If you blow it, the flowers in this courtyard will wilt in fright. Ah. So unpleasant? Su Chanqian was so scared that she quickly stuffed the whistle into her bosom, covering it tightly, with a look of fear on her face. She couldn't stand such sounds, as they would weaken her social anxiety nerves even further. Then let's wait until the next time I have to go out to use it. Su Chanqian nodded obediently, then stood up, dusting off the ashes from her skirt. Husband, when do you think the next mission will be? I just checked the system panel, and it seems to have turned red again. Qin Ji glanced at the sky filled with ominous red light. With his rank, he could clearly sense the malice aimed at him from thousands of kilometers away. Those conspiracies like ants, greedy gazes, and the so-called alliances. In his perception, it was like a swarm of flies buzzing chaotically before a rain, annoying but nothing more. Soon. Qin Ji turned and walked back indoors, his voice still calm and unperturbed. But don't worry, they are just some self-important clowns putting on a show. He paused, looking back at Su Chanqian, who was folding the hotel lease into small squares, trying to tuck it into her wallet. Keep that coupon safe. This time out, it might not only be used for meals and accommodations, but also to clean up some trash. Su Chanqian didn't understand the deeper meaning of the last sentence. She just nodded while trying to force the paper into her wallet. I know. Don't let wealth show. I will hide it well, no one will see it besides the shop owner. Qin Ji looked at her serious demeanor, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in an almost imperceptible arc. Those hiding in the dark corners scheming to kill and loot probably would never have imagined. The artifact they yearned to seize was being treated by its master like a supermarket coupon, folded into a corner to save space. Go to sleep. Qin Ji waved his hand. Tomorrow will be another day of nuclear neutrality. A night went by without a word. Only in the black fog outside the old street of the abyss, a few little demons who didn't know better tried to approach. In an instant, they turned into ash without a sound upon touching the yard's warning zone. That was Wang Kai, the three-headed hellhound, sneezing in his dream. The next morning, the blood red system countdown finally hit 0 in the retinas of all players. All player announcement. The second compulsory mission has begun. Mission location, S-level forbidden area, Ghostly Hotel. Mission objective, obtain a formal job in this instance and survive for 7 days. Special note, this area is an absolute neutral zone, chaos, violence against facilities is prohibited, but private rivalries among players are not forbidden. The last sentence was bloody. It was full of insinuations and provocations. Su Chanqian was awakened by the system's alert sound. She rubbed her eyes, and before she could speak, she saw the livestream filled with unsettling comments. Chanqian, be super careful. I saw that De Hongui is sharpening their knives. I heard this time it's an S-level hotel, and the cooks are cannibals. And private fights are not forbidden. Park Minju is allied with that demon man from Sakura country. Where's my husband? Where's Master Qin Ji? Someone show him this alert. Su Chanqian felt a bit anxious. S-level? Survive for 7 days? And private rivalries aren't forbidden? Isn't this too much against people? She hugged the blanket and looked at Qin Ji, who had just finished washing up and walked out. Husband. Su Chanqian held up the system panel that read S-level forbidden land, her voice trembling. It seems like the place we have to go this time is very dangerous, and we have to work for 7 days. Can we not go? Qin Ji, with a toothbrush, made of deep-sea silver, in hand, glanced at the so-called S-level forbidden land. Ghostly Hotel. Oh, now he remembered. The owner of that place is a female ghost called Lady Red. 1,000 years ago, she was shunned by other ghosts in the abyss for being too ugly. Qin Ji casually gifted her a skin mask, and she opened an inn to make a living. At that time, the ghost was so grateful that she insisted on giving him the deed to the inn, swearing that this place would be Qin Ji's private garden from then on. Go, you must go. Qin Ji rinsed his mouth and put the cup down. He looked at Su Chanqian, his eyes finally revealing a hint of seriousness. Actually, he was thinking of the restaurant's specialty dishes. The chef there makes stir-fried dragon liver, which is quite good. You stay there a few days and just bring back my teacup. As for whether it's dangerous or not, Qin Ji pulled out a lighter from his pocket and casually tossed it. You're going as the boss, not as a waitress. Who dares to give you any attitude? Just tell them to get lost. Chapter 16 S-level forbidden area? That is a shop opened by the stray cat I casually fed hundreds of years ago. The next morning, the mist over the old street of the abyss had not yet dispersed, and the blood-red countdown hanging over all players' retinas finally hit 0 without any expression. Announcement. All players, pay attention. Rest period is over. The second compulsory survival mission will soon begin. As the system's announcement faded, the once calm live stream exploded. Everyone held their breath, staring intensely at the slowly emerging task details. This time, the red font was particularly eye-catching, as if it were dripping blood. Mission location, S-level forbidden area, Ghostly Hotel. Instance level, S-level, extremely dangerous / unhealable zone / slaughterfest. Mission objective, obtain a formal job position in this instance and survive for 7 days. Special note, this area is a chaotic neutral zone, not only with powerful native evil spirits but also allows players to compete within limits for resources, i.e., as long as you don't kill each other. If the previous Underworld Trading Association was just a place that could bankrupt people, then the moment the words Yinming Grand Hotel were mentioned, even the previously boisterous barrage from the Great Han Nation fell silent for 3 seconds. Immediately after, a wave of panic and information spread explosively. It's over, it's actually the Yinming Grand Hotel? I've read reports about that place, it's a notorious black shop in the abyss. I've heard the owner is a strange red-dressed female ghost who loves to peel human skin for lanterns. Not only that, but the guests there are all desperate criminals who escaped from forbidden zones. Sending players there as waiters? Isn't that sending them to their doom? Moreover, the system clearly stated competition is allowed this time. Park Minju will definitely take action. Panic spread like a plague. At this moment, inside Grocery 10, Su Chanqian was wearing fuzzy teddy bear pajamas, holding a toothbrush in hand, and with foam in her mouth, she looked at the blood-red panel in front of her, her hand shaking in fear, almost dropping the toothbrush into the sink. SS level forbidden zone? Survive for 7 days? And have to fight for jobs? Su Chanqian felt her vision going dark. Although she had a bit of money, referring to resources, and gained some courage, referring to backing, the term S-level carried an overwhelming threat to humanity. The previous Underworld Trading Association seemed to be only A-level? If that had such a terrifying man-eating ogre as security, wouldn't S-level be crawling with man-eating monsters? Woo-woo. I don't want to go. With a pained expression, Su Chanqian knew that even if she was reluctant, if she didn't go, she would be directly erased. She spat out the foam, didn't bother to wash her face, and hurriedly slipped on her slippers to run to the main hall to find her pillar of support. In the main hall, Qin Ji was doing his morning exercise, lying on the armchair, spinning a black folding fan with 2 fingers. His leisurely demeanor was starkly out of place with the apocalyptic atmosphere outside. Husband. Su Chanshan held up the task panel that terrified her, her voice clearly trembling. The system has issued a task again. This time we have to go to a place called Yin Grand Hotel, said to be S-level forbidden zone, very fierce. Moreover, it seems, we have to fight others for jobs. Hearing this, Qin Ji paused for a moment as he spun the fan. Yin Grand Hotel? He repeated the name, a hint of nostalgic reminiscence flashing in his deep eyes. Oh, he remembered. That was indeed a place with some history. About 1,000 years ago? At that time, he hadn't fully retreated, and the abyss was in full swing. There was a very ugly little female ghost, her face covered in burn scars, who was ostracized by her clan because of her appearance, almost losing her soul when she crawled to the front of his grocery shop to beg. At that time, Qin Ji was in a good mood, thought that this little ghost was ugly but had a stubborn look in her eyes, so he casually gave her the best, painted skin, in the abyss and pointed out that she could open a rest inn on the edge of the commercial district. Later, that inn grew larger and larger, becoming the so-called S-level hotel. And that ugly little female ghost became the now infamous Red Madam. Qin Ji remembered that hundreds of years ago, in order to repay his kindness, the Red Madam insisted on giving herself to him. After Qin Ji kicked her out, she cried and shoved the entire hotel's land deed into his drawer, saying that the hotel would be the backyard of her benefactor from now on, for him to stay and take money anytime. It's a place for eating and sleeping. Qin Ji snapped back to reality from his memories, casually commenting, totally ignoring the extremely dangerous label marked by the system. Eating and sleeping? Su Chanshan's eyes widened, but the barrage says the landlady is very fierce, likes to peel skin. That's for outsiders. Qin Ji interrupted her worries, a knowing smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. For you, she should be an overly enthusiastic waitress. After all, if that female ghost saw this girl holding the deed that represented debtor and benefactor, she probably wishes she could pack the entire hotel as a wedding gift for her. Really? Su Chanshan couldn't quite believe it. Have I ever lied to you? Qin Ji questioned back. Su Chanshan thought for a moment, from the stray dog Wan Kai to the meal voucher iron plate from the Underworld Merchant Association. Her husband seemed to always come through, no matter how outrageous the situation. I believe. I trust you. Su Chanshan nodded vigorously, her small face reigniting with the light of hope. She hurried back into the room and dug out the crumpled paper she had folded into a tofu block from the pocket of her treasured kitty pain bag. Deed, Underworld Grand Hotel, 100% equity transfer agreement. Although she couldn't understand the words on it, Qin Ji had said it was a coupon or a voucher. Thank goodness I brought this. My husband said it can get a discount or even a free meal. Su Chanshan cherished the slip of paper as if it were a treasure, tucking it into her close pocket, even more securely than that black whistle. Seeing her cautious and adorable look, as if afraid the coupon would fall and she'd go hungry, Qin Ji shook his head helplessly. He stood up and walked over to the nearby antique shelf. The shelf was full of various items he had brought back from the Forbidden Zone. His eyes searched around and finally landed on an empty space. That spot once held a dark red teacup, crafted from some ancient clay. But he found the color too garish, and seemed to have casually thrown it to that red lady for decoration. Wife. Qin Ji called out to Su Chanshan, who was shoving potato chips into her suitcase. Hey! Su Chanshan immediately looked up. What is it, husband? Do you need me to bring anything else? No need to bring anything. Qin Ji pointed to the empty shelf, his tone still languid, as if reminding his wife to pick up some onions while buying groceries. When you go to that hotel, keep an eye out. The lady boss should have a red teacup with a pattern of red spider lilies on it. Ha? A teacup? Su Chanshan was taken aback. Yes. That cup was one I used to drink water from, later I lent it to her as a decoration. Qin Ji said calmly, I want to drink some new tea lately, but I'm short on a cup. Remember to ask her for it when you go. Just say. I asked you to take it back. The viewers in the live broadcast room were left confused. A red cup? Could it be another magical artifact? Just guessing here, but this cup must not be as simple as just for drinking. Could it be some kind of ghostly device? But this task is too mundane, right? Going to an S-level horror dungeon just to retrieve an old teacup? However, no one knew. That so-called red teacup, known as the Blood River Cup of Suppression, half-divine artifact. It was the core of the entire Underworld Grand Hotel's formation ***. Deep beneath that hotel lay a blood spring connecting to the river of the underworld, along with a terrifying entity named the Corpse King of Drought, which had been asleep for thousands of years. That cup was the only sealing object used to suppress the corpse king and prevent it from erupting and destroying everything. Once the cup was taken away, that S-level hotel would instantly turn into a volcano ready to erupt. But Qin Ji clearly didn't care about the consequences. To him, even if that corpse king really did rise, it would just be a matter of slapping it back down again. Letting his wife fetch the cup was purely to give her a little side quest to keep her from feeling bored during this trip. Okay. The red cup, right? I've got it memorized. Su Chanxian had no idea she was about to remove the safety pin from an S-level dungeon. She took out a small notebook, jotting it down seriously. 1. Check in at the hotel, to work. 2. Use the coupon to get free meals/accommodation. 3. Help my husband get back the old teacup he lent out. Once she finished writing, she closed the notebook satisfied, slung on her iconic little cat pain bag, and once again lifted her 3 big suitcases. Am I leaving now? Su Chanxian stood at the door. Although still a bit nervous, she was much more composed than the first time she went out. Honey, be good and wait for me at home. I won't be back for 7 days, so remember to eat and feed Wonkai meat jerky. Qin Ji leaned against the doorframe, fiddling with 2 walnuts in his hands. Go ahead. His gaze swept beyond the courtyard wall. He could clearly feel that in the distant wilderness of the 4th district, several malicious auras were gathering at the same coordinates. They were Park Minju, the Iron Monkey, and those restless ants from the Cherry Blossom Country. By the way, just as Su Chanxian was about to step out of the teleportation circle, Qin Ji suddenly seemed to remember something and added, if you encounter any trash or annoyances while you're there. Su Chanxian turned around, huh? Qin Ji's lips curved into a faint, yet bloodthirsty, cold smile. You are going there holding the land deed, holding the coupon. In other words, you're going as the boss, not as a server. Who dares to give you a hard time? You just let them scram. Even that female ghost boss is no exception. Su Chanxian nodded, half understanding. Oh, so it's like a complaint, right? I understand. The customer is king. Qin Ji. Fine, let it be a complaint then. Anyway, if that red madam dares to make Su Chanxian frown, his customer service will definitely come knocking on her door personally. A flash of white light. Su Chanxian's figure vanished from the spot. And at the same moment, at the entrance of the Howling Inn Wind Hotel, Park Minju, who had long been ambushed, was staring intently at the teleportation point, gripping tightly to the temporary worker recommendation letter bought at a high price by the Iron Monkey, a fierce smile spreading across her face. Su Chanxian, this time, let's see how lucky you are. Your S-level hotel land deed is mine now. Chapter 17, not even at the door and it begins hell mode? Sorry, I have a coupon. In the 4th district of the Abyss world, at the outskirts of the Inn Wind Hotel. It was a eerily silent black forest. The trees had no leaves, their withered branches resembling blackened ghost hands reaching from the ground, clawing in the ever-persistent haze. Occasionally, the hoarse caws of crows would pierce the air, accompanied by the distant sound of something like bones being chewed. The air was thick with a bizarre smell, a mix of musty old decay and luxurious perfume, an aura unique to the S-level treasure trove ahead. Buzz. With the descending beams of teleportation light, the players assigned to this round of tasks finally arrived in this forbidden land of death. The first reaction of Park Minju, a contestant from Dehan, upon landing was not to observe the surroundings but to quickly pull out a yellowed envelope emitting a faint smell of corpse oil from her bosom. She held this letter tightly, as if grasping her own life. It was a mysterious letter that her strange husband, the Iron Monkey, had purchased with half a lifetime savings, even adding his ill-gotten gains from murder and smuggling, from a passing Grim Reaper C-level item, temporary worker recommendation letter. Recommendation letter effect: the holder of this letter may receive an interview opportunity for the errand boy/cleaner position at the Inn Wind Hotel and has 1 exemption from death within the lobby area. Finally no more dying like a headless fly. Park Minju looked at the faint glow of the envelope, shaking with excitement. Last time in the mall, she had been used like a pig or dog. But this time was different, she came with credentials. Park, it seems you are also well prepared. A somewhat chilly voice came from beside her. Inoue Sakura from the Cherry Blossom Country, dressed in a form-fitting black outfit that allowed easy movement, approached slowly, holding a still-dripping pair of large scissors in her hands. That was the D-class ghost weapon Severed Finger Scissors. Although its level wasn't high, it could still be a powerful weapon against low-level ghosts. The two of them exchanged a glance, revealing a tacit, sinister smile. In the past few days, outside the arena, their husband had already made arrangements, reaching a consensus on their target, the arrogant woman from Dragon Country. This is the Wild Dungeon, a chaotic zone. Sakura Inoue licked her lips, her gaze cold and venomous. If that Su Chanxian dares to come, even if she's some big shot's pet, in a place like this where anything goes, if she dies, no one will say a word. Naturally. Park Minju touched her still swollen face, her eyes almost overflowing with resentment. This time, I'm going to make her pay me back, with interest, for what she owes me in the mall. Just as the two of them were encouraging each other, feeling confident that their flying dragon rider face slap would succeed. Squeak, squeak. A jarring sound of modern industrial rollers grinding on the quiet, dark forest path suddenly rang out. The two of them turned in shock. Through the mist, a young girl dressed in a light yellow dress, with an adorable cat backpack, was struggling to drag 3 enormous pink suitcases, one step at a time. Because the suitcases were too heavy, she was panting, with beads of sweat on her forehead, looking less like someone coming for survival and more like a lost heiress in the wilderness. It was Su Qianqian. Park Minju and Sakura Inoue both froze for a moment. This was too laid back? Was this the woman with a legendary background? She looked more like a little lamb that accidentally wandered into a wolf's den. Su Qian. Park Minju gritted her teeth and stepped forward, blocking Su Qianqian's way, her tone dripping with sarcasm. What? Are you on vacation, miss? Dragging all this garbage, are you afraid the hotel's ghosts won't get enough to eat, so you brought them takeout? Su Qianqian was startled by the sudden appearance of someone and quickly stopped, hiding the 3 suitcases behind her. She recognized this woman from the cold country. Last time at the mall, this woman had kept glaring at her, and later she heard that the kind manager had kept her for overtime, but she hadn't expected her to still be alive. I am just carrying daily necessities. Su Qianqian explained softly, her voice gentle, with a trace of natural timidity. My husband said we'll stay outside for 7 days, so it would be inconvenient with too little stuff. Heh, husband? Park Minju sneered, her sharp eyes scanning Su Qianqian from head to toe. Especially her neck and chest area. Last time in the mall, Su Qianqian had been relying on that black iron token hanging from her neck to dominate. But now, Su Qianqian's collar was empty, there was no sign of the token, and there was no suffocating pressure from it. A chill ran through Park Minju's heart, followed by a wave of ecstatic joy. Could it be that the man didn't give it to her? Of course. That level of artifact, how could he casually let a mere mortal carry it around? Last time, it was probably just a one-time experience card. To confirm, Park Minju deliberately provoked loudly. Hey! Where's the token you had last time? Why aren't you flaunting it now? Did it break? Or was it taken back? It was too heavy, so I left it at home. Su Qianqian answered honestly. It was the truth. The black gold token was made of pure metal, and wearing it around her neck really was a bit heavy. Plus, this time she was mainly going for lodging, and her husband had given her the voucher, land deed, so she didn't need to use the token. Left, at, home? Park Minju repeated, unable to stop herself from bursting into a sharp, mocking laugh. Ha 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 ha. This is too funny. Miss Inoue, did you hear that? This idiot actually left her only lifeline at home. Does she think this is some kind of amusement park? Inoue Sakurako also lifted the corners of her mouth, and with a snip of the scissors in her hand, she said. Since that sign is gone, it's just a piece of fine meat now. In the live streaming room, the viewers from Longwa were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. What are you doing, Shan? That's a divine artifact. Though heavy, it can save a life at a critical moment. It's over, it's really over this time. Going out bare. There are 2 people over there, with C-grade props, how do we fight? No. Don't forget that Shan still has the waste paper that Qin gave her. That's the hotel lease. Don't be silly upstairs, how much threat can that piece of paper have? They won't even give you a chance to take it out. Facing the approach of the two, Su Shan indeed felt a bit scared. She instinctively took 2 steps back, unconsciously covering the pocket of her clothes. In there, was the neatly folded paper that Qin Ji had given her. What do you want to do? Su Shan said nervously, fighting is banned here. And I'm not empty-handed. Oh? What do you have? Park Minju proudly waved the envelope in her hand that emitted a C-grade ghostly aura, beaming with triumph. See this? This is a C-grade prop, recommendation letter. With this, I can officially become an employee of the hotel and be protected by the hotel's rules. Even S-grade evil spirits wouldn't dare to kill me. What about you? Are you going to bribe the boss with the chips in your suitcase? Ha ha ha. Su Shan glanced at the glowing but foul-smelling envelope in the opponent's hand, then touched the thin, dull paper in her own pocket. Her heart suddenly felt even less secure. The opponent's looked so advanced, and it even glowed. The one her husband gave her really looked just like a supermarket receipt, crumpled and without any color printing. Can it really compare to theirs? I have a coupon. Su Shan's voice became smaller, clearly lacking confidence. A coupon? Park Minju laughed until tears almost came out. In this place that devours people without leaving a bone, you want to use a coupon to make a purchase? I see you are just serving yourself up on a platter. Just as both sides were at a stalemate. Dong dong dong. A heavy bell sound suddenly came from the end of the forest, interrupting their argument. That bell toll seemed to strike at the soul, carrying a cold and dignified authority. The fog dispersed. A magnificent, breath-stealing giant building slowly revealed its true form before everyone's eyes. Yomi Hotel. It was a several dozen-story tall building, entirely dark red, resembling a traditional Chinese pavilion. From the swooping eaves hung dripping human skin lanterns, each lantern sealing a soul in pain and anguish. The gigantic vermilion door stood wide open, and there were no receptionists at the entrance, but instead, two statues made of countless bones, the four-armed ghost general, pro-red level, stood. Even standing 100 meters away, the unique sense of despair that came from the S-grade instance struck like a mountain pressing down, hitting them all at once. This is the S-grade hotel. Inoue Sakurako's scissors trembled slightly in her hand. In the face of such a colossal structure, her little cleverness and props seemed so insignificant. Don't be afraid. We have the recommendation letter. Park Minju, though also feeling weak in her legs, tightly clutched the envelope as if it was a lifeline. This is our protective charm. As long as we show that to the two guards, we will be one of them. After speaking, she shot a fierce glare at Su Shan. Longguo woman, your death is imminent. In the interview later, I will show you what a society's ruthless beating feels like. Park Minju and Inoue Sakurako seemed to turn fear into motivation, holding their heads high, and headed first towards that airy and terrifying door. Su Shan stood there all alone. She looked at the terrifying hotel, then glanced at the suitcase in her hand. So scary. She murmured softly, her fingers repeatedly rubbing the edge of the paper in her pocket. My husband said this is to become a boss, not a servant. And I still have to bring back that red cup. Although she was panicking inside, just thinking that if she failed the mission, she would be erased, and if she couldn't get the cup, her husband wouldn't be able to drink tea. That strange sense of responsibility named Mrs. Qin seized the high ground once again. Forget it. Even if it's just waste paper, it's waste paper given by my husband. Su Chanshan clenched her teeth and tightened her grip on the suitcase again. Just go. I don't believe this big hotel won't accept coupons. Amidst the flying paper offerings and the chilling winds, Su Chanshan steeled herself, like a little warrior set to complete an impossible task, pattering behind those aggressive players, heading towards the door capable of devouring everything. And she didn't know. At that very moment she approached the big door. In the most luxurious office on the hotel's top floor, a book that had always been sealed, shareholder register, suddenly opened automatically without warning, bursting forth with dazzling golden light. The ghostly female general manager in a red dress abruptly raised her head, her face filled with horror. The aura of the major shareholder? Has that esteemed person arrived? Chapter 18, Sorry, I am not hiring waiters, I am hiring ancestors. The first-floor lobby of the ghostly hotel was so luxurious that it took one's breath away. The decor style here was not the modern coldness of the underworld chamber of commerce, but rather filled with an ancient, decayed yet extremely luxurious Chinese beauty. Giant vermilion pillars coiled with gold dragons that seemed ready to come alive, actually sealed dragon souls. The floor was paved with translucent blood jade, and with each step, it appeared as if countless wronged souls were swirling beneath. In the center of the lobby stood a gigantic long table made entirely of human bones. Behind the long table sat a middle-aged man dressed in a dark red dress jacket. If one ignored the half of its face that had completely rotted, revealing stark white bones and writhing maggots, it looked like a shrewd accountant from the Republic of China. This was the head of the Human Resources Department of the Ghostly Hotel, quasi-red dress level. It was the first ghostly gate for all creatures hoping to sneak into the hotel and survive. Next. The supervisor didn't even lift their head, holding a brush soaked in blood, sketching on the register. Its voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like sandpaper scraping across a tabletop. At the front of the line was Park Minju from Dehan Country. Although a series of setbacks had left her somewhat disheveled, at this moment of life and death, she forcibly straightened her back. Hello, supervisor. Park Minju presented the envelope she had bought at a high price, a flattering and confident smile on her face. This is my recommendation letter. I was guided by a noble person, specifically coming to your esteemed hotel for employment. She intentionally emphasized the word noble and glanced slyly at Su Chanshan, who was only hugging a cat, trembling in fear behind her. See? This is confidence. The supervisor extended its withered, skeletal hand, accepting the envelope, and a dark yellow ghostly light flashed in its only remaining eye. It opened the envelope, sniffed the scent of corpse oil on it. C-class recommendation letter, has some weight. The supervisor nodded, marking a line on the register. Park Minju was overjoyed. I've made it. Based on the system's prompts and this letter's value, I should at least get a supervisor position, or at least an easy front desk job, right? That would be a good job where I could drink tea and command others in the safe zone. Since there is a recommendation letter, I will hire you despite the circumstances. The supervisor casually tossed out a stained wooden plaque. Take this, go to the back washroom to report. Your job is to clean all the toilets and chamber pots in the Hotel of Sediments. Line. Park Minju's smile froze on her face. Clean the toilet? Sir, did you make a mistake? This is a recommendation letter. What's the problem? The supervisor's single eye stared coldly at her, his rotting half-face twitching slightly, looking particularly hideous. A sea-level recommendation letter only guarantees you won't be eaten as food. The washroom may smell bad, but it's the only non-combat zone in the hotel, absolutely safe. What's wrong? You don't want to do it? Then go to the kitchen and be food. No. I will do it. I will do it. Park Minju was scared out of her wits and quickly grabbed the dirty wooden board. Although this job was extremely disgusting and filled with humiliation, for the sake of her life, she endured it. She retreated to the side with the wooden board, but her heart was filled with deeper resentment. Washing toilets is better than dying. When that woman from the Dragon Kingdom arrives, she won't even have a toilet to wash. She will just turn into a dish. Next was Inoue Sakura from Sakura Country. Without saying a word, she directly sacrificed her D-level ghost artifact, finger-cut scissors. Please give me a job. The supervisor took the scissors, but still had an indifferent face. No recommendation letter, only giving props? Fine, I'll consider you a sensible one. Go to the food delivery department, responsible for delivering meals to the VIPs on the top floor. Remember, when delivering meals, be sure not to deliver yourself, the guests there have bad tempers and might want more. Inoue Sakura's face turned pale. Food delivery? This was the position with the highest death rate. She could be eaten at any moment. But she had no other choice. After dealing with these two somewhat sincere ones, the supervisor's gaze finally fell on the girl at the end of the line, who had been quiet and looked out of place. Su Chanqian took a deep breath and dragged her 3 big boxes to the front of the desk. The atmosphere in the hall instantly dropped to freezing point. Park Minju and Inoue Sakura watched from the side, their lips curling into sarcastic smiles. They could see very clearly that Su Chanqian was empty-handed, not even bringing the iron plate. What about you? The supervisor put down his brush, and on his rotten face, he didn't even hide his greedy appetite. He looked Su Chanqian up and down. So tender and delicate. This kind of spirited human girl, made into sashimi, would definitely be a delicacy. If offered to the general manager, Madame Hong, she might even earn a reward. Do you have a recommendation letter? The supervisor tapped the table with a sinister tone. Su Chanqian shook her head. Do you have any sacrificial props? The supervisor narrowed his eyes, a black ghostly energy began to radiate from him, the pressure equivalent to a red cloth level pressed down on Su Chanqian like a mountain. Su Chanqian took a step back in fear, her little face turning pale again, shaking her head once more. Ha! The supervisor let out a chilling laugh. With nothing, you dare to come to the Underworld Grand Hotel? What do you take this place for? Your backyard? Since you have nothing to offer. The supervisor suddenly stood up, and in that instant, his body seemed to swell twice, his nails instantly growing into black blades, reaching for Su Chanqian's neck. Then leave your flesh behind. Just right, tonight there's a banquet missing a grand finale dish, live donkey, live sashimi. Ah! Su Chanqian screamed in fear. That terrifying ghostly claw was already approaching her face, and the stench almost suffocated her. Park Minju laughed out loud from the side, you're doomed. This time you're really done for. Serve you right. Just as that ghost claw was only 10 centimeters away from Su Chanqian's life and death moment. Wait. I have something. The strong desire to survive left Su Chanqian's mind blank. She fumbled and reached into her clothing pocket, mindlessly pulling out the paper that Qin Ji had given her. I have a coupon. My husband gave it to me. Su Chanqian closed her eyes and held that folded square paper, which looked a bit like scrap paper, in front of her face and shouted. A coupon? The supervisor's actions did not completely stop, he just hesitated for a moment. In his mind, what kind of nonsense coupon could be used here? Here, they only accept the money for life. He wanted to tear both the paper and the person apart directly. But, just as his fingertips touched the edge of that seemingly ordinary paper. Buzz. A wave, extremely obscure, ancient, and bearing absolute suppressive power, radiated from that piece of paper. The supervisor's finger felt like it had burned from a temperature of billions of degrees. With a hiss, smoke rose, and he instinctively pulled back. What is this? The supervisor was stunned. That paper emitted no ghostly aura, nor did it possess any spiritual power. But, that material? Was that the already extinct abyssal soul contract paper from the underworld? This kind of paper had only appeared thousands of years ago, specifically used to document the highest level of contracts, which, if violated, would lead to the complete annihilation of the soul. Su Qianqian felt that the other party didn't make a move and cautiously opened her eyes a crack, then carefully handed the paper over. Can this be discounted? Can you please not eat me? I want to stay at the hotel. The supervisor said nothing. His gaze was firmly fixed on the paper unfolded by Su Qianqian. This was an ancient contract. The writing on it was vigorous and powerful, inscribed in the long-lost ancient divine demon script. If it were an ordinary little ghost, seeing these words might immediately cause them to go blind. But this supervisor had lived for hundreds of years and managed people, so he faintly recognized a few characters. His single eye widened more and more, until the corner of his eye tore open completely, spilling out tears of blood without him realizing it. On that crumpled paper was boldly written: Underworld Grand Hotel 100% Ownership Transfer Contract. Assignee, Qin Ji, Number 10. Transfer description: this land deed has the highest efficacy. Seeing this deed is like seeing the Abyssal Lord in person. From this day forth, all assets, employees, and life and death powers of this hotel belong to the deed holder. And what froze the supervisor's soul the most was the signature at the very bottom of the contract. It was 2 words. A bright red like blood, a personal seal that looked like it was pressed on with lips, red clothing, the current manager's maiden name. And a note humble to the dust. This is a little token from a servant. As long as the benefactor does not mind, this hotel is your garden, come play any time. Boom. It felt like an invisible thunder exploded in the supervisor's mind. He felt that his skull was about to be blown off. This paper is real. And the aura on it, that is the kind of aura that even their own manager, Lady Red, has to humbly curry favor with. And the seemingly soft, easy to bully little girl in front of him was actually holding the 100% share transfer document of the hotel? What happened? Su Qianqian saw the scary uncle staring at the paper and trembling, and she felt even more uncertain. Could it be that this coupon had expired? Or was it too wrinkled for him to accept? If it can't be used, that's okay. Su Qianqian cautiously tried to withdraw her hand, then I. She wanted to say, then I'll pay with gold bars, but her hand hadn't pulled back yet. Slap. Without warning, the supervisor gave himself a hard slap across the face. This slap was so forceful that it directly knocked his already precarious face askew, half of one eyeball popping out. Then, in the dazed gaze of everyone present, this supervisor, who had just been fierce and wanted to turn people into living sashimi, with a thud, knelt on the ground. Not only did he kneel, but his whole upper body was prostrate on the ground, kowtowing, wishing he could bury his face into the cracks of the floor tiles. I am blind to your greatness. I should die. I did not know it was. He stuttered for a long time, truly not knowing how to address the god who held the entire hotel ownership. Call him boss? Wouldn't that offend the manager? Calling the guest? Isn't that asking for death? In the end, it had a flash of inspiration, remembering the terrifying subordination on that piece of paper. It trembled and shouted with all its might. Unknown is, the chairman has arrived. I deserve to die. How dare I reach out to you? I'll chop off these hands as a tribute for you. While shouting, it actually raised that bony ghost claw, without hesitation smashing onto the fallen severed finger chopstick on the ground. With a crack sound, it broke the finger that had almost touched Su Qianqian just now. The entire place fell silent. Park Minju, holding a toilet brush, had her jaw dislocated. Chairman? What kind of international joke is this? This is a strange instance. Where did the chairman come from? And Su Qianqian herself was even more confused. She looked down at the crumpled piece of paper. Then looked at the supervisor, kneeling like a quail on the ground. Chairman is that expensive set meal name, right? She asked seriously, is it one of those VIP among P? Hearing this, the supervisor almost coughed up ghost energy and flew away. Oh my. This is not VIP at all, you are our ancestor. Yes. It is the most distinguished set meal. The supervisor didn't dare to explain that this was a stock ownership document and could only flatter the seemingly not very smart, but with an extremely powerful background, lady. With this coupon, the entire hotel, no, the entire instance. You can stay wherever you want. Eat whatever you want. All free. Even we are all under your control. Really? Su Qianqian exclaimed in delight, covering her mouth. Her husband was so amazing. This voucher was so powerful. Not only free, but with dedicated service. Then, can you please get up first? Su Qianshan pointed at the eye on the ground. Your eye fell on the ground, it looks a bit, not very hygienic. Yes. I'll pick it up right away. The supervisor quickly shoved the eyeball back into the socket and got up. That humble and flattering manner was even more exaggerated than that of the manager from the Underworld Merchant Association. It didn't even dare to glance at Park Minju and Inoue Sakura beside it, directly shouting towards the back hall. Come. Quickly come. Open the heaven number 1 room. No, open that sealed, Pluto presidential suite, that has been sealed for 100 years. And lay the red carpet. Scatter the flowers. If even a speck of dust falls on the esteemed guest's dress, you all better commit seppuku. Ah. A few ghostly staff who had just come out from behind, still unsure of the situation, looked bewildered. Pluto presidential suite? That is a forbidden place that only the benefactors of the general manager have the right to stay in. Over the years, even the Ghost King could only get a normal suite. But looking at the supervisor's face, as if it had seen its biological father, even more familiar than its biological father. All the ghosts realized one thing. Heavens have changed. Today in this hotel, there arrived a true deity who could not be provoked. Chapter 19, Are you here to inspect the work, or to acquire the hotel? The first-floor lobby of the Underworld Grand Hotel, with the supervisor's ear-piercing roar, seemed to instantly turn into a boiling pot of water. Red carpet. Is it not laid yet? Where are the flowers? Go pick them for me. Even if you have to make the hotel's back garden barren, it must be fully laid out. The supervisor kicked the few zombie staff nearby who hadn't recovered from shock, half of their rotten face reddened with extreme excitement and fear. The surrounding wandering ghosts and even a few little lords who were eating had been scared silly by this scene. What happened? Even when the Underworld Merchant Association went bankrupt, which it didn't, the personnel supervisor had never been this frantic. Are you crazy? Laying a red carpet for a human? In the corner, Park Minju, who had just received a cleaning bucket and toilet brush, was completely frozen. She looked at the sea-level recommendation letter in her hand that cost her a fortune, and then glanced at the supervisor being surrounded by a bunch of evil spirits. With an innocent look, Su Qianshan's head buzzed. This must be fake. This must be an illusion. Park Minju murmured to herself, her nails digging into the wooden handle of the toilet brush. How could this happen? That woman clearly brought nothing. That paper must be fake. When the general manager arrives, she will definitely expose her. As if to respond to her expectation. Ding! The golden elevator, which had been closed for years and was said to lead to a mysterious area on the top floor, suddenly let out a crisp ring. Immediately after, a rich, nauseating, yet deadly alluring smell of blood quickly swept through the entire lobby. All the lights instantly turned into an ambiguous and dangerous dark red, the temperature dropped sharply, and the ground began to seep with tiny beads of blood. The general manager is here. The head of the HR department shivered, originally commanding the carpet to be laid, then with a thud, knelt on the ground, burying its head low. The other ghostly waitstaff were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe, kneeling all over the floor. The elevator doors slowly opened. A pair of bright red high heels stepped out. The newcomer wore a fitting cheongsam woven from blood, with a graceful figure and hair like a waterfall. She held a folding fan decorated with images of 100 demons, half covering her face, revealing only a pair of soul-stirring yet cold and piercing eyes. Red dress Underworld Hotel General Manager, top red dress / half Ghost King. This was the legendary witch, known for her mood swings, who turned her suitors into lanterns hung at her door. Upon seeing the red lady appear, Park Minju felt a malicious hope rise within her. This one was notorious for being ruthless. It was said she hated people causing trouble in her establishment. Su Qianshan flaunting a fake deed like this had to be torn to pieces, right? The red lady glanced around the messy lobby, her delicate brows furrowing as she spoke lazily with a hint of murderous intent. What's all this noise? Don't you know I'm up on the top floor taking my beauty sleep? If someone can't provide a reasonable explanation, then today's dinner will come with extras. General Manager. The head of the HR department weakly raised its head, its finger trembling as it pointed to Su Qianshan standing in the center of the crowd, and the piece of paper in her hand. Why, you look at that. The red lady followed the direction of its finger. At first, her expression was one of impatience. A little human girl? She looked quite lovely, but what was the big deal? But the next second, when her gaze landed on the crumpled, even folded into a square, yellowed paper in Su Qianshan's hand, the folding fan in the red lady's hand fell to the ground with a thud. She didn't even bother to care about her beloved fan. Those originally cold and proud beautiful eyes instantly widened, her pupils violently trembling, a complex emotion of extreme shock, ecstasy, and profound nostalgia flooding over her. She smelled it. On that piece of paper lingered the scent she had missed for 1,000 years. That was the scent of the man who had never despised her during her most ugly and humble times, but instead had given her a new life. This handwriting. This paper. And this seal? The Red Lady seemed entranced, her body transforming into a red shadow, instantly teleporting from the elevator entrance to stand before Su Qianqian. Ah! Su Qianqian only felt a blur before her eyes, a pleasant fragrance wafting towards her, and that imposing Cheongsam sister stood right in front of her, scaring her to take a small step back, clutching the coupon in her arms even tighter. Let me see. Quickly, let me see. The Red Lady's voice trembled, completely devoid of her usual authority, instead sounding like a little fan who had just seen her idol, reaching out to touch that piece of paper. But just as her fingertip was about to touch it, she suddenly pulled back, as if afraid of dirtying her hands, desecrating the sacred object. Su Qianqian was a bit scared. Although this sister looked beautiful, her eyes seemed to want to eat people, excited. She hesitated for a moment but still obediently handed over the folded paper. Here, for you to see. This is what my husband gave me, saying it can, exempt from payment. Husband? These two words were like a heavy hammer, smashing into the heart of Lady Red. She looked incredulously at the soft and cute girl in front of her, who seemed harmless. This is the person chosen by the benefactor? The benefactor is actually married? Although a wave of sourness arose in her heart, more from self-deprecation, Lady Red felt no jealousy, only deeper awe. To be the chosen one by that esteemed person, even if a mortal, is the true mistress of this hotel. Lady Red took a deep breath, trembling as she accepted the paper and slowly unfolded it. Sure enough. The familiar, flamboyant, and imperious handwriting was right there. And below it, there was the kiss mark stamp she had mixed with ghost blood in vermilion 1,000 years ago, pressed with her lips. Indisputable. This is the 100% equity transfer agreement that she had forcefully given to that esteemed person in gratitude. It's genuine, it's really genuine. Lady Red's eyes turned red. 1,000 years. She had thought this piece of paper had long been tossed into the trash by that esteemed person. Unexpectedly, he had kept it all along. And even let his wife bring it. What is this? This means the esteemed person has not forgotten her. This means the esteemed person acknowledges this hotel is still his property. Whoa whoa. Under the dazed gaze of thousands of evil spirits in the audience, the fearsome and notorious Lady Red, the vicious general manager, suddenly covered her mouth and made an extremely mismatched, moved sobbing sound. What's wrong? Su Qianqian became even more flustered. Is it expired? If it doesn't work, then never mind, I actually can. No. It's not expired. It will never expire. Lady Red suddenly raised her head, tears of blood on her face, yet showing an extremely bright, exceedingly submissive smile. The next scene left the human resources supervisor, who had just crawled to the sink, completely unable to think. The impressive Lady Red slowly lifted the blood-threaded cheapao skirt and faced Su Qianqian. Deeply bent her knee, performing the oldest and most respected greeting of gratitude. I am Lady Red, welcome the chairman's wife. For you to grace this humble place is the blessing earned by my several lifetimes. You are not just here for an exemption, you are clearly here to inspect the property. Lady Red straightened up, although she did not kneel, because that was a rule of the main character, no kneeling freely. Her ingrained respect and ingratiation were more shocking than kneeling. She even turned around, kicking over the personnel supervisor who had just stood up. Are you blind? The lady has been standing for so long, and you don't know to move the chair? Bring my grandmaster chair. Use that dragon leather cushion. Yes, yes, yes. The supervisor scrambled to move the chair. Su Qianqian felt entirely dizzy. Chairman's wife? She recalled Qin Ji's words, taking the coupon means becoming the boss. So, what her husband meant by boss referred to this chairman. But, isn't this chairman's set meal service too good? Even the general manager calls her madam? No need to go through all that trouble. Su Qianqian was feeling social anxiety from this enthusiasm, her small hand pinching the edge of her skirt. I actually just wanted to find a job, work a bit. It's a system task. Work? Lady Red felt her vision go dark. To have the benefactor's wife, the owner of 100% equity of this shop, work in her own shop? If this gets out, can she, Lady Red, still mix in the abyss? Wouldn't that esteemed person turn her into a lantern? No. Absolutely not. Lady Red firmly refused, then her eyes turned, and she remembered what Su Qianqian said about tasks. Yes, that adult is here to train the lady. Since there is a task to complete, a position must be created. Then how about this? A radiant smile appeared on Madame Hong's face. Our hotel just happens to have a position available, and only you can fill it. What is it? Su Qianqian asked curiously. Chief Sleep Experience Officer. Madame Hong waved her hand. Your job is to sleep in our most luxurious room. Sleeping for 12 hours a day counts as clocking in. The rest of the time, you are responsible for tasting our food. Review our service. If you think someone is not serving well, just wiggle your finger, and we will throw them into the frying pan. Just sleeping and eating? Su Qianqian's eyes lit up. This is way too perfect for her. Exactly. And it's paid leave. Before Su Qianqian could react, Madame Hong immediately turned and shouted. Get rid of all the idle people. That toilet scrubber, referring to Park Minju, has a terrible voice, stuff her mouth. Activate the top VIP elevator. I will personally escort the lady to her room to rest. On one side, Park Minju was gagged and dragged to the bathroom while glancing at her hard-earned opportunity now turned into a joke, jealousy and despair nearly spilling from her eyes. On the other side, Su Qianqian was being escorted by the red-dressed general manager, walking into the golden elevator like a star surrounded by the moon. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Su Qianqian suddenly remembered something, turned to Madame Hong. By the way, sister, my husband asked me to get something. He said he lent you a red teacup before? The red teacup? Madame Hong's smile froze slightly, a glimmer of shock flashing in her eyes, quickly replaced by deep agitation. That is? Genyu Blood River Cup? That is the key to suppress the ancient zombie king lurking beneath the hotel. But in the next moment, Madame Hong bit her lip, a trace of determination appeared in her eyes. No problem. Since it's something the benefactor needs, even if it means tearing down this hotel, I will get it for you. The elevator doors slowly closed, sealing off the all-fallen jaws in the lobby. Chapter 20, Working in the Presidential Suite, This Job is Too Hard. Ding. Accompanied by a melodious prompt sound, the VIP elevator, made entirely of pure gold and carved with totem of 100 ghosts, steadily stopped at the top floor of the Underworld Hotel 18th floor. The air here is completely different from the foul and bloody smell below. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the ground was no longer cold stone tiles but a thick, soft, cloud-like snow monster velvet carpet. On both sides of the corridor, every 3 meters stood a brightly lit lamp fueled by mermaid oil, the light soft and emitting a soothing aroma. It was quiet, luxurious, and filled with a forbidden solemnity. Madam, this way please. Madame Hong concealed the fierce and ominous aura of her red attire, now appearing like the most professional private butler, slightly bowing and leading the way with one hand. The 2 rows of beautiful female ghost attendants behind her all lowered their eyes, holding golden trays and jade cups, following closely without a sound. Su Qianqian held her cat pain bag, which contained that unbeatable property deed, like Cinderella entering a fairy tale castle, her eyes widening. The walls here seemed to be glowing. She whispered in amazement. Madame Hong smiled and explained, that is the wall made from the powder of abyss night pearls. Not only does it glow, but it also has the effect of warding off evil and beautifying. If you like it, I can have someone shovel a few pounds for you to take back to paint your bedroom. No. That would be too destructive. Su Qianqian quickly waved her hands, but inside she thought, the owner here is really too kind, no wonder they are friends with her husband who has a lifelong bond, which she imagined. Soon, they arrived at a huge double-opening black gold door. The door had no keyhole. Only a ferocious beast head relief emerged. When Madame Red approached, the relief suddenly came to life, its 2 eyes flashing red light, just about to roar to check her identity. Madame Red raised her eyelids, and a cold killing intent flashed by. Shut your mouth, this is the chairman's wife. Beast head. It wisely swallowed back the roar, instantly transforming into a flattering expression like that of a pug, its mouth opened wide, and the heavy door silently slid open to both sides. Underworld King Presidential Suite. This is a strict forbidden area of the hotel. For 100 years, only Qin Ji has ever rested here for a night. The moment Su Qianqian stepped inside, she was shocked by the kind of perspective that seemed to elevate her to the clouds. The entire wall of the room was made of transparent crystal floor-to-ceiling windows, from which she could overlook the dim, twisted yet magnificent underworld ghost city. In the distance was a flowing river of blood, while nearby lay a fierce black forest. Such stunning views could only be appreciated at the peak of S-class forbidden lands, and at this moment, they were all in her sight. In the center of the room stood a large bed, 3 meters wide, with curtains made of shark silk that moved on their own without wind. On the table, a feast was already laid out, still steaming. This time it was not ordinary food, but top-tier ghost banquets like steamed ghost crab, stir-fried dragon liver, and otherworldly flower dew. Wow! Su Qianqian set down her suitcase, somewhat at a loss as she stood on the carpet. Manager sister, is this my staff dormitory? Yes. Madame Red remained expressionless. As our chief sleep experience officer, to test the highest quality of sleep in the hotel, you must stay here. Then, do I have specific KPIs? Like writing reports or something? Su Qianqian, as a wealthy daughter who had once read her company's management documents, instinctively asked a very professional question. Madame Red was taken aback for a moment, then said seriously. Of course you do. your KPIs are very heavy. She pointed at the soft large bed. First, you must lie in bed for at least 12 hours each day, 1 minute less and your performance will be dot, not really. She then pointed at the table full of delicacies. Second, you must try everything you want to eat every day. If anything is not to your taste, you must immediately criticize the head chef, make him roll away. Third, if anyone makes you unhappy, you have the right to fire them directly, physical exorcism. Su Chanshan listened, dazed. This job sounds exhausting, not. This is clearly paid imprisonment, enjoyment. Okay, I will work hard. Su Chanshan clenched her small fists, feeling like she had taken advantage, but to complete the system task, she decided to sleep well and would never be lazy. Watching Su Chanshan finally settle down, Madame Red let out a quiet sigh of relief. Finally, this great deity was properly served. However, the next second, her heart leaped to her throat. Because Su Chanshan did not launch herself directly onto the large bed or the food, instead, she curiously walked to a black sandalwood antique shelf in the corner of the room. The shelf was filled with all kinds of rare antiques. And in the most conspicuous position, protected by layers of formations, which Su Chanshan could not see, there lay a seemingly insignificant small cup. The cup's body was dark red, made of a material that resembled some kind of jade stone, with intricate patterns of otherworldly flowers carved on it, and a faint layer of blood energy swirled around the mouth of the cup. Temple Blood River Cup. Su Chanshan's eyes brightened. Ah! This is exactly what my husband was talking about. She turned back, looking at Madame Red, pointing at the cup and saying, Manager sister, is this cup the one my husband lent you before? Madame Red's smile instantly froze. What was destined to come still came. That cup was indeed the one Qin Ji had tossed to her 1,000 years ago, disliking its gaudy color, to ward off evil. But Qin Ji might have forgotten, or not cared. It was precisely because of this god-level vessel's suppression that the underworld ley line connecting to the river of ghosts beneath the hotel was locked. The S+ level Drought Corpse King, that had been sleeping underground for thousands of years, did not manage to break the seal and climb out. Once the cup is taken away, this is no longer just about a cup, it is like pulling the pin from a grenade. The whole hotel could instantly become a buffet for the Corpse King. Lady Red's throat was dry, and her fingers trembled slightly. She was weighing her options. If she did not give it, it would mean against the benefactor's wishes, offending the lady in front of her who held 100% of the shares. The consequence could be the Abyss Lord personally descending. If she gave it, at worst, it would be just a Drought Corpse King breaking the seal. Although the Corpse King is terrifying, compared to that retired evil god. Forget it, the Corpse King is a bit cuter. Yes, yes. Lady Red gritted her teeth, forcing out a smile more painful than crying. That is Mr. Qin's cup. Since Mr. wants it, then it should be returned to its owner. She stepped forward but did not take it directly. Instead, she awkwardly said, But ma'am, this cup is a bit dirty, actually it is contaminated with too much qi, please don't touch it directly. I will find a special box to put it in, and when you leave in 7 days, I will personally give it to you, is that okay? She wanted to buy some time. At least for these 7 days, she hoped to move the other guests in the hotel slightly or reinforce other seals. Otherwise, once the cup is taken, everyone is done for. Su Chanshan was a reasonable good child. Upon hearing the cup was dirty, she immediately withdrew her hand. All right. Then please help me clean it a bit, my husband has a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Lady Red felt bitter inside but still had to act grateful, no problem. I will make it spotless, not possible to clean at all. Then, ma'am, you can. Work first? I am going to start working. Su Chanshan looked at the table of delicious food, and her stomach coincidentally growled. She sat at the table, picked up chopsticks. And thus began her hard and extraordinary first day of work in the S-level horror forbidden area. At the same time, in the backyard of the Underworld Grand Hotel, a stinking washing room. It was filled with chamber pots, toilets, and even sheets stained with unknown slime used by all the ghostly guests of the hotel. The air quality here, if measured by PM 2.5, would have exploded 1,000 times over. Ugh. Park Minju knelt on the ground, holding a brush, staring at a toilet that kept spewing green water, gagging until tears streamed down her face. Her Chanel outfit had long since turned into a rag, and her exquisite makeup was now a black smudge. Beside her, a supervisory toad ghost was wielding a whip, patrolling the area. Hurry up and scrub. What are you dawdling about? If you don't finish today, you won't have food. Crack. A whip cracked against Park Minju's back, making her scream in pain. Why is this happening? While crying, Park Minju mechanically scrubbed the toilet, her inner resentment gnawing at her sanity like a venomous snake. The live stream showed a split screen of this scene. On the left, Su Chanshan was enjoying a feast of dragon liver and phoenix marrow in a room more luxurious than a palace. On the right, she was scrubbing a toilet and being whipped by a toad. This extreme contrast nearly drove her insane. Su Qianqian, it's all your fault. You took away my opportunity. Park Minju was convinced that the paper in Su Qianqian's hand was the key to it all. If that paper were in her hands, the one enjoying in the presidential suite right now would be her. No. I can't just let this go. Seizing the moment when the toad ghost went to discipline others, Park Minju trembled and pulled out a palm-sized broken mirror from a pocket in her underwear. This was the only communication tool given to her by the Iron Arm 8 before entering the dungeon. Although she couldn't interact live in the dungeon, this mirror could contact her eerie husband one way. She bit her finger, quickly writing a line of blood on the mirror. Husband. Save me. She's in the top floor presidential suite. That land deed is real. It really is 100% ownership. But I've discovered, she is alone. That man didn't come. That terrifying butler didn't come either. This is the best opportunity. At midnight every night, the hotel has the ghost parade. That's when the security is the weakest. Please bring people, kill her. Take back our hotel. After writing this line, a red light flashed across the mirror, and the words disappeared. Park Minju knew that the message had been sent. She raised her head, glancing at the towering hotel rooftop, at the window that was still glowing. In her eyes flashed a madness of desperation. Su Qianqian, how well are you eating now? In a few days. I'll make you spit it all out. 7 days? No, you won't survive the 3rd day. The night deepened. The lanterns of the Eternal Hotel lit up one by one. On the top floor, Su Qianqian hugged her Kirby plushie, lying on the bed said to be woven from clouds, rolling comfortably. Not far away on the bookshelf. That red teacup quietly stood in the darkness, as if a layer of thick blood plasma was slowly surging at the bottom, yearning for some release. The real crisis was just beginning to brew. Chapter 21, is this called inspection work? My idol is that cleaning maid. The morning sun, no, this strange world had no sunlight. But in the Eternal Hotel's 18th floor, Pluto Presidential Suite, a giant artificial sun pearl, sourced from the heart core of an S-class fire demon, hung from the ceiling, radiating warmth and brightness comparable to real sunlight. Su Qianqian woke up on the cloud bed that could fit 5 people, rubbing her sleepy eyes, reaching out to cuddle the Kirby plushie next to her. So comfortable. The quilt here was as soft as cotton candy, and there was a faint floral fragrance in the air. If it weren't for the blood-red sky and the swirling black fog outside the window, she might have thought she was still on vacation at her own estate. Good morning, madam. Would you like breakfast now? Outside the door, 4 pink-gowned female spirits, who were supposed to draw in people's energy, now held face-washing water, towels, mouthwash cups, and a breakfast menu, waiting respectfully. Their smiles were standard as if measured with a ruler, and even if Su Qianqian coughed, they would tremble and kneel in fear. No need to be so troublesome. Su Qianqian awkwardly took the towel to wipe her face. Is this the treatment of the chairman's wife? Although it felt great, but this was too decadent. After finishing a breakfast even more abundant than last night's tea, bursting ghost eye lychee, bloodbird's nest porridge, etc., Su Qianqian sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in a daze. I slept for 12 hours, had breakfast, it seems I've completed half of my KPI? She took out a small notebook to look. Task target, survive for 7 days, obtain a formal job. But everyone seems so busy. She thought of those queuing monsters she saw in the lobby yesterday for check-in, and those foreign players chased off to scrub toilets despite wearing designer brands. In contrast, she, as the chief sleep experience officer, seemed to be slacking off and just killing time. No. I can't embarrass my husband. Su Qianqian clenched her small fist. My husband says this is his business, mistaken, so I must keep it well. I want to inspect the work. A real inspection, not just looking at the good, but also what's at the grassroots level. She stood up, lifted her skirt, and walked toward the door. The female spirit supervisor, who was tidying up the dining table, turned pale with fear. Madam? Where are you going? I overate, so I want to take a walk down, and conveniently check the sanitation on other floors. Su Qianqian said justifiably. Take a walk? Then I'll notify Lady Red, to clear the 3 floors below, and arrange 2 teams of shadow soldiers to escort you. Stop. No. Su Qianqian quickly interrupted. She had watched television before. If going undercover caused such a big scene, how could one see any real situation? Besides, she had social anxiety and feared being stared at by hundreds of eyes. I'm just wandering around, don't follow me. And don't tell Sister Hong. That's an order. Su Qianqian rarely acted tough, showing a bit of the boss lady's authority. The female demons exchanged glances, wanting to stop her but too afraid to do so, only able to watch this little ancestor cautiously, carrying that painful cat bag, walk alone into that elevator to Hello No, the golden elevator leading downstairs. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 4th floor. According to the floor indicator in the elevator, this was dining and entertainment area, public. The moment the elevator door opened, a strong and noisy clamor, mixed with the pungent smell of smoke, alcohol, cheap perfume, and the stench of burning meat, rushed towards her. Cough, cough. Su Qianqian coughed twice, quickly covering her nose. The atmosphere here was worlds apart from the celestial paradise on the 18th floor. In the dim corridor, the wallpaper had peeled off the walls, revealing dark red mold stains that looked like undried blood. The carpet on the floor was greasy, making a squelching sound when stepped on. The passers-by were not handsome men and beautiful women, but various strange creatures. There were rich pigs in suits, fat toads waddling along, and ghostly women floating with only half a head remaining. They shouted loudly, clutching bottles of alcohol, their eyes filled with the brutal and indulgent spirit of those at the bottom of society, though to the players, they also seemed unbeatable. Su Qianqian felt a bit regretful. So scary. She shrank her neck, wanting to retreat back into the elevator. But the door had already closed. And since she was here. This is the true state of the hotel, Su Qianqian encouraged herself, reaching into her pocket and gripping that voucher. I have a coupon, I'm here to inspect, I'm not afraid. She tried to walk along the wall, wanting to cross this corridor and take a look at the ordinary guest rooms over there. Along the way, many evil ghosts cast greedy and lascivious glances. This delicate little human girl appeared like a walking cream cake, especially tempting in this place full of stinky meat. But maybe it was the glowing dress she wore, an S-grade fish scale dress sent by Red Madam last night, or the high-level aura she brought down from the 18th floor that made these low-level evil ghosts a bit wary, only daring to watch and not move. Until Su Qianqian passed by the door of a large room called Ecstasy Box. Bang! A loud crashing sound suddenly erupted, as the thick wooden door wrapped in leather was kicked open from the inside. Ah! Accompanied by a suppressed and extreme painful scream. A frail figure was thrown out of the box like a kite with a broken string, slamming harshly against the hard wall of the corridor, then sliding down to the ground like a lump of mud. Crash! That was the sound of a wine bottle shattering against the wall. Su Qianqian was startled and screamed, jumping aside. She focused her eyes. The one thrown out was a human. A woman in a torn maid outfit, covered in wounds, her hair a mess, and with blood dripping from her bare feet. She was curled up on the ground, coughing violently, each cough bringing up bits of blood, looking utterly tragic. Spit! What are you pretending to be noble for? A bulky, fleshy, borbully, senior evil spirit walked out from the box. It held a half-full dark green wine bottle, with bits of meat hanging from its tusks, its face drunk and violent. I paid for this, so letting you drink with me is already looking up to you. The boar bully stepped on the woman's hand. He stomped hard, being a waitress in this crappy place, thinking you're something special? Lick this bottle clean for me. Otherwise, I'll swallow you whole right now. The woman on the ground convulsed in pain, but she gritted her teeth, not begging even though her fingers were crushed and deformed. She struggled to lift her head, revealing a face that, though stained with dirt and blood, still held a trace of heroism. It was the stubbornness of someone who, even in hell, wanted to retain their last shred of dignity. Get lost. Her voice was hoarse, but each word was as strong as iron. At that moment, Su Qianqian, who had only wanted to quietly pass by without causing trouble, suddenly felt as if her feet were nailed to the ground. She stared blankly at the woman's side profile on the floor. A very familiar yet unbelievable feeling surged in her heart. In her memory, that senior, always in training clothes, standing proudly at the university club recruitment desk, breaking 5 bricks with one hand, smiling and saying to her, if anyone bullies you in the future, just report my name, that heroic senior. That person who, a year ago, volunteered as one of the first to enter the mysterious world when the national sports game started, then disappeared, and became a legendary figure mourned by the whole school, Lin Yun. She's still alive? But, how did she end up like this? The person who was once Su Qianqian's invincible female warrior, her only idol, the one she would hide behind for protection during her social anxiety, now trampled underfoot like a dog? Su Qianqian's eyes instantly turned red. Not because of fear, but because of an indescribable heartache and anger. Where did this little snack come from? The pig-headed bully noticed Su Qianqian, who was standing in the middle of the hallway, in a daze. His small, drunken eyes instantly lit up, and he lewdly removed his foot from Lin Yun's hand and staggered toward Su Qianqian. What luck, running into such a fresh, pretty thing. The one before was too stiff, not interesting. Come here, little sister, let's go inside and have a drink. I'll give you something nice to eat. The pig-headed bully reached out his greasy hand, trying to grab Su Qianqian's shoulder. Lin Yun, lying on the ground, heard the noise and struggled to open her blood-covered eyes. When she saw Su Qianqian's delicate and somewhat dumbfounded face, her eyes, which had been as dull as ash, sharply contracted. It's her? That junior who didn't even dare speak loudly? The young lady of the Su family? How did she get in here? Quick, run! Lin Yun, not knowing where she found the strength, suddenly lunged forward and clung tightly to the pig-headed bully's leg, shouting in a hoarse voice, "Su Chanshan! Run! Don't look back! Go find the hotel manager! Ah! Looking for death!" The pig-headed bully, enraged by the leg being held, spun around and kicked Lin Yun hard in the stomach. Lin Yun was sent rolling on the ground a few times, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, unable to get up again. "Senior!" Su Chanshan screamed, tears pouring from her eyes. The pig-headed bully kicked Lin Yun aside and grinned menacingly as he advanced towards Su Chanshan, his mouth spewing foul breath. "Run? Once you're in this hellish grand hotel, nobody but the Red Lady can mind my business. Be a good girl and come with me." That filthy hand was less than 10 centimeters from Su Chanshan's face. Su Chanshan was trembling. Her social anxiety made her instinctively want to scream, run away, and hide. But, looking at the senior on the ground, beaten to the brink of death while trying to save her, Su Chanshan's soft personality exploded with an unprecedented fury for the first time. She did not retreat. Instead, she took a deep breath, tossed her cat-shaped pain pack behind her, and then she trembled but firmly reached into her pocket. You bad pig. This is a hotel. Not a slaughterhouse." Su Chanshan shouted with a crying voice, but tried her best to speak loudly, the voice sounding a bit fierce despite being soft. But at this moment, it showed no signs of weakness. "I won't let you bully her. You're fired." The pig-headed bully was momentarily stunned, then burst into wild laughter. "Fired? Ha ha ha. Have you gone crazy? Who do you think you are? You think you are?" However, his laughter had not yet faded. Su Chanshan had already pulled out from her pocket that crumpled paper, which she regarded as a lifesaver, but the whole world saw it as the Grim Reaper's invitation. The wrinkled paper. Deed, Underworld Grand Hotel, 100% equity transfer document. The moment the paper unfolded, an invisible wool that overshadowed all living beings, coming from the abyss of Old Street, was enough to freeze the air of the entire floor, even without deliberate activation. And in that instant, on the top floor, the Red Lady, who was applying a facial mask, suddenly felt a world-destroying alarm and bolted upright from her lounge chair. In her charming eyes, a blood-red light suddenly erupted, radiating a chilling intent like a tsunami. "Who dares to touch that little ancestor in my establishment? Want to die?" Chapter 22, You want me to accompany you for drinks? The Red Lady's thunderous fury. That pig's hand, covered in grease and bristles, brought with it a nauseating pressure, showing no sign of halting because of Su Chanshan's fired. "Fired? Ha 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 ha." The pig-headed bully laughed so hard his fat body shook, his eyes full of contempt. "Little girl, have you lost your mind? Who here has the right to fire me in this underworld grand hotel? I am a precious VIP here." Just as its hand was about to touch Su Chanshan's pale little face, suddenly, on the crumpled deed tightly clutched in Su Chanshan's hand, a blood-red lip print seal seemed to sense some kind of brazen offense and flickered slightly. Then, buzz. A terrifying pressure, unlike anything else, did not come from the paper but originated from the top of this building, instantly piercing through 18 floors and accurately locking onto the corridor on the 4th level like a meteor crashing down. The lights in the entire corridor went out in an instant, replaced by a ghastly blood red. The temperature in the air dropped to freezing point, and the previously noisy hungry ghosts were like chickens with their necks grabbed, instantly going silent, curling up in corners, trembling with fear. "What's happening?" The pig-headed bully's laughter came to an abrupt halt. It was horrified to find that its hand, the one reaching towards Su Chanshan, had stopped in midair, unable to move. Not only was it unable to move, it felt as if the surrounding air had turned into solid cement, crazily squeezing its bones. Crack! Crack! The horrifying sound of bones fracturing echoed from its wrist. Who is it?" The pig-headed bully was sweating profusely from the pain, trying to turn its eyes to locate the attacker. The next second, at the end of the originally smooth corridor, the heavy cargo elevator door, used for transporting waste, exploded open with a bang. Because it was too slow, someone couldn't wait for the elevator and violently broke through the space barrier directly. Thick crimson mist gushed out from the shattered elevator shaft, and within the red mist, a slender, white hand with crimson-painted nails slowly reached out. This hand looked weak and boneless, yet at this moment, it seemed to contain the power to tear apart heaven and earth. "Who do you want to fire?" A lazy yet chillingly cold female voice exploded in the pig-headed bully's ear. The pig-headed bully didn't even see the figure. Slap! A loud sound echoed throughout the entire floor. All the snooping hungry ghosts were horrified and covered their mouths. The pig-headed bully, with advanced wicked powers running rampant on this floor, was like a green bottle fly chosen by a fly swatter. Directly slapped away. Its body drew a residual shadow through the air, crashing through 2 load-bearing columns, and finally heavily embedded into the concrete wall at the end of the corridor. You can't scrape it off. Put. A mouthful of black blood mixed with chunks of internal organs sprayed out from the pig head's mouth. The red mist dispersed. A stunning figure in a blood-red cheapao stood frostily before Su Chanchan. Her long hair, once neatly tied up, now danced wildly without wind, and a huge ghostly face vaguely emerged behind her, signifying the violent fury of the red-dressed spirit. Madam Red, General Manager, Furious State. Manager? The pig-headed bully hanging on the wall nearly bulged its eyes out. It could not understand why the usually lofty and rarely seen Madam Red suddenly appeared here, and was so furious. It's a misunderstanding. Madam Red. I'm your. Shut up. Madam Red's fierce shout shattered all the glass decorations along the corridor. She didn't even glance at the pig head. Trembling, she suddenly turned around, and the killing aura from just now vanished, replaced by a deep fear and heartache that could shatter everyone's glasses. Madam. Are you okay? Madam Red disregarded the blood on the floor and knelt on one knee before Su Chanchan, trembling as she reached out to check if Su Chanchan was hurt, yet dared not touch her. Is your dress dirty? Did you get stinky from that garbage? Damn it. I came late. I shouldn't have put on that face mask. I should have left both rows of eyes on you. At this moment, there was not a shred of S-class spirit's dignity left in Madam Red. She looked like a negligent nanny who not only lost a child but also almost let a wolf take the child right under her nose, with her face written all over with despair, saying, I'm going to be in trouble, and the benefactor will kill me. Su Chanchan still clutched the crumpled land deed in her hand, clearly startled by this sudden turn of events. Sister Hong? Why are you here? She sniffed, and the tears that had been held back finally fell. Well, that pig is so scary, it wanted to hit me. This sound of woo completely shattered Madam Red's mental state. It's over. Crying. The chairman's wife was scared to tears. If that man from the old street of the abyss knew this, Madam Red felt a chill on her neck, as if she could already see her end. Don't cry. Please don't cry. If the pearls drop, it won't look good. Madam Red scrambled to pull out a silk handkerchief embroidered with golden thread, an S-class defensive treasure, now reduced to a tissue, from her pocket, carefully wiping Su Chanchan's tears. After soothing Su Chanchan, Madam Red slowly stood up. She turned her head to look at the pig-headed bully, now half dead on the wall, and a killing intent in her eyes nearly materialized into a sharp blade. What did you just say you wanted her to do? Madam Red advanced step by step toward the wall, and with each step, the floor trembled, leaving bloody footprints from her bright red high heels. The pig-headed bully was completely bewildered at this point. It looked at Madam Red's humble demeanor, then at the human girl who was hugging her cat and crying. Even if its brain was dull, it understood what kind of iron plate it had kicked. I said, to let her drink, to drink wine. The pig-headed bully's teeth chattered, trying to defend itself. Drink wine? Madam Red let out an extremely absurd cold laugh. She walked in front of the pig head, reached out her delicate hand directly into the wall, grabbing the pig's neck, lifting it out like a dog by its scruff. You blind dog. You're even worthy to let her drink? You're worthy to breathe the same air as her? Bang! Madam Red slammed the pig down hard, crushing one of its tusks with her foot. Don't think you, a stinking bug from the sewer. Even if the 8 great kings of the spirit world gathered. Even if the master of the Yama Palace came. In front of that once wife. They all have to lower their heads to the dust. Even raising their heads for a glance is a blasphemy. The voice of Madam Red was sharp and mournful, spreading across the entire floor. You actually want to lay a finger on the benefactors, people? Do you hate life so much, do you want to completely lose your soul and spirit? Benefactor. Lying on the ground, Lin Yun was struggling to keep her eyelids open. Her whole body was in intense pain, but the shock this scene gave her surpassed even the physical agony. What was she seeing? That woman, Madam Red, who was like a queen in the abyss, and even the S-level players of various countries would avoid her, the big boss of the game. Now, for Su Chanchan, she was beating a cruel, evil bully to death? And Madam? Benefactor? In Lin Yun's mind, unconsciously, the image of a junior who used to hide behind her, even needing to mentally prepare herself to call a delivery person, appeared. And that husband who loves games Su Chanchan mentioned on the phone earlier. Who exactly is that man? Lin Yun murmured, and at this moment, her worldview began to shatter inch by inch. No, please spare me. Madam Red, spare me. The pig-headed bully on the ground finally broke down, desperately begging for mercy. I didn't recognize the mountain. I'll compensate. I'll take out all my money. 1 million ghost coins. I'll give it all. Madam Red didn't even look at it. She elegantly adjusted her cheongsam, which had been disheveled from hitting someone, turned around, and restored the gentle, almost humble expression, looking at Su Chanchan. Madam. Madam Red respectfully bowed, her voice so soft it could almost drip water. This filthy thing upset you. What would you like to do? Should I follow the hotel rules and throw it directly into the corpse pool? Or chop it into pieces to make tomorrow's char siu buns? Or light a lantern for it and hang it at your room's door for illumination? All the ghosts peeping in the shadows shivered. So ruthless. Madame Red's methods truly lived up to her reputation. But every ghost knew that the fate of this pig-headed bully was not in Madame Red's hands, nor in its own hands. It was all in the hands of that, seemingly harmless, even with tear stains on her face, adorable girl's decision. Su Chanqian was stunned for a moment. She looked at the eager-to-please Madame Red, then at the bloodied pig-headed bully on the ground, who was so scared he had wet himself. Finally, her gaze fell on her senior Lin Yun, still lying on the ground in shock, looking at her. Su Chanqian's eyes changed slightly. I don't want char siu buns, they're a bit greasy. She frowned, seriously rejecting the suggestion, then looked at the pig-headed bully with a hint of disgust. He's so dirty, and he beat my senior like that. I don't want to see him in this hotel anymore. Such a simple sentence. Yet it was like a supreme pardon, a death sentence pardon. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Madame Red's mouth. Understood. If you don't want to see him, then let him completely disappear. The hallway was filled with a suffocating smell of blood. Don't want to see him? Good, very good. Madame Red's red lips curled into a breathtaking arc. She didn't even look at the pig again, just slightly tilted her head, waving her hand at the several ghostly security guards who had long been scared into waiting in the shadows of the corridor. That motion was casual, as if she were telling a servant to sweep away a pile of trash in the corner. No! Don't kill me! Feeling the shadow of death looming, the pig-headed bully, who was collapsed on the ground, finally came back to his senses from the shock. A strong survival instinct gave him a burst of final strength. He didn't care about his broken spine and the shattered teeth in his mouth. He used all four limbs, like a dying giant meatworm, desperately crawling toward Su Chanqian. He was an old survivor who had been mixing in this strange world for years, and he knew exactly what the situation was now. The red lady is a knife, and the one holding the knife is the human girl in the expensive gauzy dress before me. Miss Su. No. Grandma Su. Madam. The pig-headed bully crawled while frantically banging his head, each thud hitting the floor hard, causing the blood jade floor to resonate loudly. I was wrong. I'm a beast. I have no eyes to see. I have money. I have a mansion in the 4th district. I also have 10 million underworld coins in savings. Plus 3 B-grade ghost weapons. As long as you spare my dog life. No, my pig life. These are all yours. All of them. He even pulled out a bloody key and a few black gold cards from his pocket, trembling, trying to hand them at Su Chanqian's feet. This was all he had accumulated over hundreds of years through exploitation and plunder. It was enough to make any ordinary strange player instantly rich, or even make some greedy ghosts turn against him. The ghosts peeking from both sides of the corridor couldn't help but swallow hard. 10 million underworld coins, this life-saving money is more than enough. Even Lin Yun, lying on the ground, felt a flicker of awareness when she heard that number. She had struggled in the strange world for a year, fighting for survival and tasks, and her account balance had never exceeded 100. 10 million, what kind of concept is that? That's enough to buy a safe zone here. However, Su Chanqian looked at the outstretched hand, mixed with blood, dirt, and unknown slime, along with the filthy cards, which were valuable but just as dirty. In her beautiful peach blossom eyes, there was not a shred of greed. Only unconcealed disgust. It was as if she had seen something extremely disgusting and dirty. She instinctively recoiled, the pristine S-grade silk skirt spreading ripples as she moved, fearing to touch even a speck of dust. Don't come closer. Su Chanqian covered her nose with her hand, truly repulsed, so smelly. These simple 2 words completely blocked off the pig-headed bully's belly full of pleading words that he had prepared. The red lady's eyes turned cold. Did you hear? The madam finds you smelly. In this hotel, the madam's likes and dislikes are the law. Your money? Humph, do you think the chairman's wife who owns the whole hotel would care about those few coins that smell like excrement? The red lady kicked the pig-headed bully's bank cards away, scattering the precious items like garbage all over the floor. But I don't deserve death. The pig-headed bully wailed in despair, trying for one last struggle. I am a consumer. I'm a gold member. I am a VIP. The hotel rules say VIPs cannot be arbitrarily killed. It tried to bind the red lady with rules. But the red lady just looked at it with pity as one would look at a dead person. Rules? You seem to have forgotten whose name is on the deed of this hotel. Since the madam says she doesn't want to see you. The red lady slowly leaned down, her long fingers gently tracing through the air, her voice soft yet cruel. Then it's not just as simple as driving you out. Not wanting to see means there should no longer be any trace of your existence in this world. Take him away. Just in time, the meat grinder in the back kitchen has just been repaired. Remember to chop the meat finely and feed it to the corpse-eating rats in the sewer, don't waste it. Yes, ma'am. General Manager. From the shadows, four ghostly executioners, nearly 3 meters tall and wrapped in bandages, stepped forward. They gave the pig-headed bully no chance to resist, directly piercing its shoulder bone with a hook made of unknown material, dragging it along the ground like a dead dog, leaving a long trail of blood. Ah! Su Qianqian. You will never die well. I will haunt you as a ghost. Woo woo. As the curses started, one of the executioners roughly stuffed a spiked iron ball into its mouth. All curses turned into desperate whimpers. The sound grew fainter and fainter, until it completely vanished deep in the cargo elevator. The corridor returned to silence. All the ghostly guests who witnessed everything dared not make a sound at this moment. They didn't even dare to breathe deeply, afraid that some scent or appearance of theirs would provoke the madam's discomfort. Because everyone just witnessed a truth. Here, the girl's aesthetic was the pen of life and death. Whoever she deemed dirty, that person had to die. Ha! Seeing the terrible pig head finally disappear, Su Qianqian slowly lowered her hand that covered her nose. She glanced at Lady Red with some embarrassment. Was I a bit too fierce? She asked quietly, seeming to feel a bit uneasy for not accepting the others buying life money. Mom said one should be more generous, but he really beat the senior sister badly, and he looked like that homeless man who hadn't bathed for days. No. Not fierce at all. Lady Red answered emphatically, her expression one of fervor. Your mercy did not move me. This way of dealing with trash is simply too elegant. So much like a superior. Joking. If Qin Ji were here, that pig head, the moment he tried to touch Su Qianqian, would have probably had his soul refined into oil and sent off to the sky. Where would there be any chance to talk nonsense? Senior Lin. Su Qianqian didn't dwell on the disappeared pig head anymore. She hurriedly lifted her dress and ran toward Lin Yun, who was still slumped in the corner. Lin Yun was covered in blood, her maid outfit torn in half, her originally delicate face marred with bruises. She struggled against the wall, staring blankly at Su Qianqian, who had squatted down in front of her. A few minutes ago, she was desperately shouting for Su Qianqian to run away. She thought this frail little junior sister would be dragged into the box like her and suffer inhumane torment. But now, that bully, who was invincible in the instance, had turned into stuffing for a meat grinder. And that manager in red, who was like a deity and even made players from various countries fearful, was carefully helping Su Qianqian lift her dress, afraid of dragging in the bloodstains on the ground. Qianqian? Lin Yun's throat was as dry as if she had swallowed blades. She looked at the glowing, pale little face in disbelief. Is it really you? She couldn't connect this madam who could decide life and death with the little transparent girl who used to hide in corners drinking juice at club gatherings. It's me, senior. Su Qianqian looked at Lin Yun's miserable state and couldn't hold back her tears again. Regardless of the dirt and blood on Lin Yun, she directly reached out and held Lin Yun's wounded hand. Hiss. Lin Yun gasped in pain, instinctively wanting to withdraw her hand. So dirty. Her hand was covered in mud and blood, while Su Qianqian's hand was as delicate as a scallion white. Her current identity was merely a humble slave, while the other was the queen here. Don't move. Let me see the wounds. But Su Qianqian held on tightly, shedding golden tears while turning her head to call out. Sister Red. Hurry and call a doctor. No, wait. Is there a doctor here? Quickly bring some medicine. Lady Red saw this scene and her eyes flickered. As a ghost who had lived for hundreds of years, she had seen too many people flip faces without mercy once they gained power. But this girl before her, after obtaining the power to control everything, unexpectedly didn't mind touching a dirty slave, and the compassion in her eyes was not faked. So this is the type that the benefactor likes. Lady Red thought to herself, then immediately stepped forward. Yes. Of course. Madam, don't cry yet, these are just minor injuries, actually, the bones are broken. I have some excellent medicine. She took out a small blue and white porcelain bottle from her own storage space. As soon as the lid was opened, a wave of cool medicinal fragrance instantly filled the corridor. Bone-setting ointment, grade B. Even if bones were smashed to pieces, applying this would heal them like new within an hour, and it could even strengthen bone hardness. In the strange black market, this bottle could exchange for half a street. This is... Lin Yun could not help but tremble at the scent of the medicine. Having spent a year in the dungeon, she certainly knew its value. This was a sacred medicine reserved for high-level healing in the League. How could it be used on her, a human slave? Don't move around, this is a reward from my lady. Lady Red knelt slightly, and with no sense of distance, personally scooped out a portion of the crystal-clear ointment to apply on Lin Yun's wound. Bear with the pain a little. Although she said this, Lady Red's movements were surprisingly gentle because Su Qianqian was watching eagerly from the side. As soon as the ointment touched the wound, the excruciating pain immediately transformed into a soothing coolness. Lin Yun watched in disbelief as her twisted fingers visibly restored, and even the flesh that had been trampled began to scab and fall off, revealing fresh skin. So magical. Su Qianqian watched from the side, astonished. Is this also medicine left by my husband? Lady Red's mouth twitched slightly. No, I bought this with my own secret money. But she still nodded with a smile. Yes, Mr. Qin left behind many treasures. Since she is your friend, make use of it, there's plenty. A few minutes later. Lin Yun cautiously moved her arm, realizing that besides being somewhat weak, the serious injury that had almost taken her life had truly healed. Thank you. Lin Yun struggled to stand up but didn't know how to face Su Qianqian now. Should she kneel to express gratitude? Or should she call her senior sister as before? She looked at Su Qianqian with an extremely complex gaze. At that moment, Su Qianqian had already helped her up, wearing that familiar and innocent smile, as if nothing had happened. It was merely a classmate helping another classmate who had fallen. Senior sister, you always helped me fend off those bad boys back in school. Su Qianqian sniffled and said seriously. Now it's my turn to protect you. My husband said the whole hotel belongs to our family, mistaken. If anyone dares to bully you again. She glanced at the terrifying hole in the ground, made by the pig's head. I will make them disappear. Lin Yun stared blankly at Su Qianqian. In that moment, she suddenly felt. In this brutal, dark, strange world filled only with slaughter and being slaughtered. She seemed to finally see the first beam of light. Chapter 24. Yesterday I was mopping the floor, today I become the operations director? The wind in the corridor is a bit cold. Su Qianqian sniffed, looking at her senior sister, who, although her wounds had healed, still looked ragged and reeked, with a pained frown. Lin Yun's maid outfit was torn to shreds, hanging on her like noodles, revealing skin that was rough and bluish from years of labor. More importantly, there were two large, dark calluses on her knees, formed from kneeling and scrubbing for a long time. That was the badge of survival as a human slave in this man-eating hotel for the past year, and also a pillar of shame. Senior sister, your clothes are all torn, you must be uncomfortable. Su Qianqian turned to Lady Red, who was standing by, always ready, her eyes filled with hope. Sister Hong, is there any employee uniform that is not so easy to tear and warm to wear? Lady Red's gaze flickered slightly. Employee uniform? Of course there are. The lowest slaves wear linen, ordinary attendants wear rough cotton, and only those at the management level and above are qualified to wear silk infused with ghost energy. Who is this person in front of me? This is the best friend of the chairman's wife, someone so important that even the tyrannical Mr. Qin has to show her respect. If she is dressed poorly, it wouldn't just be Lin Yun's shame, it would be a slap on Su Qianqian's face, and also a dent in Mr. Qin's pride. There is. Of course, there is. Madame Hong didn't hesitate at all. She raised her hand and gently snapped her fingers in the air. Snap. Accompanied by the crisp sound, several ghostly figures made of scissors and measuring tapes, known as the ghost tailors, instantly emerged from the wall. They held a set of luxurious uniforms that emitted a faint blue glow. How about this outfit? Madame Hong took the uniform and shook it open. It was a deep purple suit, meticulously tailored, with collar adorned by diamond-like spirit stones, and the fabric shimmered subtly with the light patterns of a defensive array. Night Supervisor uniform, Grade A armor. Description: woven from 1,000-year-old ice silkworm silk, it is impervious to water and fire, and automatically dusts itself off. Wearing it means you are an untouchable high-level manager of this S-grade hotel. Lin Yun stared blankly at the outfit, her body feeling a bit stiff. She had been in the hotel for a year, so she naturally recognized what this was. This was a uniform reserved only for those cloud-like figures, those supervisors living on the top floor, just below the general manager. In the past, while she was kneeling and mopping the floor, just brushing against the hem of this dress would scare her into bowing her head and begging for mercy. This is too precious. Lin Yun instinctively wanted to step back. I'm not worthy. What does worthiness have to do with it? Su Qianqian didn't understand these strict hierarchies, she just thought the outfit was beautiful and looked clean, so she directly reached for it and compared it against Lin Yun. So pretty. Senior sister would definitely look amazing in this. Quick, change into it. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold with the wind blowing. Under Su Qianqian's enthusiastic urging, actually, it was Madame Hong's eyes full of intimidation, Lin Yun had no choice but to retreat into an empty booth nearby and quickly changed into the uniform. 3 minutes later. The door opened. A tall, coolly elegant woman walked out. Though her face was still a bit pale due to long-term malnutrition, the uniform symbolizing power, combined with the recent nurturing from the Grade B ointment, allowed her to instantly regain some of the competence and grace she had as a university elite. Wow! Su Chanqian clapped her hands with sparkling eyes. Senior sister is indeed the most beautiful. Lin Yun awkwardly tugged at her sleeve. She felt as if she were dreaming, the ground beneath her feet feeling unreal. The clothes are changed, but... Su Chanqian tilted her head, seemingly recalling another question. She turned to Madame Hong and quietly asked. Sister, since you won't let that bad guy, referring to the killed pig head, consume here, does that mean there are no customers needing to accompany that? She meant to say accompany for drinks. For the naive young lady, this term was simply too harsh. Of course not. Madame Hong replied firmly, such disgraceful things will never happen again. Then... Su Chanqian blinked. Does senior sister still have to go back to mopping the floor? That job seems very tiring and hard on the knees. Can't we give her a lighter position? She thought of the arrangements in her father's company. For example, sitting in the office and reading newspapers? Upon hearing the words reading newspapers, the ghost guardians around, who were getting ready to clean up the battlefield, trembled slightly. Reading newspapers in an S-grade horror dungeon? Do you think this is a nursing home? But Madame Hong's eyes brightened. Just when she was worried about not having an opportunity to do a favor. This chance had just come knocking. No need to mop the floor. How can I let the lady's friend do such rough work? Madame Hong strode up to Lin Yun, her expression serious and solemn. She pulled out a metallic glimmering token from her bosom. The badge engraved with the words director was personally pinned onto Lin Yun's chest. Lin Yun, right? From now on, I appoint you as the director of lounge operations at the Underworld Grand Hotel. Lin Yun trembled all over, her pupils contracting sharply. DD director? Just a few minutes ago, she was a slave that anyone could trample on, not even worthy of a name, only a code 089. Now, she became the director? The responsibilities of this position are quite heavy. Madame Red spoke seriously, fabricating nonsense. You will mainly oversee the liquor inventory at the rooftop lounge. This means checking if the liquor is still there every day. If there's dust, you ask the little ones below to wipe it. If no one drinks, you just sit and rest, or... She glanced at Su Chanqian and added, or chat with the madam. What about the salary? Su Chanqian, the chairman's wife, responsibly began to negotiate for the employee. My senior sister was poor before, can we give a bit more? Of course. Madame Red extended a palm, indicating a number, 500 underworld coins per day. 3 meals covered, all spiritual food. There's a separate employee suite for you on the top floor. 5 insurances and 1 fund will be paid according to the highest standards of the underworld. Hiss. Not only did Lin Yun gasp, but even the billions of viewers outside the livestream all went crazy upon hearing this number. 500 underworld coins? Daily wage? Am I hearing correctly? This isn't a job, this is robbing money. I saw an old player say that an ordinary ghost only earns 300 underworld coins a month. This is outrageous. Competitors in other countries risk life and limb for a task, and at most, they earn 10 underworld coins. Lin Yun did nothing but know Su Chanqian and gets 500 a day? One person achieves success, all rise. This is the benefit of clinging to the right thigh. I almost want to kneel and call Su Chanqian mom. Goddess Lin has finally endured her suffering and made it through this year. Boo-hoo, thanks to the great Qin Ji. Thanks to Su Chanqian. This is truly a life-saving grace. In the livestream, the viewers from the Dragon Country were both shocked and moved. Watching Lin Yun transition from a slave who could only crawl on the ground to a director in splendid clothes, holding a high salary, the overwhelming thrill of this identity reversal was simply electrifying. Is this really okay? Lin Yun clutched the heavy badge, her hands trembling. She looked at Madame Red, the once insurmountable figure in her eyes, now smiling warmly at her. And the root of all this was that silly Su Chanqian beside her, who was counting on her fingers how many spicy strips 500 underworld coins could buy. Nothing is impossible. Madame Red glanced meaningfully at Lin Yun. In this hotel, and even in this whole abyss, the madam's word is the iron law. If she wants you to be the director, you can be illiterate, and still, you are the director. After she finished speaking, she turned around and waved her hand, her aura fully unleashed. Pass my orders down. The new director of the lounge is in office. Have all the lazy foremen come to line up and welcome anyone who dares to slight Director Lin just because she is human. Humph. A cold snort dropped the temperature in the corridor several degrees. Understood. The previously fierce ghost employees all lowered their heads, respectfully calling out to the dazed Lin Yun. Greetings, Director Lin. The voice shook the heavens. Su Chanshan was taken aback by this scene, then smiled happily, her dimples sinking deeply. Great. Senior sister, now we're very close. Come on, let's go. I have a lot of delicious food in my room. You must be starving. Disregarding all rules, she directly took Lin Yun's hand, pulling this freshly minted director along, just like when they went to the snack shop after school as kids. Happily running towards the VIP golden elevator. Hey! Slow down. Lin Yun was pulled along, stumbling behind. She watched the figure in front, who, despite being in hell, still maintained a girl-like innocence. Her eyes filled with hot tears. A year. Struggling in hell for a whole year, treated like a beast. She thought she had long forgotten the dignity of being human. Until today. That warm little hand held hers once again. Thank you. Lin Yun silently vowed in her heart. She swore that if Su Chanshan encountered danger in the future, even without that mysterious husband, even if she had to risk her life, she would protect her. At this moment, as they rode the golden elevator, laughing and enjoying life. On the other side of the scene, in the hotel's basement staff cafeteria, swarming with flies and filled with the smell of decay. Get out of the way. A strong and burly butcher slammed a ladle against the broken bowl of the Dahan country player Park Min-ju, the sound echoing. Newcomers deserve to eat this. He casually scooped a spoonful of dark, smelly slop from the swill bucket, a mixture of rotten meat that had probably been stored for days, and splashed it directly into Park Min-ju's bowl. Eat. You can't work if you don't finish it. Park Min-ju looked at the wriggling maggots in her bowl, her stomach churning violently. She wanted to vomit but couldn't bring herself to do it. Because her gaze was fixed on the crumbling black and white television set in the corner of the cafeteria. It was broadcasting the live scene from the hotel lobby. In the image, the slave Lin Yun, whom she had just thought to mock, was now wearing a uniform more luxurious than anything she had ever worn, being pulled into the elevator symbolizing absolute privilege by Su Chanshan, amid a ceremony of sinister bows. Ah! Park Min-ju let out a heart-wrenching scream, her jealousy twisting her face like a ghoul. That is mine. That should be mine. If I don't let those two bitches die, I, Park Min-ju, swear I won't be human. She lowered her head and swallowed the disgusting slop in one bite. The resentment in her eyes was darker than this abyss. Chapter 25, I am eating swill, you are enjoying the Michelin ghost feast? In the evening, the eerie aura of the ghostly hotel became thicker. There was no sunset here, only dark red droplets of blood seeping from the surrounding walls marking the passage of time. It was called dinner time. On the basement level in the staff cafeteria, it was like a boiling cesspool. Here gathered the hotel's lowest slaves, chores, and a few foreign players struggling to survive in this S-class scenario. The air was filled with the smell of rotting swill, sweat, and despair. Get away! This is mine. Dahan country player Park Min-ju had completely lost her usual elegance. She wore a gray janitor's robe that smelled of filth, her hair messy, like a mad dog, lunging at Sakuya Inoue's hands to snatch a moldy bun. Was that a bun? Perhaps it once was. Now it was covered in green mold, with half a dead cockroach embedded in it. But it was the only item in the cafeteria today that looked like a carbohydrate. Baka! Let go. I just risked my life to hide this in the food delivery department. Sakuya Inoue, also tormented beyond recognition, as she was always on the edge of life and death as a food delivery person. Just moments ago, she almost dropped a customer's fried eyeballs due to shaking hands, nearly being swallowed alive by that ghost chef. The two women, who had once maintained a superficial plastic alliance, were now fighting over food fit for no dog, clawing at each other's faces mercilessly. The surrounding low-level evil spirits and zombie slaves were digging into bowls filled with wriggling ant rail porridge. A hoarse laughter echoed in the air. To them, the human drama of killing each other for survival was not only appetizing but also especially entertaining. Bang! Just when the two were caught up in their fierce fight, a strong ghostly hand slammed a big spoon down on the table. Shut up! All of you, shut your mouths. A kitchen ghost covered in sores roared, if you want a fight, roll outside. Don't dirty my cafeteria. Also, today's meat dish has arrived only 10 servings. First come, first served. It poured a bucket of dark red mush, mixed with who knows what leftovers, possibly from the unfortunate players who had already perished or something else, into the food trough. The smell shot up, making one feel nauseous. But Park Min-ju, Zhang Sang-ji, and the other foreign players, already starving, suddenly lost all sense of reason and were replaced by raw instinct. They forgot about fighting and pounced on the food trough like beasts, grabbing the sticky liquid with their hands and stuffing it into their mouths without using spoons. Dignity? In this damned place, it had long since been swallowed down with the first bite of spoiled food. However, just as Park Min-ju stuffed a mouthful of rancid mush into her mouth, barely able to swallow it down. Ding! A melodious, clear, and distinctly out-of-place sound of a wind chime suddenly floated down from above. Above the cafeteria was a spacious structure connecting the spiral staircase from the first to the second floor and the VIP viewing corridor. This was usually a place only high-level members could stand. All the evil spirits and players instinctively looked up. There, walking under the glow of thousands of glass ghostly flames, was a group of people on the golden corridor, shining like daylight. Silence, clear the area. 8 2-meter-tall red-clad ghost generals clad in black and gold armor marched forward, wielding long halberds, pushing aside any wandering souls that tried to approach the railing, and brutally clearing a path that was absolutely clean. Next, a striking blood-red figure emerged. It was the hotel manager, the Red Lady, known for her beauty and cruelty. At that moment, she was not the lofty queen but was slightly bowing her body, holding a delicate feather fan, gently fanning non-existent dust for the person beside her. And beside her, protected like the moon surrounded by stars, was Su Chanqian, dressed in a pale yellow high-end dress, holding a cat doll, looking as clean as a little fairy. On Su Chanqian's other side was Lin Yun, still not fully adapted to her new identity, dressed in a crisp and luxurious night supervisor uniform. The three walked side by side, as if strolling in their own backyard. Gulp. Park Minju watched the scene, the spoiled food getting stuck in her throat, almost choking her to death. They were all players. All in this damned S-level dungeon. They were down below, fighting like maggots over slop. And Su Chanqian stood on the opulent cloud, overlooking all life? Sister Lin, it's so noisy down there, and it seems a little smelly. Su Chanqian did not see Park Minju hiding in the shadows. She merely stood by the railing, looking down at the crowded, filthy cafeteria, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she innocently asked, "What are they eating? It looks black and thick, like some kind of special sesame paste?" The Red Lady glanced down, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes, but when she turned to Su Chanqian, her expression instantly softened. "That's not sesame paste, my lady. That is food, feed for low-level consumables, slaves, to replenish energy. It's unsanitary, don't look too much, or it might upset your stomach." As she spoke, the Red Lady looked at the newly appointed director Lin Yun. "Director Lin, where do you think the ladies' dinner should be arranged? Tonight, we have just air freighted over a batch of S-class ghostface fish from the North Sea. Why not go directly to your executive lounge?" Lin Yun had not yet recovered from this huge leap across class. She stole a shy glance at Su Chanqian. Let's listen to Chanqian." Su Chanqian touched her belly. She wasn't hungry, after all, she had eaten a lot for breakfast. However, thinking about how thin Senior Lin looked just now, she felt she must treat Senior to a good meal to replenish her strength. "Then let's go eat that fish, whatever it's called." Su Chanqian seriously thought about her husband, Qin Ji, usual cooking habits at home, then turned to Madame Hong and unconsciously activated her Versailles ordering mode. "But sister, my husband said that seafood must be the freshest. For that fish, let the chef not use too many seasonings. My senior has just recovered, and her taste must be a bit light." "Oh right. Also, the sashimi must not have that very spicy green wasabi," she earnestly advised, as if this were not some strange hotel, but a Michelin restaurant. "I saw the maid at home used to make that kind of wasabi, the freshly ground kind is delicious, with a hint of sweetness. Do you have wasabi here? If not..." She hesitated for a moment, reaching into the little cat's paint bag, rummaging, and pulling out a tube of toothpaste-like substance that Qin Ji had carelessly thrown on the table. "I brought this. My husband said it's a seasoning sauce, it can kill germs when eating raw cold things. 1000-year dragon saliva ointment, S-class. Not only can it remove fishy odors and enhance freshness, but it also directly purifies the corpse's toxins and evil energy in the food, elevating the soul with just one bite." Madame Hong looked at the tube of dragon saliva ointment in Su Chanqian's hand, worth 10,000 times more than gold, and her eyes twitched sharply. "Using this as wasabi sauce? Is this the spending level of the chairman's family?" "Yes. It must be available." Madame Hong quickly nodded. "If not, I'll have the procurement department go pull it from the medicinal fields in Abyss District 3. If still not, let them bang their heads against the wall until they find it." "That's good." Su Chanqian smiled sweetly, taking Lin Yun's hand. "Senior, let's go quickly. I also brought a bottle of red wine, the one called 82 Lafite. Dad said it's very good, but I've never dared to drink it. Let's sneak a taste tonight. That red wine. I think it needs to breathe." Lin Yun instinctively used her knowledge of the real world. "Oh right." Su Chanqian slapped her forehead and instructed the rows of beautiful maidservants behind her. "Could you please aerate the wine for half an hour?" "Thank you." "Understood. Madam." Dozens of beautiful spirits responded in unison, their manner more formal than welcoming a national guest. The group walked away under the golden lights, leaving only a string of silver bell-like laughter and that suffocating luxurious silhouette. Below, on the first basement floor canteen. Dead silence, like death. Those evil spirits were so intimidated by the atmosphere above that they dared not move. And Park Minju and Inoue Sakurako were still in the snatching food posture, like two wind-dried sculptures. Breathing, half an hour? Freshly ground, wasabi? Sesame paste? Tears mixed with the slop on Park Minju's face dripped into the bowl with a drip sound. She glanced at the sticky, foul-smelling black sludge in her hand. She remembered Su Chanqian's innocent question, "Is this sesame paste?" Pooh. Park Minju's anger and distress, combined with the overwhelming smell of slop, made her spit out a mouthful of blood and fall straight back. Park-san. Park-san, what happened? Inoue Sakurako panicked and shouted. It's not fair. Park Minju fell to the ground, her eyes rolled back, but she glared fiercely at the already empty upper corridor, her fingers scratching out a blood trail on the greasy floor. Kill her. Even if we both perish. I want to kill that woman. Intense jealousy and hatred completely consumed her reason in that moment. Initially, she only wanted the land deed. But now, looking at what she dreamed of owning. A life that was easily trampled underfoot by the other. She just wanted to stomp Su Chanqian's delicate and beautiful face into the mud of the cafeteria. In the shadows. A half-human, half-mouse monster, Jack, was quietly watching everything from behind the grating of the sewer. Seeing Park Minju's breakdown, the monster let out a satisfied sneer. Hee enough resentment. It seems tonight is a good time to take action. The lord below should be hungry by now? On the top floor, in the banquet hall. Unaware, Su Chanqian was placing a piece of crystal-clear, gem-like ghostfish meat into Lin Yun's bowl. Senior, eat quickly. This won't make you gain weight. Her face radiated with a happy smile. And this smile was the last spark that ignited tonight's midnight crisis. Chapter 26, The rare and treasured brew you cherish is my husband's mouthwash? On the top floor of the Infernal Hotel, in the Pluto Presidential Suite, private dining room. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows was the abyssal night view swirling with black fog and blood-red thunder, while inside, it was dazzling and warm as spring. A long table carved from 1,000-year-old agarwood was filled with exquisite delicacies unimaginable to mortals. Having just come up from the hell on the first basement level, Lin Yun sat stiffly in a velvet armchair. The night supervisor uniform she wore was neatly pressed, refreshing her entire appearance, but her hands, holding the silver knife and fork, still trembled slightly. Eat, senior. This fish is really super tender. Su Chanqian, like the enthusiastic daughter of a wealthy family, used the public chopsticks to place a large piece of translucent fish meat on Lin Yun's plate. That was the best part of the deep-sea ghost fish, the meat melting in the mouth without any fishy taste, instead bringing a sweetness reminiscent of deep-sea ice springs. Lin Yun, tears in her eyes, took a bite. This was the most food-like thing she had eaten in the past year. No, it was 100 times more delicious than anything she had eaten before entering this strange world. As the fish meat entered her stomach, it transformed into a warm current, nourishing her long-depleted body. So delicious, so very delicious, Lin Yun choked out, feeling like she had come back to life. If it's delicious, eat more. Su Chanqian smiled brightly, then seemed to remember something important, turning to the Red Madam who had been serving beside her. Sister Red, has the red wine we brought over just now been aerated? At her words, the Red Madam's face showed an unprecedented serious expression. She clapped her hands. Immediately, two exceptionally beautiful painted-skinned maidens approached, holding a gold tray laid with red silk. On the tray was not the bottle of 1982 Lafite that Su Chanqian had brought. Instead, it was an ancient, elegantly shaped white jade wine jug emanating a warm jade glow, along with three tiny, exquisite cups the size of a thumb, seemingly like art pieces. Madam. The Red Madam did not touch the wine jug, but instead, through her ghostly power, lifted it into the air, her eyes filled with an almost fanatical reverence and caution. Although that bottle of Lafite is also good wine, it ultimately doesn't suit this S-grade ghostfish and dragon liver. In fact, ghosts can't drink mortal wine. Since today is a joyous day for you and an old friend to reunite, as a subordinate, I have a treasure I've cherished for 1,000 years that I want to present to Madam as a celebration. What is it? Su Chanqian leaned in curiously. The Red Madam took a deep breath, and that hand, which could kill without blinking, trembled slightly at this moment. She gently lifted the lid of the white jade wine jug. Pop. With a soft sound, an indescribably rich and unique fragrance instantly exploded in this dining room of hundreds of square meters. That was not just the aroma of wine. It was a wave of spiritual energy that seemed to contain the essence of 100 flowers, the sweetness of morning dew, and even a trace of the rhythm of the Tao. Even just a whiff made Lin Yun feel her long-blocked meridians instantly cleared. The originally hazy mind became incredibly clear. In the live broadcast room, the system alert box went crazy with red warnings. Warning! Detected fluctuation of godly item. Item name, immortal drunkenness? Level/unmeasurable. Description, legend says it is brewed from the divine nectar of the 9 heavens and the spiritual spring of the abyss core. A mortal who drinks a drop can extend their life by 10 years and cure all diseases. A fierce spirit who drinks a cup can wash away all malice, reshape their ghostly body, and level up. The entire Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room fell silent in an instant, followed by a frenzy of bullet comments. What the? Extend life by 10 years? Isn't this the immortal brew from those cultivation novels? 1 cup and you become immortal? Red Lady actually brought out such a top-secret treasure? Isn't that too generous? In the restaurant, the Red Lady personally filled 2 cups, the amber liquid thick like honey, even swirling slowly in the cups as if it had its own life. This is from 1,000 years ago. My benefactor, that is, your husband, Lord Qin Ji, gave me this jar of divine wine before he retired. The Red Lady's voice trembled. All these years, I only dared to lick the lid once when I leveled up to red-clothed fierce spirit. Today, as the lady visits, this wine should return to its original owner. For me? Lin Yun looked at the small cup of priceless liquid in front of her, nearly jumping up in shock. Although she didn't know the specific effects of this wine, just by looking at its special effect, she knew it had to be a divine item. Drink it, senior. Su Chanxian, on the other hand, was not so concerned. Since it was left by her husband, it was like their own belongings. She lifted the wine cup, like a bold woman from the rivers and lakes. Come, to celebrate that we are alive and meet. Cheers. Cheers, cheers. Lin Yun also excitedly raised her cup, clinking it with Su Chanxian's. Then, both of them drank from their cups in one go. Boom. The moment the liquid went down her throat, Lin Yun felt she swallowed a gentle flame. That flame quickly spread throughout her body, healing every hidden injury within her, even the cracks deep in her soul. Her skin visibly became rosy and shiny, and the originally weak aura of her abilities began to surge wildly. All my hidden injuries are healed? Lin Yun looked at her hands in shock, feeling filled with endless strength, even thinking she could now punch a cow to death. This wine is amazing. Seeing this, the Red Lady smiled in satisfaction. This is right. This is a holy item left by Mr. Qin, a miraculous medicine for ordinary humans that transforms lives. Surely the lady should be deeply shocked now, and her admiration for Mr. Qin has reached new heights, right? She turned to look at Su Chanxian with anticipation. However, the surprised, shocked, and touched expression she expected was nowhere to be found. On the contrary. After drinking that cup of wine, Su Chanxian's delicate face wrinkled into a bun, her rosy tongue sticking out a tiny bit, seemingly spiced and also disgusted by the taste. Su Chanxian smacked her lips, the familiar spicy sensation mixed with a hint of mint and herbs spread in her mouth. Sister Hong. Su Chanxian looked up, her clear big eyes filled with pure confusion. Is this wine really meant to be drunk? Of course it is to be drunk. The Red Lady was stunned. Could it be it doesn't suit your taste? It's not that it's bad, it's just... Su Chanxian hesitated for a moment, whispering. This taste is exactly like the water in the big glass jar on the sink on the first floor of my house. The Red Lady? Lin Yun? All the viewers? Su Chanxian continued, I saw my husband every morning waking up, pouring a cup of that water from the jar, then swishing it in his mouth and then spitting it out. I even asked him what that was for. He said that was called special mouthwash? He said it could kill bacteria, freshen breath, and prevent cavities. A dead silence descended upon the luxurious restaurant. Madame Red's smile froze on her face, those beautiful eyes that once sparkled with excitement now gradually lost their focus. She glanced at the jade pot in her hand, which she had treasured like life itself for 1,000 years. Then she looked at the innocent Su Chanxian, who was complaining that the wine was a bit spicy. Mouthwash? This heavenly drink that could drive countless ghosts mad and bring people back to life was, to Mr. Qin, just a mouthwash used to spit out every morning? Is this really it? Madame Red's voice sounded like it was about to shatter, so it was like this. She finally understood why, 1,000 years ago, when Qin Ji gave her this jar of wine, his gaze was so casual, as if he was throwing away a bottle of unused detergent. She had thought this was Qin Ji's token of love or heirloom treasure, and even in the most difficult times, she couldn't bear to drink it. It turned out that the treasure she had cherished for 1,000 years was really just a trivial daily consumable in that lord's life. That's right. Su Chanxian, unaware of Madame Red's crumbling worldview, delivered another blow. No wonder my husband has such white teeth. Turns out this really works. But using it as a drink feels a bit odd, more like drinking toothpaste water. She put down her cup and quickly served herself a bowl of seafood porridge to wash the taste away. Senior Lin, you should drink more porridge too, that mouthwash, oh no, that wine is a bit strong. Lin Yun. She looked at the empty wineglass in front of her, feeling the powerful energy inside her had healed her injury but now felt a bit awkward. At this moment, she finally had an extremely ridiculous understanding of the brother-in-law she had never met. Treating S-class sacred medicine as mouthwash? Keeping A-class evil spirits as pets? Using hell hotels as a backyard? Qianxian. Lin Yun swallowed hard, asking softly, "What exactly does your husband do?" Su Chanqian was drinking porridge, looked up at the question, her eyes bright and proud. "My husband? He is a very loving, family-oriented man, who used to be a socialite but now has turned over a new leaf, a grocery store owner." "Oh right." As if remembering something, Su Chanqian put down her spoon. "Speaking of which, I've been out for a day, and I kind of miss him. Although the food here is quite delicious, it doesn't compare to what my husband makes, even if it's semi-finished." She wiped her mouth and took out the black little seashell, the sound transmission seashell, a long-distance cross-border communicator that Qin Ji had given her before leaving. "I want to call my husband and check on him. What if he's secretly enjoying good food at home without me?" Looking at the seashell, Madame Red took a deep breath, quickly stepping back 2 paces and signaling all her subordinates to kneel in silence. Though her worldview had collapsed, since it was that lord who used the divine medicine as mouthwash wanting to make a call. That must not be disturbed at all. This was not just a check-in, but a heavy blow to this startled world once again. Chapter 27, Check-in Call. "Hello, husband, what are you doing?" "Shoo." The moment Su Chanqian took out the black little seashell, Madame Red was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pulling back all the ghostly energy to the extreme. She nearly spoke in a hissing voice, ordering the bewildered attendants and newly arrived Lin Yun. "Everyone kneel. Hold your breath. Suppress your heartbeat. If anyone dares to make a sound and disturb this call, I will stuff it in this wine bottle to soak it." Thump! Thump! The restaurant instantly saw everyone fall to their knees. The skeleton musicians who were originally playing were so startled they dropped their instruments, while the zombie waiters lay flat on the ground, not daring to breathe. Lin Yun still held the glass that had just contained the mouthwash, and though she didn't understand, she instinctively felt the seriousness of the atmosphere, quickly putting down her glass and nervously watching the black little seashell. Only Su Chanqian was completely unaware of this. She looked curiously at the employees in the room who suddenly bowed to her, scratching her head. "You don't have to be so polite. I'm just making a phone call." Madame Hong knelt at the edge of the table, still maintaining an elegant yet deeply humble smile, gently shaking her head and making a gesture that invited her to proceed. But the cold sweat on her forehead was about to ruin her exquisite makeup. What a joke. Who was that call for? It was a call to the Abyss Taboo, to that monster who used S-grade magical medicine as mouthwash. If she didn't listen while kneeling, Madame Hong was afraid her legs would be broken by that invisible pressure. Su Chanqian didn't think too much. She injected a trace of spirit energy, from eating too many heavenly materials, into the sound transmission conch. Buzz. The conch vibrated slightly, and a strange spatial ripple appeared on its black shell surface. There was none of the common beep-beep waiting sound. Just 1 second. A faint electric sound flashed through, and the signal was connected. Dead. Death sound effect. Game over. The first sound that came through was an extremely familiar, modern electronic-style game over sound, along with the quick tapping of game controller buttons. Then, a lazy voice, slightly nasal, clearly dissatisfied with the game's ending, floated out from the conch. TSK. This boss actually has a second phase with invincibility? The designer of this game must have a screw loose. At that moment, the air in the entire presidential suite seemed to freeze. For Su Chanqian, this was the most familiar voice, her husband's, full of the warmth of a homebody. But for Madame Hong, for Lin Yun, and even for the listeners hiding outside, that voice, though plain, seemed to mix with the roar of the abyss and the echo of rules. Each syllable fell, triggering a tsunami deep in their souls. It was a kind of pressure from a status that made one want to worship instinctively upon hearing the voice. Lin Yun trembled all over, her face pale. She clutched the edge of the table tightly. Just a voice made her, a newly promoted extraordinary director, feel a crushing pressure from the level of life. That man, was he really the ordinary shopkeeper that Chanqian spoke of? Husband. Su Chanqian, however, felt no discomfort. Instead, she sounded like a little cat who had found its owner after feeling aggrieved, her voice sweetening several degrees as she pouted at the conch. "Why are you still playing games? Didn't we agree that you'd give Wang Kai a bath?" On the other end of the conch, there was a rustling sound, as if Qin Ji had set down the controller and was changing to a more comfortable position. "I washed it. That dog's fur was too thick, I didn't want to scrub, so I just tossed it in the backyard pool to soak." Qin Ji replied casually and then asked, "Why are you calling now? Encountered trouble? Did someone act clueless?" As soon as he finished speaking, Madame Hong's ghostly aura almost exploded. She gritted her teeth, buried her head even lower, praying frantically, "Madam Ancestor, please say something nice. Otherwise, I'll be turned to ash." "No, no." Su Chanqian hurriedly denied it, even happily glancing at Madame Hong, who was kneeling on the ground. "Everyone here is super nice. That manager, Sister Hong, recognized the voucher you gave me and not only arranged the best big room for me, but also gave me lots of delicious food. The service is wonderful. Sister Hong. On Qin Ji's side, he seemed to chuckle slightly, his tone playful. That ugly girl can also be called sister now? Alright, as long as she didn't bully you. Madame Hong, upon hearing the words ugly girl, not only felt no anger but instead was so moved she almost cried. That ugly girl was proof that the benefactor still remembered her. What an honor this was. By the way, husband. Su Qianqian seemed to remember something important. I met an acquaintance here. It's my senior from university, Lin Yun. She's really amazing now, having become a director. Oh. Qin Ji responded blandly. He wasn't interested in his wife's social circle, but he still cooperatively said, that's quite impressive, not really, let her take you out more. Standing nearby, Lin Yun heard her name mentioned and was so nervous that she nearly stopped breathing. She hurriedly bowed in the direction of the conch, panicking, even though the other party couldn't see her, she instinctively wanted to express her respect. And there's more. Su Qianqian brought the conch closer, whispering to report her work. The red cup you asked me to get, Sister Hong has already agreed to give it to me. But she said that cup has been sitting on the shelf for too long, it's a bit dirty, and it seems quite precious. So she's having someone clean and disinfect it with special solution, and I can only get it packed when I leave. Hearing this, Su Qianqian felt a bit worried that Qin Ji might be unhappy. Hubby, weren't you eager to use it to drink new tea? How about I ask Sister Hong to hurry it up? Bang! Madame Hong's knees hit the ground, cracking the floor. Her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Hurry up? That sorrowful blood river cup, asterisk asterisk. The S+ level corpse king, suppressed below, was frantically attacking the seal. The reason she hadn't given it immediately these days was that she was reinforcing the standby formation overnight, fearing that if she pulled the cup out in front, the entire hotel would be overturned by the corpse king. If she gave it now, then tonight's wonderful scene would turn into a corpse king demolition site. There was silence on the conch for half a second. It seemed that Qin Ji was weighing the importance between drinking tea and trouble. Forget it. After a moment, Qin Ji's lazy voice came through. No need to rush her. Since it's dirty, let it wash thoroughly. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, if it comes back still dusty, I won't want it. And his voice suddenly became a bit profound. That cup, if not cleaned properly, would feel cold in your hand, and you wouldn't feel comfortable holding it. Madame Hong breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling as if she had just been pulled out from the water and collapsed on the ground. Saved. It seemed that the benefactor knew what was suppressed below and had given her time to deal with the tail. MMHM. I understand. It will definitely be brought back clean and fragrant. Su Qianqian assured earnestly. Okay, is there anything else? The sound of a game console starting came from Qin Ji's end. If there's nothing, I'll hang up. I haven't passed that level yet, while I'm still feeling it, I need to go and deal with that boss. There's still one more thing. Su Qianqian hesitated. She glanced at the softly glowing rune button on the conch. She had studied this conch a bit, and it seemed it could connect beyond home. There was a special dial on it pointing to a coordinate she was very familiar with, but that seemed out of place in this current world dragon country. Hubby, can this conch also call Dad? Su Qianqian asked quietly, her tone filled with longing for home. Yes. Qin Ji gave a positive response, that conch is bidirectional, it can connect to Old Street, and as long as you have the number, you can call even to the moon. If you miss home, just give a call to report safety. So that old man won't be outside crying all the time, making a fuss. Note, Su Bancheng is not beside Qin Ji, but in the global live broadcast, Su the Rich was crying too badly. Qin Ji heard it through some means and found it annoying. Really? That's awesome. Thank you, hubby. You are the best. Mwah. Su Qianqian was so happy that she almost jumped up and planted a heavy kiss on the conch. Hanging up. Qin Ji on the other end seemed a bit awkward from the moi and hurriedly cut off the connection. Buzz. The red light on the conch dimmed. The terrifying oppressive feeling that had enveloped the room. In an instant, everything disappeared into thin air. Lady Red sat on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted, her clothes soaked behind her. And Lin Yun, at this moment, looked at Su Qianqian with the eyes of someone seeing an alien. Just now, that voice. Although it sounded lazy, casual, and even full of life. But that indescribable, divine indifference, as if a deity was overlooking the mortals, left Lin Yun's hands and feet still icy. That is Su Qianqian's husband? The F-level waste who runs a grocery store in the old street of the abyss? Lin Yun smiled bitterly. Waste? If such an existence is waste, then what do the gods and Buddhas count as? Sister Red, please get up. The ground is cold. Su Chanqian hung up the phone, saw Lady Red still sitting on the ground, and quickly went over to help her. Oh no, it's my fault, I chatted with you too long. Did your legs go numb? Lady Red used her strength to stand up, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and forced a smile. It's fine, I'm happy. It is my fortune to hear the voice of my benefactor. He. Su Chanqian let out a silly laugh, then raised the little conch that had switched bands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Senior sister, Sister Red, wait for me a moment. Su Chanqian took a deep breath, as if about to complete a big task. She turned the scale on the conch, aiming at the rune that represented the present world. I want to give Dad a call. Tell him I'm doing well here, so he doesn't need to send all the bodyguards from home, even though they can't come. She skillfully dialed a number she could recall clearly even in her dreams. That was the private encrypted line of Su Bancheng, the richest man in Long Kingdom. Beep, beep, beep. This time, what came through was not an electronic tone, but a waiting tone filled with the atmosphere of modern society. And at this very moment, Blue Star, Long Kingdom's highest strategic command room. A group of high-ranking officials, faces full of worry, staring helplessly at the livestream. And in a corner, Su Bancheng, with tears streaming down his face, hadn't closed his eyes for days and nights. Suddenly, the red satellite phone, placed on the top-secret desk, said to only ring if the sky falls. Without any warning, it vibrated. Chapter 28, this phone call kept the high-ranking officials of Long Kingdom awake all night. Blue Star, Long Kingdom's imperial capital. The state's Strange Countermeasures Bureau, highest security strategic command room. At 3 in the morning, it was still brightly lit, the air filled with strong tobacco smell and the scent of anxious sweat. The huge circular conference table was filled with military big shots and top think tank experts, as well as a business tycoon who looked as if he had aged 10 years. That was Su Chanqian's father, the richest man in Long Kingdom, Su Bancheng. At this moment, where was the usual domineering aura he had? He stared intently at the huge main screen in front of him, his eyes bloodshot, gripping a warm peace pendant tightly in his hand, silently murmuring something. On the screen was the live broadcast of the Yumming Hotel. Although his daughter was sitting in a room more luxurious than a palace, enjoying delicacies, and although the terrifying Lady Red seemed to be submissive. But in Su Bancheng's eyes, this was like roasting his own daughter over a fire. That was an S-level dungeon. It was a den that devoured people without spitting out bones. Who knew if that table of food was a soul-controlling soup? The current piece might just be to fatten her up before the kill later. Old Su, eat something. Director Zhang, sitting at the head of the table, sighed and pushed a cup of hot tea toward him. Chanqian, seems to be safe for now. That red-clothed ghost's attitude towards her is really strange. Safe my ass. Su Bancheng's emotions were somewhat out of control, his voice hoarse. My daughter has a courage the size of a needle's eye. When has she ever seen such a scene? She must be scared to death right now, surely crying out for Dad in her heart. But I can't save her. What good is my trillion-dollar fortune? I can't even make a phone call. As he spoke with deep emotion, tears were about to fall from this man in his 50s. As long as she can hear my voice, as long as she knows not to be afraid, I would be willing to bankrupt myself. The experts around could only smile bitterly in helplessness upon hearing this. Make a call in? Don't joke around. The bizarre world and the real world are separated by countless layers of dimensional barriers, even the most advanced quantum signals can't get in. In the past decade, there has never been a precedent for two-way communication. However, just when this feeling of despair and helplessness was about to crush the entire command room, a very subtle, yet deafening vibration suddenly sounded in the quiet room. Everyone instinctively searched for the source of the sound. It wasn't anyone's mobile phone, they all handed them in upon entering. It wasn't the sound effect from the big screen. The sound came from the very center of the conference table. That was covered in bulletproof glass, entirely red, and labeled SSS Level Secret, the National Strategic Emergency Satellite Phone. This phone only rings under a few specific circumstances. Either nuclear war has broken out, or aliens have invaded. Or, it could be that impossibly ringing signal from an unknown dimension. What? How is this possible? Director Zhang jumped up with a start, his chair crashing to the ground. He stared wide-eyed at the trembling phone, with its red light flashing. The display showed no number. Only a line of hair-raising garbled text, signal from void. Quick! Tech Department. Trace the signal source. Is it a bizarre invasion? The command room was thrown into chaos. At that moment, a psychological expert who had been staring at the screen suddenly shouted. No! No! Look at the live broadcast. Look at Su Chanqian's hand. Everyone jolted their heads up. On the big screen, Su Chanxian was making a dialing and waiting gesture towards the black conch. And with the movement of her fingers, this side's red telephone. Ding-ling-ling. The urgent ringing completely erupted. Time was perfectly synchronized. No delay. No error. Is that Qianqian? Su Banchang was the first to react, rushing towards the table like a madman, even forgetting that the glass cover hadn't opened, trying to grab it. Old Su. Calm down. It might be a bizarre bait. Director Zhang, although shocked, instinctively wanted to raise a warning due to his professionalism. I'll take the bait. Su Bancheng trembled as he pressed the speakerphone button, then with all his strength, he grabbed the receiver, his voice trembling. Hello? Is it Qianqian? A second of dead silence. Everyone held their breath, feeling as if their heartbeats had stopped. Then, from the receiver, came that soft, familiar voice that Su Bancheng longed for, clear through the slight static. Dad, it's me. I've been counting the time, it should be early morning on your side, right? Are you staying up late again watching the live broadcast? You need to listen to the doctor and rest early, or you'll get dark circles. Boom. Tears burst forth from Su Bancheng instantly. He, a steel tycoon who had dominated the business world for decades, was now crying like a 200-pound child, collapsing in the chair, holding the phone tightly without letting go. Qianqian. It's really Qianqian. My daughter. Dad hasn't slept. Dad isn't tired. Dad just misses you, woo woo woo. At this moment, the entire command room was immersed in unprecedented shock. Not only because of the touching reunion of father and daughter but also because of what this call represented, the fact that someone had broken through the barrier of dimensions. And not through any national high-tech power, merely a little girl holding a conch that looked like a toy. Dad. Don't cry. Su Chanxian heard her father's cries from the other end, feeling a bit shy and a bit heartbroken. I am really doing well here. Truly. I am currently staying in a super big hotel, just on the top floor. The manager lady here is super nice, rolled out a red carpet for me, and prepared a lot of delicious food. By the way, I also ran into Sister Lin, and she is here working as a big official too. Su Chanxian chatted away like a little girl calling home while traveling. My husband, Qin Ji, is also doing great. He may be a bit introverted, but he knows how to take care of people. Well, he just asked me to call you, saying not to cry all the time because it's bothering his ears. At this point, Su Chanxian lowered her voice, feeling a bit wronged. Dad, does he dislike you a little? But he gave me this conch shell, saying that whenever he misses home, he can call back anytime. So please don't worry about me too much. In the command room, Director Zhang and several military big shots looked at each other, horror and ecstasy visible in their eyes. Dislike? That man named Qin Ji could actually find the cries of the richest person in Dragon Country too noisy, and even hear Su Bancheng's cries across dimensions? What does this mean? It means that for that man, the so-called boundary between the strange world and the real world does not exist at all. He is watching this place all the time. Divine artifact, this is undoubtedly a divine artifact of causal law. A big shot from the technology department looked at the device that was still holding the call, trembling with excitement. No need for a base station, no need for satellites, directly cross-dimensional point-to-point. This technology. Dragon Country is at least 500 years ahead of the world. No. 1,000 years. And all of this was just a toy that Qin Ji casually threw to his wife. On the other end of the line, Su Chanxian was still comforting her father. Dad, I am sure I can complete this mission. I have many vouchers from my husband that let me eat for free wherever I go. Well, I haven't really suffered. Just now someone tried to bully me, but before they could do anything, the manager lady threw them out. So, you can just think of it as me going on a honeymoon. Hee hee. Su Bancheng wiped away his tears while nodding. Okay. A honeymoon is good. Chanxian, please thank Qin Ji for me. Thank you, son-in-law. Tell him that as long as you come back safely, I will give him half of the Su family's fortune as a dowry. Oh Dad, what are you saying? So embarrassing. Su Chanxian blushed on the other end, quickly changing the subject. Well, that's it. The signal here is good, but my husband said we are using the Ghost Dragon train's frequency, and if we talk too long, the driver will get a headache, because he has to bear the dimensional pressure to transmit the signal. So, I'm hanging up now. Bye-bye, Dad. Love you. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. The red light on the display went out. The conference room fell into silence again. But this time, it was not a despairing silence, but a flame named hope and awe burning in everyone's eyes. Director Zhang took a deep breath, slowly regaining composure from the shock. He stood up straight, his gaze sweeping across the room, his tone becoming unprecedentedly serious and solemn. Everyone immediately reassess the profile level of target number 10, Qin Ji. Chapter 29, Disgusting Deal, Allies from the Sewers. Upgrade the originally designated S-level focus target to. Director Zhang paused, speaking word by word. SSS level Pillar of Nation. Notify the publicity department, from now on, block all negative comments about Qin Ji on the internet. Whoever dares to say a bad word about him is a traitor. Notify the logistics department, immediately investigate if Qin Ji has any relatives, friends, or unfinished wishes in this world. Mr. Su, this matter will trouble you, handle it with the highest specifications. Su Banchang had completely regained his spirit at this moment, his eyes sharp, nodding vigorously. Rest assured. Even if he wants the moon in the sky. As long as money can solve it, I, Su Banchang, would go bankrupt to get it done. And also. Director Zhang turned to the aide responsible for strategic analysis beside him. That so-called Great Han country seems to be targeting our contestants recently? Even that Park Minju has threatened to kill and loot? The aide sneered, yes. According to intelligence, Park Minju has colluded with several locals and seems to want to cause trouble at that hotel. Ha! A cold curve appeared at the corner of Director Zhang's mouth. It seems some countries haven't realized the situation. With Mr. Qin around, that woman from the Great Han country is no longer just challenging Su Chanshan. She is digging her own grave. At the same time, in a strange world. In the presidential suite of the Netherworld Grand Hotel. Su Chanshan contentedly put away the small conch. When she turned around, she found Lin Yun's eyes were shining, and Lady Hong was staring at her in admiration. What's wrong? Su Chanshan touched her face. Lady Hong trembled, giving a thumbs up, Madam, the item that allows mortals to communicate, was it given by our benefactor? Su Chanshan nodded, yes, it's a conch. Lady Hong swallowed silently. A conch? That was clearly a shard of abyss horn. It was a sacred object that could blow the war-gathering signal. Now it was turned into a phone? Mr. Qin's craftsmanship, divine power, truly amazing. Madam must be tired, right? It's time for bed. Lady Hong hurriedly changed the subject. She now felt that asking one more question would be disrespectful to that deity. I'll turn off the lights for you now and let the boiler room underground keep the heat up a bit. Sleep. Su Chanshan climbed onto the soft big bed. That night, she slept incredibly sweetly. However, she did not know. Just dozens of meters directly below this luxurious suite, in a secret corner connected to the building's ventilation ducts. Two pairs of eyes filled with hatred and greed stared intensely through the gaps in the grates, fixated on her floor. We've made contact. A half-human, half-rat monster, old player Jack, hissed softly, holding a crude hotel blueprint in its hand. That stupid woman Park Minju has already taken care of her idiot husband, Iron Arm Monkey, and the pervert from Cherry Blossom Country. Tomorrow is the Blood Moon Festival. It's also when the hotel's defense is the weakest. It extended its sharp claws and viciously marked an X on the map directly at the position of Su Chanshan's room on the top floor. As long as we break that red teacup and release the drought demon underground. Even if that man possesses extraordinary skills, he won't make it in time to save her. In the chaos, the deed is ours, and that woman is the snack for the Corpse King. The lights of the Netherworld Grand Hotel did not reach the underground. This was the dirtiest, most secret area of the hotel, the underground sewage channel. All the waste, even those bits that even evil spirits couldn't digest, poisonous blood and certain indescribable scraps eventually converge here, forming a black river emitting a foul odor, slowly flowing towards the unknown abyss. Cough cough, vomit. Park Minju was standing in water that reached above her knees. Her once proud hands were now covered in frostbite and ulcerated wounds, mechanically holding a shovel made of what seemed to be animal bones, clearing the entrails jammed in the grate. There was no light. Only a faint green glow emitted from some decomposition moss growing on the walls, illuminating her already twisted and deformed face. Why is it like this? Park Minju cursed through gritted teeth while shoveling the disgusting filth. Though she couldn't see the live broadcast, she could hear the noises from above. The laughter and joy from above, along with the faint scent of top-quality ingredients drifting down, felt like dull knives cutting repeatedly at her heart. Su Chanshan was sleeping soundly above, calling her father. I'm down here shoveling shit, eating dead mice. Damn it. This cursed world. This damned game. Intense jealousy had already driven her mad, now she was like a barrel of gunpowder, ready to explode at the slightest spark. It's so unwilling. At that moment, a hoarse voice, rough as a broken gong, suddenly echoed deep in the dark sewer. Who? Park Minju was so frightened that her hand shook, the shovel falling into the water with a splash of filthy liquid. She turned in terror, looking into the impenetrable darkness. Don't be afraid, little girl. Like you, I am a pathetic creature abandoned by that woman in this hotel. Accompanied by a gut-wrenching scratching sound. A hunched figure slowly crawled out from a giant abandoned sewage pipe. Thanks to the mossy green light, Park Min-ju finally saw the figure clearly, and gasped in fear, nearly screaming. That could hardly be called a human. He was still wearing tattered scraps of camouflage, vaguely resembling a tall western white male. But his left half had completely mutated, covered in black-gray mouse bristles, and his left hand had become a huge, sharp rodent claw. His face was horribly twisted, half of it looked human, while the other half sprouted whiskers and protruding front teeth like a rodent. Jack, former U.S. Navy SEAL/cursed survivor. An old player who had survived in the Phantom Hotel for 3 years, swallowed the blood and flesh of abyssal demon mice to survive, not only living but transforming into a half-human, half-ghost monster. You are human? Park Min-ju covered her mouth, fighting the urge to vomit. The smell coming from him was stronger than the dead water here. Human? I suppose so. Jack scratched his rotten scalp with that rodent claw, his small green eyes sparkling with cunning and madness. He didn't care about Park Min-ju's disgust. After staying in the abyss for so long, dignity was fed to the dogs. He only wanted to do 2 things, survive and take revenge. I heard everything down below. Jack didn't waste words, hitting the sore spot directly. You hate that woman from the dragon country named Su Chanqian, right? You also hate the red lady who drove you down, right? Hate. Of course I hate. Mentioning this, the fear in Park Min-ju's eyes was instantly replaced by resentment. I wish I could eat their flesh. Drink their blood. Good, that's the basis for our cooperation. Jack grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow, sharp teeth, laughing in a sinister and terrifying way. You want? Even the level of the red lady's cunning couldn't catch me. Because I know where the foundation of this hotel lies. He stretched out his claw-like fingers and pointed up, towards the direction of the presidential suite on the top floor. Do you know why that red-dressed ghost never leaves the hotel? Do you know why there are sometimes earthquake-like tremors coming from the hotel's basement? Park Min-ju shook her head, her expression growing tense. Because. Jack's eyes turned wild and terrifying. This hotel is, in fact, a prison. It was built here to suppress the underground evil eye that connects to the main vein of the river Styx. And within that eye lies a monster even the king of hell dares not accept S-class, Corpse King, **. See Corpse King? Park Min-ju shivered. That's right. Jack licked his lips. To suppress this monster, that red lady placed a magical artifact, a red jade teacup, in the most core position of the hotel's formation, which is in the presidential suite on the top floor. Hearing the words red teacup, a thunderbolt flashed through Park Min-ju's mind. She remembered. Before entering the instance, Su Chanqian's F-class husband had specifically instructed her. Take that red teacup back when you leave, I want to drink tea. That cup is the eye of the formation? Park Min-ju muttered, her face pale. That man with the surname Qin wants that cup? He wants to release the Corpse King? Who knows? Maybe that man is also a madman. Jack didn't know Qin Ji, he only cared about his plan. That teacup is called, Sealing the Hell Blood River Cup. As long as it leaves its original position even if just for a moment. Boom. Jack made an exaggerated gesture. The seal underground will break. The Corpse King will explode out. The rules and order of the entire hotel will collapse in an instant. At that time, whatever red lady, whatever ghost security, will all die. Everyone will be busy running for their lives. Who will care to protect that woman from Long Country? Park Min-ju's breath quickened. Chaos. Total chaos. Without the protection of rules, Su Chanqian is just a powerless weakling. And in the chaos, she would have every chance. But that teacup is in the hands of the red lady, even in Su Chanqian's suite. How can we get it? Park Min-ju raised the most realistic question. We don't even have elevator access to the top floor. That's where you come in. Jack took out a rough map drawn on human skin from his tattered clothes, marked intricately with red lines. This is the ventilation duct network I spent 3 years exploring. He pointed to one of the red lines. This duct, although filled with the corpse poison gas that can corrode red-dressed evil spirits, goes directly to the ventilation opening of the presidential suite on the top floor. Ordinary people can't get in, but you have that, iron-armed gibbon, providing you with an antidote or monster energy, right? Note, Park Min-ju had not exhausted it before and had some left, and the iron-armed gibbon could provide further support through remote trade. Tomorrow is the hotel's Blood Moon Festival. Jack's eyes sparkled. According to tradition, all executives above the red dress level, including that red lady, must go to the underground third-floor altar to strengthen the outer seal to appease the Corpse King. This is when that suite's defense is the weakest. As long as we climb and smash that cup, or take it away, the gate of hell will open. Jack stared fiercely at Park Min-ju. So, what do you say? Do you dare to pull off a big haul? At that time, when chaos begins, you kill that woman and grab the deed. I just need to eat the heart of the severely injured Red Lady to restore my human form. Park Min-ju looked at the map, listening to that mad plan. Her heart raced wildly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. This was a dead end. If she failed, she would be torn to pieces. If she doesn't do it, she'll have to scrub toilets here for the rest of her life, watching Su Chanqian live like a princess. Jealousy is the most terrifying poison in the world. Drink up. Park Min-ju suddenly raised her head, and her swollen face appeared extremely hideous under the green light. As long as it kills her, what does it matter if I release the demon? Even if we die together, I will drag her down to hell. She pulled a mirror out of her pocket and quickly contacted her eerie husband and the always-watching demon man from Sakura country. The plan has changed. Wait for my signal at midnight tomorrow. Once the red cup shatters, attack the hotel with all your strength. Kill. Loot. This night. The dark currents under the ground surged, and the conspiracy was fermenting. On the roof, Su Chanqian was still immersed in the peace after talking to her father, completely unaware that the tea-drinking item she had was already the death switch in everyone's eyes. Chapter 30, Pull It Out. The real demon is locked down there. Underworld Hotel, 18th floor. The blood-red thunder outside was more violent than ever, and thick black clouds hung low over the city, as if foretelling the arrival of some ominous force. In front of the bookshelf, the Red Lady held a cloth made from the 1,000-year-old mermaid's tear, gently wiping the dark red jade teacup, the blood river cup of suppression. Her actions were so delicate, so gentle that she didn't dare breathe too loudly. Because she could clearly feel that every time her fingers touched the cup's edge, the towering S-level building beneath her feet let out a barely perceptible, painful tremor. That was the angry roar of the Drought Corpse King, suffocating deep underground, thousands of meters below. Sister Hong, is it cleaned yet? A somewhat frustrated voice came from behind. The Red Lady's hand trembled, nearly dropping the priceless cloth. She turned around, quickly plastering a humble smile on her face. It's cleaned, it's cleaned. It's just that this is Mr. Qin's old item, and I thought I'd do a little spiritual maintenance on it, so it won't seem too old when I take it back. Su Chanqian was kneeling by the bed, struggling to stuff the miscellaneous souvenirs Qin Ji had given her into her suitcase. Hearing this, she sighed. Oh, actually, it's unnecessary. My husband is very easygoing, just a little dish soap will do. I mainly want to finish that survive for 7 days task, so I can pack up early and not be in a rush later. The Red Lady's heart was bleeding. Dish soap? This was the artifact that suppressed the Array Eye. A drop of dish soap, and the spirit of the cup might just explode right then and there. What the lady says is right. The Red Lady's heart was bitter, but she could only force a smile. After tonight, tomorrow morning, I'll pack it in a box and bring it to you. She had already made up her mind. Tonight was the Blood Moon ceremony, and she had to personally go to the core of the formation on the 3rd underground level to overdraw her own ghost energy to strengthen the outer seals. Only by doing this could she secure half an hour for Su Chanqian to safely escape after removing the teacup tomorrow. As for what would happen once Su Chanqian left and the Corpse King, unbound from suppression, broke free, that would be the price of her red-clad fate. For the sake of gratitude, she accepted this cost. Tonight. The Red Lady glanced at the round moon outside the floor-to-ceiling window, which was gradually turning a bloody red, her expression serious. Madam, tonight is the day with the heaviest Yin energy. You must stay in this suite. No matter what noises you hear, do not open the door, and do not go out. This room has the aura left by Mr. Qin from back then, providing protection. It is absolutely safe. Su Chanqian hugged her star Kirby, nodding obediently. Got it. Am I the type to run around? I'm going to stay in bed and sleep enough to meet my KPI. Looking at the innocent sleeping face of the girl, Lady Red felt a bit relieved in her heart. As long as she doesn't leave this room. Even if the sky falls down, this last Pure Land is safe. However, at the same time, deep in the sewage pipe dozens of meters underground. Absolutely safe? Jack's mutated, large rat ear twitched slightly, letting out a piercing laugh. In this underworld Grand Hotel, there has never been a place that is absolutely safe. He squatted on a moldy, broken table, using the only human hand left to draw a winding red line on a simple map. At midnight tonight, when the blood moon is the reddest, that red-clothed ghost must leave the top floor and go underground to strengthen the seal. That is when her power is at its weakest, and the teacup defense mechanism is at its lowest. Jack turned his head, his green little eyes fixated on Park Min-ju, who was wrapping herself in cling film, as a makeshift protective suit. Our path is right here, through the central air conditioning main ventilation shaft. Jack pointed to the huge vent above him, still dripping black goo. This leads directly to the 18th floor presidential suite. But, it is filled with the corpse poison swamp gas produced by the decay of thousands of bodies. An ordinary ghost would turn to pus in just 3 seconds. Are you sure you want to go this way? Park Minju looked at the whole emitting yellow-green toxic gas, her stomach churned, and her face turned pale. If you don't want to spend your life cleaning toilets, then crawl. Jack coldly threw a gas mask at her. This was a crude filtering device modified from the lungs of some marine creature. Don't forget the medicine your husband gave you. Keep them all in your mouth. As long as you can hold on for 5 minutes, we can crawl to the top of that woman. Park Minju trembled as she took the mask. She thought of Su Chanshan eating dragon liver and phoenix marrow. She thought of her days eating scraps. In that moment, jealousy overcame fear. I'll go. Park Minju's eyes reddened, like a gambler who had bet everything. As long as I can get the land deed, as long as I can kill her, crawling through a cesspool is worth it. Very good. Jack opened his rat-like mouth, exposing sharp fangs, pulling out 2 sharp bone daggers from behind him. Remember our goal. We can't beat Su Chanshan, after all, she has that perverted iron plate, and we can't kill Lady Red. There's only one thing we need to do. His finger heavily poked the top-level position on the map. Sneak into the room. Find that red cup. Knock it over. Break it. Or throw it out the window. As long as the cup leaves its original position, the focal point will shatter. The Drought Corpse King trapped beneath for thousands of years will awaken immediately. At that time, the whole hotel will be overwhelmed by corpse gas. Lady Red will be seriously injured by backlash. All the ghosts will go crazy. Jack let out a chilling low laugh. Chaos is the ladder. In the face of such an apocalyptic disaster, what bullshit chairman, what privileged class, will no longer exist? Only us, the rats who have survived in the sewers, can eat the last bite of meat on that rubble. Boom. A muffled thunder sounded from afar. The blood moon hung in the sky, midnight had arrived. Action. With Jack's command. Park Minju put on the mask, clenched her teeth, and like a dirty maggot, she crawled into the deadly pipeline leading to heaven. Half an hour later. At the top of the Underworld Grand Hotel. As Lady Red left with a large group of elite guards to the underground altar, the entire 18th floor fell into unprecedented silence. Only the long lights in the corridor flickered due to unstable voltage. Inside the Underworld Presidential Suite. Su Chanshan had already climbed into bed early according to the work requirements. Perhaps the scent of the aromatherapy was too strong today, or maybe the bed was too soft. She slept deeply, even letting out a faint snore. And that 100% share land deed that countless people coveted. Just casually placed on the bedside table, it was only pressing down on a half-empty fruit plate. In the corner of the room. That realm-suppressing blood river cup, sitting on the antique shelf, suddenly began to tremble slightly, no longer restrained by the ghostly lady's aura. Buzz. The originally exquisite patterns of the other shore began to squirm like blood vessels, slowly turning into ominous black. A thread of extremely fine, yet terrifying black mist seeped out from the gap at the bottom of the cup. It seemed to sense something. That was malice from its kind. Also from the destruction that was about to come. Sizzle, sizzle. From the ceiling of the suite, the central air conditioning vent covered with golden silk would suddenly emitted an extremely faint sound, like a mouse grinding its teeth. A drop of foul-smelling green liquid dripped down through the grate, falling precisely onto the priceless snowy monster blanket below, corroding a small black hole. Immediately after, a pair of bloodshot and greedy eyes peered through the gap, coveting everything luxurious below. Park Minju had arrived. She hung in the ventilation duct, her body corroded by toxic gas, covered in red spots, pain almost suffocating her. But when she saw Su Chanshan, who was sleeping soundly on the big bed, and the land deed casually placed on the table, and that red teacup glowing, seemingly filled with "I am very important" written all over it. The corners of her mouth stretched back to her ears, smiling silently. Su Chanshan. Your good days are over. She slowly reached out her hand, covered in sores, to twist the loose screw. The scythe of death silently hung over the sleeping girl's head at that moment. Chapter 31, The Mouse in the Vent and the Cracked Teacup. Tick-tock, tick-tock. That was the sound of corrosive green sludge dripping through the ornate ceiling's gaps, hitting the $1 million snowy monster blanket. The pure white blanket instantly emitted black smoke, corroding ugly small holes, like an originally flawless canvas splattered with ink dots, shocking to behold. Inside the Pluto Presidential Suite, other than the subtle sound of corrosion and distant thunder, it was deathly silent. A hand covered in festering boils silently removed the vent grate. Then, a female face, deeply marked by long-term use of a crude gas mask, half of it swollen and rotten, dangled out. Park Minju clenched the respirator's mouthpiece, her eyes bloodshot. Although separated by air filled with corpse poison, she could still see the envious and maddening scene inside through the blurred goggles. On the huge cloud bed, Su Chanxian, who had once seemed undoubtedly doomed to her, was now sleeping blissfully with a pink stuffed toy, her cheeks flushed. She even comfortingly kicked the blanket, revealing half of her fair and delicate leg like a lotus root. On the bedside table, the plate of amethyst grapes, picked from the 9th level of the abyss, had only been half eaten, the other half carelessly left there, with some juice even staining the scrap paper next to it, namely the hotel deed that could buy countless lives. Why can you dream beautifully here, while I have to crawl in a cesspit? The resentment in Park Minju's eyes almost became a tangible substance. She felt that every breath of filtered air she inhaled felt like blades scraping her lungs. Hurry up, don't be dazed. A faint yet urgent voice urged from behind the pipe. It was Ratman Jack. I can feel it, there's something in the air here making it hard for me to breathe. Don't drag your feet, move fast. Although Jack was an experienced player, he did not have the same sensitivity as the red-clothed ghost. He couldn't feel that it was the divine breath left by Qin Ji. His rat-like intuition sent chills down his spine, and he held onto the wall of the pipe tightly, not even daring to poke his head out, only wanting to use Park Minju like a gun. Park Minju took a deep breath, like a gecko, enduring the excruciating pain as she flipped down from the vent. Thud. She landed on the soft carpet. The foul stench emanating from her already rotten cleaner's uniform instantly spread through the elegant aroma of the room. Su Chanxian, this is what you forced me to do. Park Minju didn't pay attention to the peacefully sleeping Su Chanxian. Though she hated her, she also remembered Jack's warning. Before the formation was broken, she couldn't hurt Su Chanxian in the slightest. Her goal was very clear. In the corner stood a solitary item on the black antique shelf, the river of blood and prison lamp. Tonight was the Blood Moon Festival, and that teacup was exuding an eerie crimson glow, as if it were alive, breathing in and out. That was the source of everything. The heavy stone pressing down on everyone's heart. Park Minju tiptoed over, leaving a black muddy footprint on the expensive carpet with each step. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. When she stood in front of the antique shelf, the terrifying pressure from the S-level formation made her bones crackle. It was a warning from the depths of her soul, don't touch it. That was a taboo. Park Minju's hand trembled. She wanted to reach out and grab it, but just half a foot away from the cup, an invisible red barrier suddenly sprang up. Zing! Her fingertip seemed to touch high voltage, instantly turning black. Ah! Park Minju almost screamed from the pain, covering her mouth tightly to swallow the cry. Damn it! The Red Lady actually set up a defensive barrier around the cup. Although this barrier was weakened because of the festival, it wasn't something a D-level warrior like her could break through directly. Waste! Use something to smash it. Jack yelled anxiously from the vent, just find something and hit it. No need to break it, just move it away from that base. Yes. Just moving it is enough. Park Minju frantically scanned her surroundings. Her gaze landed on a large blue and white porcelain vase used for decoration on the nearby table. That vase was half a person's height and extremely heavy. Go die. Park Minju didn't know where her strength came from as she suddenly lifted the heavy vase. A twisted, deranged smile appeared on her face, as if she already saw the hotel collapsing and Su Chanxian dying amidst the rubble. With all her might, she hurled this heavy bullet towards the red teacup. Whoosh! The vase sliced through the air, whistling as it flew. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Jack in the vent held his breath. The Red Lady chanting spells in the underground altar felt her heart skip a beat. And far away, in the abyss old street, Qin Ji, watering the other shore flowers, paused slightly, raising an eyebrow. Clang! A sharp, piercing sound. But it was not the sound of the teacup shattering. The large blue and white porcelain vase Park Minju threw, upon striking the river of blood and prison lamp, shattered into countless pieces like tofu hitting a mountain. The dark red little teacup remained completely unharmed. It was a demigod-level vessel, and a mere mundane impact could not damage it in the slightest. However, the immense force, though it couldn't destroy it, was enough to break the delicate balance. The red teacup wobbled on its base a couple of times, like a drunken person. Then, tap. With a gentle sound, it tilted about 2 centimeters to the left, not even falling down, just slightly leaning. At the bottom of the cup, where it originally fit perfectly with the ancient bookcase, a seam as thin as a hair revealed itself. It was this seam. For the terrifying existence suppressed beneath the hotel, it was like the hole made by an ant on a dam. Enough to cause a disaster. Boom! It was not an explosion. Rather, it was a low-frequency vibration that made the soul feel dizzy, suddenly coming from deep underground. This vibration ignored the laws of physics, instantly spreading throughout the entire 18-story building. In the presidential suite, the ancient bookcase, which was once as stable as a mountain due to the barrier, began to shake violently, and the antiques on it fell and shattered. The abyssal luminous pearl coating on the walls began to crack like a spider web. From beneath the floor, there came a wind sound like the wailing of 10,000 ghosts, as if some ancient giant beast was taking its first deep breath after waking up. Ha ha ha. I did it. I did it. Park Minju was thrown to the ground by the shock, blood pouring from her 7 orifices due to the terrifying corpse gas impact, but she was laughing maniacally. She felt it. That evil aura, 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than the Red Lady, was gushing out along that seam, like a high-pressure water gun. It was the accumulated resentment of the S+ level Dry Corpse King, built up over thousands of years. In the ventilation duct, Jack, who had been watching the show, turned pale. How could this be? How could it be so strong? As an old hand who had lived in the sewer for 3 years, he thought that leaking a little corpse gas would just cause chaos. But he severely underestimated the importance of that cup, and the level of that thing below. This is not a wicked spirit. This is a demon god. Jack let out a scream and turned to escape back. However, it was too late. A thread of extremely faint gray-black mist, the breath of the Corpse King, drifted up the ventilation duct, gently brushing against Jack's tail. Squeak! He couldn't even finish his scream. This elite old player, who had survived in the S-level dungeon for 3 years, was instantly like a cotton candy thrown into a strong acid pool, bones and flesh turned into a stinking black water, pouring down from the ceiling. Pat, pat, pat. The black water dripped onto the carpet. As the instigator, Park Minju, although she was slightly blocked by the S-level gas mask from the Iron Arm Gibbons, the goggles shattered instantly, and her eyes were stabbed, making it impossible for her to open them. But she still laughed like a madwoman. She stretched out her bloodied hand, pointing at the cloud bed that was already beginning to be covered by the black mist, shouting at the girl who was finally furrowing her brows slightly in the shaking, seemingly about to wake up. Wake up! Su Qianqian! Stop dreaming of being your chairman's wife. Look! This is the feast I prepared for you. In front of this real monster, your land deeds are just waste paper. Your red sister can't save you. You are doomed. We will all be doomed together. Ha 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 ha. Crack. The most expensive floor in the presidential suite finally could not withstand the violent force from below, cracking open a dark fissure. A gaunt, bluish-gray hand, entwined with broken hellish chains, with nails nearly 1 meter long, slowly reached out from that crack. Filled with destructive hatred. Chapter 32, the S+ level Dry Corpse Awakens. Is this the end of the world? If one had not witnessed the collapse of the abyss, probably no one could imagine the scene occurring on the 18th floor of the Yomi Hotel at this moment. It was not an ordinary earthquake, nor a simple building collapse. It was a conceptual, space annihilation. As the Hell River blood lamp tilted 2 centimeters to the left. An anchor point that had maintained the balance of this S-level dungeon for centuries finally shattered. Boom! A dull, heart-stopping roar echoed. Like a million colossal beasts deep underground, the war drums thundered at once, instantly shattering all the priceless glassware in the presidential suite, wildly transmitting down through the steel framework of the building. 17 floors, 10 floors, 5 floors, all the way down to the core altar 3 floors below ground. 3 floors underground ceiling altar. This was originally the most tightly guarded place in the hotel and the current location of Lady Red. Hundreds of elite ghost guards were arranged according to the formation, while Lady Red sat cross-legged at the center, exhausting her original ghostly energy to desperately maintain the crumbling seal. Steady! Everyone hold steady! Lady Red was drenched in cold sweat, her blood-red cheepo fluttering violently from the leaking ghostly energy. She was calculating the time, as long as we hold until dawn tomorrow, as long as the lady can safely sleep through the night. However, in the next second, at the very center of the altar, the black golden dragon pillar that symbolized the core suppression suddenly, without warning. Crack! It snapped in half. Immediately, a terrifying air current, blackened to purple, reeking of despairing corpse rot and primordial energy, erupted from the deepest depths like a nuclear bomb detonating in closed space. PFF. Lady Red was the first to bear the brunt, unable to withstand even a second, and directly spat out a mouthful of original black blood into the air. Her stunningly beautiful face instantly turned as pale as gold paper, and she was slammed against the wall like a kite with a broken string by the corpse gas storm. It's over. Lady Red despairingly slid to the ground, not even caring to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She fearfully looked up at the ceiling, the direction leading to the top floor's presidential suite. Someone has moved the blood river lantern. Who is it? Which beast of 1,000 knives has truly pulled out the core of the formation? This aura. Lady Red trembled all over. As a top-tier red priestess, she was a ruler in the abyss, but facing this rising pressure, she felt as small as an ant. That is S+ level Corpse King of Drought. That ancient monster almost turned the entire 4th district into a dead zone 1,000 years ago, and even the 8 great ghost kings dared not provoke it easily. If it weren't for that grocery store owner's casual throw of a cup, there would have been no survivors here long ago. Roar. A roar powerful enough to shatter souls pierced through the 18 floors, resounding across the night sky. The entire hotel mourned. The ghostly guests resting in their rooms, no matter what they were doing, were all scared to the point of urination, some even jumping out of windows to escape. Run! The ancestors from underground are coming out. The end of the world is here. 18th floor presidential suite. The perspective returned to the center of the disaster. If the below was an earthquake, then here was the real volcano. The luxurious carpet had vanished, the expensive mahogany furniture was rapidly decaying and weathering, turning into gray-black dust. The whole room was filled with a powerful corpse poison miasma strong enough to kill an elephant in an instant. Cough cough PFF. Park Minju, even with that S-class gas mask, was shaken by the almost tangible pressure, causing her to bleed from all 7 orifices. Her eyeballs were bloodshot, and her ears rang with a buzzing sound. But she was laughing. She was laughing maniacally. Because she saw. The god capable of destroying everything was crawling out from hell. The ground in the center of the suite had completely melted into a massive black vortex. Within that vortex, the previously extended desiccated ghost hands suddenly pushed upward with great force. Splash! The several hellish chains wrapped around the ghost hands snapped in response. Immediately after, a huge, shriveled, gray-skinned head, with a few sparse strands of white hair remaining on the crown, slowly emerged from the ground. Its eyes had no whites, only murky gray. Cracked and shrunken lips revealed 2 rows of interwoven, shark-like black fangs. S+ level forbidden creature Draught Corpse King, sealed state released. Its movement seemed slow, but it was fast enough to leave after images. That 3-meter-tall, withered body was draped in tattered ancient official robes, and its exposed skin was as hard as steel, covered in green corpse hair. The breath of a living person. The Corpse King let out its first hoarse cry. It was agreed that craved flesh and blood, suppressed for 1,000 years. Its voice sounded like 2 rusted iron sheets rubbing against each other, and just hearing it brought a splitting headache. Park Minju knelt on the ground, trembling violently with fear and excitement. She pointed to the only intact big bed in the room, shouting with a voice like a broken gong. Over there! The great Corpse King! Kill her! That woman who suppressed you with that cup. Kill her! She has the freshest blood and flesh. Around the big bed, there seemed to be a faint, almost invisible aura protecting it, the scent of Qin Ji's lingering sleep, allowing the bed to remain stable amid the overwhelming corpse energy. But precisely because of this, in that grayish ruin, the white cloud-like big bed and the small shadow that bulged on it looked especially striking and especially tempting. It was the only source of light in the darkness and the most delicious offering. The Corpse King slowly turned its stiff neck, its murky gray eyes locking onto the big bed. It smelled it. That maddening, vibrant scent filled with spiritual energy. Gar. It raised its gigantic hand, with claws a meter long, ignoring the ant-like Park Minju at its feet, and stepped heavily toward the big bed. With each step it took, it left a charred footprint on the floor. The shadow of death slowly covered the still sleeping girl. In the real world, in the live broadcast room. If the previous scene was simply terrifying, then this moment was pure despair. Billions of viewers around the globe felt as if their throats were being choked. That is an S+ level boss. Just looking at the green hair on the Corpse King's body through the screen made some feel breathless, sanity plummeting. It's over, all over. This time, even the gods can't save us. Has that woman from the Great Han country gone mad? Releasing something like this, she won't survive either. This is mutual destruction. Even Red Lady would die. Why hasn't Qin Ji come to save his wife yet? It's too late. Look. That monster's claws are already reaching the head of the bed. Su Qianqian is still not awake. In the Dragon Kingdom command room, Su Banqing's face was pale, the heart-saving pills in his hand scattered across the floor. Director Zhang clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palm. Could it be that the hope just ignited in the Dragon Kingdom was about to be extinguished by the jealousy of this mad woman? The eerie scene. Less than half a meter from Su Qianqian's head. The Draught Corpse King stopped. Its massive body cast a shadow that completely enveloped the petite Su Qianqian. It lowered its head, that foul-smelling blood-filled mouth slowly opened, gathering a massive corpse poison black mist capable of corroding souls. As long as it breathes out, the person on the bed would instantly turn into a pool of blood, leaving not even a bone behind. Park Minju was so excited that her facial muscles twitched. She widened her eyes, not wanting to miss the moment Su Qianqian met a tragic end. Die, hurry up and die. In that life and death moment. Perhaps the smell from the Corpse King's mouth was too strong, or the black shadow blocked the warm sunlight above. On the big bed. That small figure curled up in the blanket suddenly moved in dissatisfaction. Mum. A sound filled with heavy waking annoyance. A soft yet impatient whisper suddenly echoed in this room, where only death resounded. Su Qianqian furrowed her brow, instinctively rolling over in her sleep, accidentally kicking the blanket aside. Her starry Kirby doll tumbled to the floor with a soft thud, landing right at the feet of the death deity. With her eyes closed, she did not scream at the sight of the world-ending demon standing nearby. Instead, she groggily stretched out a hand, waving aimlessly in the air as if trying to shoo away the annoying figure blocking her light. "Who is it?" The girl mumbled, her tone filled with the spoiled fragility of someone used to being pampered at home. "Don't block the light, and you're so noisy. Don't you know I'm working, sleeping, here?" Chapter 33, So Noisy. "Are you the renovation team sent by the manager?" Yinming Hotel, 18th floor. What was once a magnificent King of Hell presidential suite had now completely turned into ruins. Half of the ceiling had collapsed, revealing a vent leaking toxic liquid. Priceless antique paintings had long been reduced to dust under the onslaught of S+ level corpse Qi. The air was thick with a viscous, nearly unbreakable gray-black haze, sufficiently deadly corpse gas that could dissolve the red-clad ghost on touch. Yet, in this hellish scene, a small circle around the large bed, protected by the aura of Qin Ji, had actually become the only pure land. Ha ha! The death deity's heavy and rapid breathing, like a blower, caused the surrounding black mist to churn with every sound. Two ivory-like tusks jutted out, dripping slimy corpse fluid onto the carpet and corroding it into steaming pits. It maintained a predatory posture, mere inches away from the girl on the bed. And on the bed, Su Qianqian sat up slowly, frowning as she supported herself with one hand. Her long hair was a chaotic mess, her silk pajamas were sliding off, revealing her smooth, pale shoulders. The expression of confusion from just waking up and the annoyance at being disturbed clashed completely with the apocalyptic surroundings. Cough, cough. Su Qianqian covered her mouth and nose, her delicate brow furrowed into a knot, waving her hand in disdain to chase away the dust. "Corpse. I know you all have to work overtime and it's really hard. But it's still late at night. And the sound of you tearing down the walls is too loud. Disturbing the guests' rest will get your wages deducted." The air fell silent again. The Drought Corpse King's murky gray eyes seemed to freeze, staring intently at the human in front of it who wasn't even as tall as one of its fingers. It had been awake for a few minutes. In thousands of years, no creature had ever dared to speak like this in front of it. Wage deduction? What is that? The Corpse King did not speak, mainly because its vocal cords had not fully recovered. It merely let out a brutal low roar from deep in its throat. Roar. However, before that roar could finish, Park Minju in the corner collapsed first. Park Minju lay on the ground, her skin had started to bubble and rot from the corpse gas, blood oozing from all 7 apertures. She stared with almost falling eyeballs, looking at Su Qianqian as if she were crazy. "Su Qianqian. Are you blind?" Park Minju screamed with her already hoarse voice, filled with disbelief and twisted jealousy. "What nonsense are you talking? The renovation workers? Look at its face. Look at its claws. That's a zombie. A cold-blooded demon king. It's here to eat you. It wants to tear you apart. You should kneel and beg for mercy. You should scream and cry." Su Qianqian was startled by this sudden scream and woke up half from her sleep. She turned her head and saw Park Minju lying on the ground, covered in blood, with half a broken gas mask on her face. Ah! Su Qianqian shrank back into the bed. This woman's current appearance was indeed much scarier than the renovation worker standing by the bed. "Isn't that Mississippi Park?" Su Qianqian recognized Park Minju, mainly because her dirty and smelly cleaning uniform was very recognizable. "How did you get in?" Su Qianqian's eyes were filled with confusion, along with a bit of discomfort seeing an acquaintance in such unhygienic condition. "This is the presidential suite. How did you come in without swiping the door card? Also, why do you look like you crawled out of a dumpster? So dirty." Dirty? This word once again stabbed at Park Minju's fragile nerves. She risked her life and used all tricks, and yet this woman not only didn't die but her first words upon waking were to complain about her dirty? "You will die too. You will die just as dirty." Park Minju went wild, pointing at the Corpse King's claw hanging over Su Qianqian's head. "Kill her. Great king. Don't listen to her nonsense. Quickly twist her head off," she urged, craving that moment when blood would splash. Although the Drought Corpse King had low intelligence and its mind was not working well after being sealed for so long, it understood the intention of the ant, Park Minju, kneeling on the ground. That ant had a smelly scent that made it uncomfortable, the smell of conspiracy. And the little snack on the bed smelled so good. The Corpse King no longer hesitated. Its giant hand, seemingly forged from steel, suddenly lifted, the sharp claws nearly a meter long sliced through the air, with a piercing wind sound, heading toward Su Qianqian's slender white neck. It pounced down fiercely. The barrage in the live broadcast room instantly stopped. In the command room of Long Country, everyone's heart stopped at that moment. "It's over. What misunderstanding, what sense of relaxation, all are clouds in the face of absolute violence. That claw going down, even a mighty celestial being could not save her. However, in this split second, Su Qianqian did something that no one expected. Facing the whistling claw coming down, she neither dodged nor defended. In fact, she was too scared to react. She just instinctively leaned to the side, wanting to pick up the Kirby doll that had fallen to the ground earlier. "My Kirby!" she exclaimed. And it was just this tilt. The claws of the Corpse King narrowly grazed her hair and crashed with a loud bang onto the bedside cabinet. That priceless agarwood cabinet was instantly shattered. Crash! Wood chips flew everywhere. A pile of miscellaneous items on the bedside cabinet fell to the ground in a chaotic mess. Among them was a bunch of snacks brought from the old streets of the abyss, 2 bottles of deep-sea fish oil gifted to her by Qin Ji. And that piece of a contract, crumpled and covered with a bright red lip print, which had slipped out from under her pillow because she had carelessly pressed it down while sleeping last night. Meanwhile, because of the large movement, the thing that hung around Su Qianqian's neck, which had always been hidden in her pajamas, slid out with a ding sound from her collar and swung in the air. It was a small, unremarkable iron plate, stained with grease and somewhat darkened. Supreme Black Gold Order. The Corpse King, having missed its first attack, was already furious. Its murky eyes turned, preparing to launch a second deadly strike to obliterate this bothersome human along with the bed into dust. However, its gaze inevitably swept across those 2 items. Especially that plate, swaying before Su Qianqian's chest, gleaming in reflection. Roar! The Corpse King's roar, like a broken bellows, in that moment became akin to a strange noise made by a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. Gak? Time seemed to pause once more. The Corpse King's movements froze in midair. That terrifying giant claw was less than 3 centimeters away from Su Qianqian. Those grayish-white eyes, void of pupils, were fixated in disbelief upon that iron plate and the lingering hint of a breath that, even after 1,000 years, still engraved itself into its memory so deeply that it could never forget, even if it turned to ash. That was the breath of that person? Chapter 34. An old grandpa who wants a drink? The man who, with just 1 cup, had pressed it down like a cockroach into the ground for 1,000 years? At this moment, Su Qianqian finally picked up the doll. She raised her head and discovered that the renovation grandpa had stopped moving his hand in front of her, and that face, though hard to see but felt frightening, seemed to have twisted a bit. Grandpa? Holding the doll, Su Qianqian, though somewhat afraid of the grandpa's large hand, still politely asked, "What's wrong with your hand? Is it cramping?" "That although you look quite dedicated, damaging the furniture during renovation requires compensation, you know." She pointed to the shattered bedside cabinet, feeling a bit pained. "This is a cabinet that Sister Hong really liked." The Draught Corpse King stood there, its whole body frozen. It did not understand the word compensation. It only heard this seemingly frail little girl casually mention that name, which made its soul shudder. Madame Hong was that person's subordinate. Moreover, her body was entirely filled with that man's scent. Run. Must run. This was the only thought in the Corpse King's mind at that moment. But the next second, a deeper fear surged forth. Run? Where to run? Since that person had left a mark here, it meant he was certainly watching everything. If it dared to run at this time or even move a finger. The consequences. The Corpse King's originally gray face turned an even greener shade out of fear. Slowly, it, with extreme stiffness, retracted the paw that was originally meant to kill. Little by little. Then, under Park Minju's horrified eyes, which were almost tearing apart from shock, and amid the silent gaze of billions of viewers, this S+ level ancient evil god, it not only retracted its claws, it even clumsily bent that finger. With a movement that was careful, like treating fragile porcelain. Gently, extremely tenderly. It picked up the pillow that had fallen from the head of the bed for Su Qianqian, and dusted off the dirt on it. Roar. It's dirty. It squeezed out a low growl from its throat, an octave lower than the previous roar, even carrying a hint of apology. Su Qianqian took the pillow and paused for a moment. Then she broke into a sweet, apologetic smile. Thank you, sir. Looks like I misunderstood. Turns out you are the cleaning staff here to help with the cleaning? But, you do have quite a personality. Crazy, this world must be crazy. Park Minju was kneeling 3 meters away from the big bed, her face covered in blood and dirt, making her look like a demon risen from hell. But at this moment, the terror in her eyes was more exaggerated than seeing a ghost. What did she see? That thing that just crawled up from the ground, melting the floors of 18 stories, could kill a group of people in red with just a breath, S+ level Draught Corpse King. It was now holding a goose-down pillow with the strength of a needle, using its ghostly claws, bending over, though it couldn't bend too much because it was too stiff, and carefully handed it to Su Qianqian. Moreover, its face, covered in green hair and with fangs, twisted into an expression that looked more painful than crying, even with a hint of flattery as it tried to appear friendly. Roar! Here, for you. The Corpse King let out a rumbling sound from its throat, which even sounded a bit like a big dog trying to please its master. Su Qianqian took the pillow, dusted it off, and nodded politely. Thank you, sir. Your service attitude is really good, just your hands are a bit cold, remember to wear more clothes, it's very humid here. The Corpse King trembled all over, hurriedly hiding the hand that was bone-chilling cold from carrying 1,000 years of corpse coldness behind its back, like a naughty elementary school student, nodding desperately. Roar! Roar! Yes. I will wear. This scene completely crashed the brains of billions of viewers in the live room. Am I watching a horror movie or a sitcom about family? That Corpse King, is it acting cute? Why is it hiding its hand behind its back? Is it afraid of freezing Su Qianqian? The case is solved. This isn't a Corpse King, this is an old man from the neighborhood committee delivering warmth. Wake up, you upstairs. Look at the corrosion pit on the ground. That is S+ level deadly poison. It's just afraid of that girl, the man behind her. On sight. Park Minju's mindset completely collapsed. She went to great lengths, not only selling her soul to the mouse man, but also crawling in the sewers for so long, suffering so much, just for this moment to borrow a knife to kill someone. But the knife was handed over, and it turned into the bodyguard on the opposite side? I don't believe it. This is an illusion. This is absolutely an illusion. Park Minju screamed in despair, suddenly jumping up from the ground, even ignoring the intense pain in her body, pointing at the Corpse King's nose and cursing. What are you doing? You are the Demon King of the Abyss. You came to kill. Kill her. She is your enemy who sealed you. Hurry up. How can you pick up the pillow for your enemy? Where is your dignity? Her voice was sharp and piercing, breaking the eerie harmony in the room. The Corpse King, who was originally trying hard to control the corpse energy on him so it wouldn't disturb the lady, instantly lost that obedient old grandpa quality upon hearing this fly buzzing in its ear, its grayish-white pupils locked onto Park Minju. In an instant, the gentle demeanor it had toward Su Qianqian vanished completely, replaced by the absolute cruelty of a predator at the top of the food chain. It recognized this human. Her body exuded a nauseating smell of the sewer. And just now, they even dared to throw a vase to smash that person's cup. That's simply seeking death. If it weren't for the high status of that cup not getting broken, if it really had shattered even a little bit, when that Abyss Master returns, wouldn't it just tear this old bone of mine apart and make it into soup? Roar! The Corpse King's roar was loud this time, unrestrained. The massive sound wave hit like a physical cannonball, making Park Minju bleed from her 7 orifices. Before Park Minju could react, the Corpse King raised another hand, the one that had not touched the pillow, still stained with the filth from the ground. Smack! Without using any supernatural powers, just a plain slap. It was like swatting a cockroach that was running wild on the floor it had just cleaned. Park Minju was instantly slapped off the ground, flying out at an unbelievable speed, and with a huge crash, she embedded herself into the priceless, hellish painting on the opposite wall. The wall crumbled, and she hung there like a specimen, limbs twitching, mouth spewing blood, with only breaths escaping, no air coming in. Su Qianqian, holding a pillow, was also startled by the sudden loud noise, shaking a bit. She looked dazedly at Park Minju, who was smashed into the wall, then at the cleaning grandpa who still held his hand in a striking position, seemingly still huffing in anger. Grandpa? Su Qianqian hesitated for a moment, then softly advised. Though that auntie barged in without manners, and she's a bit dirty but you can't be so violent. Hitting people is not right, and that painting seems pretty expensive. Hearing Su Qianqian's voice, the Corpse King's menacing action froze instantly. It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed onto it, stiffly turning its head, and the originally crimson, ferocious eyes transformed into innocent grayish-white the moment they met Su Qianqian's gaze. It hurriedly hid the offending hand behind its back, rubbed it hard on its clothes, then pointed at the wall where Park Minju was, then pointed at its own head, making abba sounds. As if it were explaining, I didn't mean it, she struck first, I was just defending myself, and my brain isn't functioning well, easily impulsive. Su Qianqian sighed, understanding, nodding her head. I get it, you're the type of straightforward old person, right? You can't help but act when you see someone breaking the rules. It's okay, anyway she didn't pay, just kicking her out is fine. Park Minju, hanging on the wall, listened to this and felt her anger rise, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted completely. Compared to physical pain, the humiliation of being treated as a rule-breaking dirty thing and easily disposed of was the most deadly. After dealing with this fly, Su Chanxian felt the room was much quieter. She shifted her gaze to the other side of the room, where the black antique shelf still stood firm amidst the ruins. And that red teacup asterisk asterisk, the cup of suppression and blood river asterisk asterisk, still perfectly intact, although it had just gone through a vase attack, merely tilting a little bit. Oh no! The cup! Su Chanxian exclaimed, quickly lifting the blanket, even forgetting to put on shoes, running barefoot across the carpet remnants to get over there. Why is this cup tilted? And it seems like it's covered in a lot of dust? She leaned in closer to see. Indeed, the rim of the cup had picked up some dust from the fallen wall, and it had deviated from its original position by 2 centimeters. The Corpse King followed behind her, also cautiously leaning in closer. It understood better than anyone what that cup meant. That was a seal. Its nemesis. Also a token of that person. At this moment, although the cup was still there, due to its position being off, the suppressive power weakened, which was why it could crawl out for air. It greedily breathed in the air, thinking as long as the cup didn't return to its place, it can roam freely in this world. However, the next second, Su Chanxian stretched out her delicate fingers and gently pinched the edge of the cup. No, I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Su Chanxian pouted, looking very serious. Sister Hong, how could you be so careless with cleaning? If my husband sees this, he will definitely complain that the hotel service is not up to par. As she spoke, she applied slight pressure with her hand. Clatter. A faint sound rang out. Su Chanxian adjusted the slightly misaligned Genyu Blood River cup back into place. Buzz. With the bottom of the cup sealing tightly back into the formation groove. A vast, boundless golden light, carrying an irresistible power of rules, instantly erupted from the cup. The entire 18th floor space suddenly sank heavily. The feeling of pressure was like suddenly having 10 Mount Tai fall down from above. Roar, ah! The Corpse King, who was standing nearby and trying to take a breath, had no time to react. It only felt an overwhelming force coming from that tiny cup, as if the man had given it a big shove from a distance, forcefully pressing it to the ground. Boom! The S+ level Corpse King, who had just been released less than 10 minutes ago. With a thud, it fell to the ground, kneeling before the display shelf. And this time, it was that kind of kneeling, pressed down so hard that its face was glued to the ground, unable to move even its fingers. Ha! Su Chanxian was startled by this commotion. She turned around and saw the cleaning uncle, who had just been fine a moment ago, now kneeling very respectfully before the shelf that held the cup, looking as devout as a believer making an offering at a temple. Sir, what are you doing? Su Chanxian scratched her head in confusion. Do you also think this cup looks good, so you want to worship it? The Corpse King was so pressed down its eyes were bulging out. Good looking? Is this really good looking? This is about its life. Not only had the seal been restored, but because of the woman's aura, it had become even stronger than before. Now it felt like it was cast into a concrete block, unable to return underground. Whoa whoa! The Corpse King let out a sound like a cry for help. My lady! Quickly take it away. Or let me go back. I won't come out. I want to go back and sleep underground. This place is too dangerous. But Su Chanxian completely misunderstood its meaning. She looked at the old man who was tearful and kneeling on the ground, feeling a bit uneasy in her heart. Please don't do this, I can't accept such a grand gift. Although Su Chanxian thought the other person was a bit strange, she was still very easygoing. She glanced at the cup she had straightened, nodding in satisfaction. Since you like this cup so much, how about this then? Su Chanxian clapped her hands, making a decision that sent chills down the spines of all ghosts in the hotel. Sir, I will be staying here for 6 more days. During these days, the cleaning and caring of this cup will be entrusted to you. You just kneel, oh no, you just stay here and watch it, make sure no one touches it crooked again, and don't let anyone steal it, okay? If you do well, when I leave, my husband will give you a bonus. Corpse King. Watch over? Let me, a victim suppressed for thousands of years, guard the very tools that suppressed me? And in a continuous 24-hour kneeling service? But when it heard the word husband, the thought of resistance vanished instantly. Watching over that esteemed one's home? This seems slightly more promising than going back underground to serve time? What if that esteemed one is pleased and rewards me? Roar! I promise to complete the task. The Corpse King used all its strength to squeeze out a firm response from its throat. It adjusted its kneeling posture, making itself look more like a responsible, green-haired stone lion. In the live broadcast room. Amazing. I'm already exhausted from talking. I originally thought Qin Ji was the ceiling, but now it seems Su Chanxian is the real version T0. With a single sentence, she got an S+ level zombie king to be a bodyguard and made the villain hang on the wall as a mural. This kind of operation, even novels wouldn't dare to write. Am I the only one heartbroken for that Park Minju? Forget it, seeing her just makes me laugh, ha. In this harmonious scene of years of tranquility and forced operations, the Red Lady, drenched in cold sweat and barefoot, finally kicked open the door that no longer existed and rushed into the presidential suite with only half a roof left. Madam! You're not dead, are you? The Red Lady's sharp scream echoed through the sky. Then she saw this unforgettable scene for the rest of her life. Su Chanxian was feeding a piece of cookie to the zombie king kneeling on the ground. And that ancestor who made the entire abyss tremble in fear was very well behaved and cautiously opened its mouth. Chapter 35, Red Lady, I rushed back to save you, and you are feeding the zombie cookies? If time could flow backward, the Red Lady vowed she would never blink in that second. Even as a red-clothed ghost who had lived for hundreds of years, even having seen the blood and absurdity in the abyss, this scene still not only fried her CPU but almost made her crack open on the spot, in a physical sense. In the bombed-out presidential suite, cold wind howled. In the priceless ruins center, Su Chanxian wore a fluffy, unprepared pajamas, with a piece of little bear chocolate cookie, made from divine ingredient scraps, in her hand, as if she was feeding a bear at the zoo, bringing it to the terrifying figure's mouth. Eat, don't be polite. Su Chanxian's voice was soft and had a hint of coaxing a child. This is my husband's favorite snack. Look at your age still coming out to clean. Although you wrecked the house, you must be starving, right? And across from her, the Draught Corpse King, who had once swallowed 100,000 souls, turning the entire 4th district into a hellish purgatory, at this moment, was kneeling with both knees, maintaining the standard posture of guarding a teacup. Its green-fanged, terrifying mouth, big enough to stop a child's night crying, was opening slightly and extremely politely. Crack! It gently bit the small cookie with its sharp teeth capable of crushing divine weapons. Not daring to bite too hard, fearing to hurt Su Chanxian's fingers. Not daring to breathe, afraid the bad breath would stink this little ancestor. In its murky gray eyes, tears, actually zombie oil from being scared, filled up. Delicious, what a joke. It couldn't taste a thing. Every nerve in its body screamed, that man is watching me. He is watching me. If a crumb falls, I will definitely die. Gulp. With tears, the zombie king swallowed the cookie whole and shook its long green-haired head vigorously like a nodding machine, producing a sound similar to thank you, boss. Roar, thanks madam. At the door, the Red Lady, holding one shoe, with messy hair and smudged makeup, stood like a sculpture struck by lightning, frozen in place, her mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. The general manager. Behind her, those elite ghost guards who had rushed up, prepared to fight the zombie king to the death, dropped their weapons to the ground with a clatter. This is the legendary Corpse King ancestor? It's eating snacks? Did we walk into the wrong scene? Or is this some kind of illusion? Cough, cough. The Red Lady suddenly snapped back to reality. Although her heart was already tumultuous, she quickly restored her noble and cold demeanor in front of her hands even though she was now barefoot on one foot. She quickly, even a bit unsteady, stepped forward. Ignoring the terrifying Corpse King, she pounced directly in front of Su Chanxian, kneeling on one knee, her voice trembling. Madam! I came late to save you. I let you be scared. This roof, this wall, damn it. I should tear down this broken building to apologize. Ah? Sister Hong? Su Chanxian was feeding happily when she saw Lady Hong arrive, her eyes instantly lighting up. You finally finished your business and came back? It's okay, it's just a leak in the ceiling, I'm not afraid. She pointed to the Corpse King kneeling beside her, munching on cookies, and sincerely introduced. Thanks to this gatekeeper. Although it looks a bit fierce and doesn't like to talk, it works very seriously. Look how tightly it is guarding that red teacup. Lady Hong stiffly turned her head to look at the Corpse King. Their eyes met. As former guardian and prisoner, there should have been deep hatred between the two ghosts. But at this moment, the Corpse King's eyes showed no killing intent, only a sense of camaraderie for being in the same unfortunate situation, both scared to death by Mr. Qin, as well as a firm notion of I've taken this job, don't you try to take it from me. Lady Hong. She took a deep breath and understood. This is another trick of the benefactor. Without lifting a finger, he tamed an S+ level world-ending monster into a watchdog. Is this the realm of the Lord of the Abyss? Since the crisis had been averted, in an extremely absurd way, Lady Hong's expression instantly turned cold. Her gaze crossed the large bed and fell on the woman still stuck in the oil painting on the opposite wall, pretending to be dead. Park Minju. Although Su Chanxian didn't say a word, Lady Hong, being so sharp, understood what had happened with just a glance at the shattered vase remnants and the lingering smell of the ventilation pipes on Park Minju. Manipulating the formation. Releasing the Corpse King. Intending to harm the madam. Each of these three charges would be enough for this ant to wail in hell for 10,000 years. Pull her out for me. Lady Hong's voice was icy as if it came from the abyss. Yes. Two burly execution ghost guards laughed sinisterly as they stepped forward, not caring whether Park Minju had any broken bones, directly grabbing her ankle and pulling her out of the wall like pulling a radish. Ah! Park Minju let out a piercing scream, awakening painfully from her unconsciousness. She was covered in blood, her face already distorted, and at this moment, seeing the ice-cold Lady Hong in front of her and those ghost guards around her, resembling hellish monsters, the last glimmer of hope shattered completely. No, don't kill me. I did it to survive, it was that ratjack who forced me. Really? Park Minju, with tears and snot all over her face, desperately crawled toward Lady Hong. Please, look at me as a guest. Guest? Lady Hong sneered, and suddenly opened the round fan in her hand. The evil ghost totems on the fan seemed to come alive. You dare to call yourself a guest? Do you know that every inch of air in this suite has been polluted because of your dirty hands? Do you know that if the Corpse King had lost control and harmed even a strand of the madam's hair, this entire Hell Hotel, including me, would all be buried with you? Thinking of this, Lady Hong felt a wave of fear, and her killing intent surged layer upon layer. Such a disaster, even if chopped up to feed to dogs, would be too dirty for their mouths. Sister Hong. A small voice suddenly came from beside Su Chanshan. Park Minju, as if grasping a life-saving straw, frantically kowtowed to Su Chanshan. Miss Su. Granny Su. Please. We are all people of Blue Star. Please help me plead. I was wrong. I will be your servant in the future. Lady Hong also paused, nervously looking at Su Chanshan. This little ancestor has a soft heart, she won't let her go again, will she? Although the madam's words are imperial edicts, this woman must not be spared. Su Chanshan looked at the woman on the floor who had once been arrogant and domineering, mocking her in the market, and had just cursed her to death. Her expression was very calm, neither angry nor sympathetic. It was just a kind of pure disturbance. But, you are too noisy. Su Chanshan covered her ears, wrinkling her little nose, and it was you who first messed up this gentleman's work, seal, which made the room so chaotic. Sister Hong. Su Chanshan turned her head, no longer looking at Park Minju, but speaking to Lady Hong instead. She said she wanted to work like an ox or a horse? But I don't need oxen or horses. I see there's a special place behind the hotel for burning garbage, right? Can she go there, to help? Burning garbage place? Lady Hong's eyes lit up, immediately grasping the deep meaning behind it. There was a infernal soul refining furnace behind the hotel, specifically used to burn the remnants of unresolved grudges. It was not only high in temperature, but also filled with countless vengeful souls, truly a hellish ordeal. Indeed, Lady Hong was a person of great wisdom. This was to make this wretched woman suffer endlessly, seeking life but unable to survive, seeking death but unable to die, eternally tormented by fire. Understood. Very understood. Lady Hong revealed a cruel and elegant smile. Send her to the incineration plant. That is the warmest place we have here, just right for her to help, as fuel. No. I won't go. Kill me. Just kill me. Park Minju understood, letting out a scream of despair to the extreme. But none of the ghosts present would sympathize with her. The ghost guards skillfully used sealing glue, which was actually soul-sealing talismans, to block her mouth, dragging her out into the endless darkness like a dead dog. As Park Minju's perspective disappeared, the live broadcast turned into a flurry of snowflakes. The audience from the Great Cold Country fell completely silent. This time, they didn't even have the strength to curse. Because they knew that from today on, Park Minju would welcome true eternal torment in hell. The garbage was dealt with. Only then did Lady Hong tidy up her appearance, putting on a gentle and respectful face, and turned to look at Su Chanshan, who had made a mess of the house but seemed to have saved the world. Madam, it's too messy here, we can't stay. And that cup. She glanced warily at the teacup, which was being fiercely guarded by the cleaning gentleman. Since the ancestor, the Corpse King, is willing to help keep watch, let it watch. I have prepared the spare queen suite next door for you. Tonight, you can rest in a different room. Lady Hong bowed deeply. Oh, that's fine. Su Chanshan was very easygoing, picking up her pillow and little cat doll, yawning. Then this gentleman. It? Lady Hong glanced at the Corpse King. Let it stay here, this is its new position, 24-hour personal security, guarding the teacup. The drought demon Corpse King was so moved that he almost cried again. So great. No need to go back to that little dark room underground. And there's a chance to show face in front of this significant person, Su Chanshan. This isn't punishment, right? This is simply a stable job with a meal. Roar. Received. Please rest assured, leader. The Corpse King saluted with its huge ghostly claw, the action surprisingly standard. The thunderstorm outside gradually abated. The rampant corpse energy was slowly dispelled by the purification array reactivated by Lady Hong. A calamity that could have destroyed the dungeon quietly disappeared within Su Chanshan's cup of hot milk and her change of room for sleep. Only the global audience remained in a state of confusion. So, S+ level boss was recruited? Park Min-ju was sent to be fuel? And Su Chanshan, she just changed rooms and went back to sleep? Qin Ji, this F level, what kind of curse did he cast on this world? Chapter 36 S+ level doorman? No, that's my personal security. As Park Min-ju's horrific screams faded into the depths of the corridor, the suffocating grudge in the presidential suite seemed to dissipate as well. But the ruins on the ground, the corroded carpet, and the partly collapsed ceiling were all reminders of the kind of catastrophe that had just occurred here. So negligent, so negligent. Lady Hong looked at the cloud-like big bed that had already caved in at one corner, tears streaming down her face, though more out of fear. She wished time could turn back, so she could take the impact of the corpse's aura instead of letting Su Chanshan stay in such an environment for even a second longer. Madam, the next door, Queen Suite, has been cleaned up. Lady Hong bent down, her attitude more respectful than towards her own mother by 100 times. Though it's not as spacious as this presidential suite, the bed there is carved from warm jade, warm in winter and cool in summer, and the quilt is new shark silk. Please move there quickly, this place has bad air. She was referring to the remaining toxic corpse aura. Although it had been suppressed by the formations, she feared it would poison this precious lady. Su Chanshan obediently nodded. She was actually tired too. After a whole night of renovation and catching mice, she was really worn out. Holding her pillow and her Kirby plush toy, she was about to leave with Lady Hong when suddenly her steps halted. She turned back to glance at the giant black shadow still kneeling like a statue in front of the antique shelf, clutching the red teacup with all its might, the Corpse King. The Corpse King remained in the standard kneeling posture of five-body prostration. Though its two huge eyeballs were murky, the moment Su Chanshan looked at it, they suddenly shone with clear foolishness, acting, and loyalty. Su Chanshan hesitated for a moment and asked Lady Hong with some concern. Sister, are we really leaving this Grand Master kneeling here? The floor is full of glass shards and, that toxic water, won't it hurt his knees? Lady Hong glanced at the Corpse King. Hurt its knees? This master has skin of copper and bones of iron, he can bathe in magma. Glass shards? Even kneeling on a bed of nails would feel like a massage to him. But facing Su Chanshan's kindness, before Lady Hong could say anything, the Corpse King panicked first. Roar! Roar! It doesn't hurt. Not at all. The Corpse King, afraid of being chased away, quickly let out a couple of low growls. To prove its strong body, it even rubbed its knee harder against the ground, making a painful sizzle sound with sparks flying. It even tried hard to squeeze out a very ugly, flattering smile, extending a clawed gesture please, signaling Su Chanshan to hurry and go to sleep, assuring her that it would take care of everything here without worry. What a joke. Go back underground? That's imprisonment. Staying here to watch the cup means doing duties for the unspeakable Mr. Qin. What an honor. If luck strikes, that lord might look favorably on it in the future and casually reward it with some scraps, breaking through the S+ barrier to become a true ghost god. This is a great position. It won't leave no matter what. Well, alright. Su Chanshan was touched by this Grand Master's dedication. She thought for a moment and took out a pack of still unwrapped, daily nuts, from the large pocket of her pajamas, gently placing it on the floor in front of the Corpse King. Grandmaster, this is your overtime pay. Su Chanshan smiled sweetly. Staying up late is tough, so eat something when you're hungry. But don't throw the shells around, or the cleaning lady will get angry. After saying this, she then followed Lady Hong out of the ruins. In the room, only the massive, green-furred zombie king remained, staring at the little nut bag adorned with cute cartoon patterns, lost in deep thought. After a moment, it extended two claws strong enough to tear steel and carefully, like defusing a nuclear bomb, picked up the bag of nuts. Crunch! It ripped open the package and cautiously licked a walnut inside. So fragrant. This was a reward from the madam. It tasted much better than eating human flesh. This night is destined to be a sleepless night for the ghostly hotel and the entire 4th district. The emergence and immediate recruitment of the S+ level Corpse King, although occurring in a sealed presidential suite. But that terrifying pressure wave could not be hidden. Countless monsters lurking in every corner of the hotel, originally eager to stir up trouble during the Blood Moon Festival, all turned into turtles withdrawing their heads. What riots! What robberies! Are you kidding? Didn't you see that even the legendary drought ancestor who could destroy the world is now working as a security guard? The Cherry Blossom Country contestant, Sakura Inoue, was hiding in her cramped hotel room on the 3rd floor, tightly wrapped in her blanket, shaking like a leaf. She had just seen through the gap in the window how Park Min-ju was dragged toward the incinerator like a dead dog by the ghostly guards. That heart-wrenching wail could be clearly heard even from several floors up. Crazy. That woman from the Dragon Country is a devil. Sakura Inoue's hand holding the scissors was trembling, her face was as pale as paper, and the greed in her eyes had long been replaced by endless fear. What sea-level recommendation letter? What alliance? In front of that woman, we are all jokes. We are not even worthy to carry her shoes. She remembered how she had laughed at Su Chanxian together with Park Minju before. A sudden sense of survival fear overwhelmed her. If it was not Park Minju rushing forward but herself. Sakura Inoue dared not think any further. She didn't even dare to sleep, even though the red cup was just upstairs, even though the most vulnerable knight of defense in the hotel was right in front of her, she didn't dare to step out of her room. Survive. I must survive. I don't want any mission rewards. I just want to live through these 7 days. And in the live broadcast room, viewers from various countries watched the split screen showing scenes. Bottom left, Sakura Inoue curled up in her blanket, wetting her pants. Bottom right, faint screams came from the incinerator. Main screen, Su Chanxian lay on the warm jade bed prepared by the Red Madam, covered with a sunshine-scented fish scale blanket, sleeping peacefully, even dreaming and smacking her lips. The huge contrast silenced the world. What is national fortune? This is national fortune. The Dragon Country people have won too thoroughly this time. In the following days, the ghostly hotel entered an unprecedented weird peace period. No unseeing guests dared to cause trouble. No ghost dared to make loud noise anymore. The entire hotel seemed to turn into a massive machine, only serving that lady on the top floor. Every morning, the S+ level Drought Corpse King would let out a deep roar on time, calling Su Chanxian to get up, acting as the alarm clock. Then, the Red Madam would personally bring in a basin washed with abyss spirit dew and breakfast. Madam, the congee this morning is stewed with snow lotus seeds, and the heat is just right. Madam, would you like to inspect the back garden today? The spider lilies are blooming, I had the gardener pull out all the thorny ones, ensuring no pricks. Madam, this is the hotel's financial report for this quarter. You don't need to understand it, just put your handprint on it, and that money will all be yours. Su Chanxian lived a luxurious life that she had never experienced even at home. Where's Senior Lin? Su Chanxian still remembered her friend. Director Lin is busy in the lounge, actually tasting wine and receiving the worship of ghosts, the Red Madam answered with a smile. She asked me to tell you that she's doing very well now, not only has she gained 5 pounds, but her previous rheumatism has also been cured. Su Chanxian patted her chest with relief. That's good. I was worried about her working too hard. Time flew by. Soon, it was the morning of the 7th day. This was the day stipulated by the system, Task Settlement Day. My husband said I need to go home today. Su Chanxian sat on the bed, looking at the blood moon that was about to set outside the window, feeling a bit homesick. Although she ate well and lived well here, and even the zombie grandpa at the door was very cute, he always grinned at her, this was still not home. There is Qin Ji. There are the flowers she personally planted, and that earthy dog named Wangkai. Madam, are you really leaving? Lady Hong stood aside, holding the familiar, cold, white-glowing eternal icebox, her eyes filled with genuine reluctance. Not just because Su Chanxian is the wife of her benefactor. In these 7 days together, she had truly come to like this simple, kind girl who had no airs and even shared her S-grade supplements with the little ghosts below. Yes, the 7 days are over. Su Chanxian took the icebox. Through the semi-transparent lid, she could see the artifact lying quietly inside, one that made the entire abyss tremble, the Blood River Cup of Suppression. At this moment, the teacup had been wiped spotless, not a speck of dust remained, even shinier than before. Thank you, Sister Hong. Su Chanxian held the box and earnestly expressed her thanks. I will definitely take good care of this cup for my husband. He said he wants to use it to drink tea, so I need to hurry back, or else the water will be cold. Lady Hong's lips twitched. Drinking tea. Drinking tea from a cup that has suppressed an S+ level zombie king for thousands of years, stained with endless corpse energy and sinister aura. Besides that master, no one else would have such iron teeth and copper teeth. Madam, safe travels. Lady Hong deeply bowed. Meanwhile, the dry corpse king that had been lurking for 7 days also became somewhat restless. It glanced at the box in Su Chanxian's hand, then at the soon-to-open teleportation portal. Roar! It let out a low whimper. The cup was leaving. That aura would disappear. Was it going to return to that dark underground, to be suppressed for thousands of years again by those reactivated backup formations that Lady Hong had set up these days? It didn't want to. It didn't want to go back. It wanted to follow. It also wanted to be a dog for that master. The Corpse King anxiously looked at Su Chanxian, stretched out its enormous hand, pointed at the teleportation portal, then pointed at itself, shaking its big head back and forth, its eyes full of pleading. Master? Su Chanxian noticed its unusual behavior. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Roar roar. Take me with you. The Corpse King dare not shout loudly, only scratching circles on the ground with its claws in desperation. But for an existence of its level, it was destined to not be able to leave the main instance too far. Unless. I understand. Su Chanqian suddenly seemed to understand its meaning. You can't bear to part with this cup, right? The Corpse King nodded vigorously like pounding garlic. But I can't leave it to you, it belongs to my husband. Su Chanqian felt a bit troubled, but seeing the king's pitiful expression, her heart softened again. She searched her body as if looking for something to leave as a memento for this dedicated cleaning grandpa. After searching for a long time, she found nothing but snacks. This. Just when Su Chanqian felt embarrassed. The Corpse King, who had been silent, seemed to have made a decision. Crack. It suddenly stretched out the other hand, grabbing its left pinky, the sharpest bone, containing its 1,000-year essence as a Corpse King. With force, it broke it. With a crisp sound, that bone, as translucent as white jade and without any smell of decay, was broken off. Using its remaining few fingers, it clumsily found a piece of red string used to tie curtains, threaded it through the hole in the bone, and made a simple necklace. Then, it crawled a couple of steps and offered this bone whistle necklace, radiating an S-grade aura, to Su Chanqian. For me? Su Chanqian exclaimed in surprise. Roar. Share. Protect. The Corpse King couldn't speak, but its meaning was clear, this thing is for you. Wear it, and if anyone bullies you in the future, just blow it, even thousands of miles away, I can send a clone to help you bite people. This was not just a gift. This was its way of securing a long-term meal ticket. As long as this finger bone is on Su Chanqian, it is connected to that gentleman, perhaps it can really be redeemed in the future. This bone seems like ivory. Su Chanqian has no idea that this is a life-saving charm sent by the Corpse King from his self-harmed body. She looks at the glowing white little bone and finds it quite unique. It has that kind of, what do you call it? Punk style. Su Chanqian happily takes it and directly hangs it around her neck, side by side with the black iron tag. Thank you, sir. I really like it. The Corpse King reveals a satisfied, terrifying smile. A white light begins to gather. The teleportation is about to begin. Su Chanqian lifts the 20 huge woven bags filled with spoils, shoved in by the Red Lady, stands in the center of the light circle, and waves to everyone present: Red Lady, Lin Yun, the Corpse King, and all those employees still kneeling on the ground. Goodbye, everyone. I will miss you. Senior Lin, you must do a great job as director. Next time I have a chance, I'll bring you some good food. Sending off the lady. Amidst the roaring farewell. With a flash of light, Su Chanqian disappears. Along with the red teacup that carries the S-level Forbidden Area's fortune, and all the hope of the Dahan Kingdom players, she vanishes into thin air. Only leaving behind a ground full of legends, and that group of abyssal evil spirits still kneeling and unable to rise. Chapter 37, Task Settlement, the correct way to take away special products. For some people, 7 days can feel like years of torment, like Jing Shangingzi hiding in the corner, still wary of being devoured by other strange beings. But for Su Chanqian, it feels more like an immersive vacation that makes her a bit homesick but fully experienced. Morning. In the 18th floor Queen Suite. Ding dong. A pleasant system notification chimes in Su Chanqian's mind, breaking the morning silence. Congratulations, Dragon Kingdom player Su Chanqian. You have successfully survived for 7 days in the S-level dungeon Hell's Grand Hotel. Main task, obtain a formal position, Chief Sleep Experience Officer, accomplished. Task evaluation, SSS level, Abyss Tremor. Comments, you have conquered the hotel's upper management in an astonishing manner, making it your garden. You are truly the mistress of the dungeon. Is this it? Su Chanqian sits on the bed made of warm jade, rubbing her eyes in confusion, still holding the half-asleep Star Kirby in her arms. She glances out the window, the blood moon is slowly fading, replaced by the unique white halo of the teleport countdown. Although this place is nice, I still want to go home and eat the meals my husband makes. Su Chanqian stretches, jumps off the bed, and changes back into the clothes she wore when she arrived. Outside the door, a respectful knock sounds. Madam, are you up? It's the Red Lady's voice, sounding a bit more melancholic and tense than usual. Come in. Su Chanqian opens the door. Outside stand the Red Lady, still wearing her crisp uniform, Lin Yun, and that tower-like figure squatting in the hallway, unwilling to throw away the empty nut bags in his hands. S+ level Hanba Corpse King, current security team leader / gatekeeper. Madam, I've heard that you are leaving today. The Red Lady is wearing a slightly simpler cheapao today, holding a box emitting dense white vapor, looking at Su Chanqian with a complicated gaze. This is a small token of my appreciation for you, and the item that the benefactor specifically requested. She steps forward, carefully opening the cold jade box made of everlasting ice in front of Su Chanqian. Click. Cold air spreads out. In the center of the pure white ice layer lies a dark red jade teacup, as if just fished out of blood, the Genu Blood River cup. Compared to 7 days ago, the teacup looks even more moist now. For 7 days, the Red Madam spared no expense on precious spirit liquid, wiping 3 times each morning and evening, even using soothing incense, fearing that the tiniest bit of corpse aura hadn't been thoroughly cleansed, which might disgust Qin Ji. Is it clean? Su Qianqian's first concern was not the item's value, but hygiene. She remembered her husband had a cleanliness obsession. It's clean. Absolutely clean. The Red Madam vowed confidently, even raising her hand in an oath, even under a microscope, there isn't a speck of dust on it. Plus, I specially disinfected it, both physically and magically, ensuring the benefactor can use it right away. That's good. Su Qianqian nodded in satisfaction and reached out to touch the cool cup. Thank you, Sister Hong, I'll go back and tell my husband that the cup has arrived. She casually closed the lid, like putting away an ordinary souvenir, and stuffed it into her plush cat bag alongside the priceless land deed. Watching the invaluable deed and the legendary artifact squeezed together in a furry bag like this made the Red Madam's eyelids twitch, yet she didn't dare to speak. Perhaps this is the magnitude of a celestial couple. Madam. Lin Yun stepped forward, her eyes slightly red and swollen. These 7 days felt like a dream, from hell to heaven, all thanks to the girl in front of her. Qianqian, are you leaving? Lin Yun held Su Qianqian's hand, her voice a bit choked. When you return, if you can still see the real world online, please tell my parents I'm safe. Tell them I'm here serving as an official, living well. Yep. Don't worry, senior. Su Qianqian firmly squeezed her hand back, smiling brightly. And now you have that work badge, no one here dares to bully you. If you want anything to eat, just tell Sister Hong to charge it to my account. The Red Madam nodded repeatedly, absolutely. Director Lin is my right-hand assistant. The farewell atmosphere was originally quite warm. But just then, the colossal figure squatting at the door, the Corpse King, suddenly grew restless. Its murky gray-white eyes fixed intently on the bag on Su Qianqian's back, with the cup inside. It then glanced at the expanding white teleportation circle. Roar! The Corpse King let out a low, mournful sound, akin to a large dog feeling wronged. It knew. As that cup was taken away, with this madam's departure, the essence belonging to that great one would also completely vanish. The Red Madam had already set up a new formation underground these days, though not as powerful as the cup, it was enough to lock it back into that lightless basement. It didn't want to go back. It had just tasted the flavor of nuts. It had just breathed a few whiffs of slightly fresher air, even if full of death, it counted as fresh. Roar, roar. Don't go, take me with you. The Corpse King couldn't speak human language, but it desperately scratched sparks on the floor with its long claws. It reached out its giant hand, like a dead tree branch, carefully tugging at the edge of Su Qianqian's garment, looking at her with a pitiful gaze. Sir? Su Qianqian turned around, slightly stunned by the creature's action. You don't want me to leave? The Corpse King nodded frantically. To be precise, it couldn't bear to part with the man behind Su Qianqian, his thigh. But I can't take you with me. Su Qianqian was a bit troubled. The system said only personal items could be taken, and such a massive renovator was clearly overweight. Don't be sad, work well, and next time I'll ask my husband to give you a bonus. Hearing next time, the light in the Corpse King's eyes dimmed. Who knew when next time would be? What if it fell asleep underground and missed it? What if the new formation was too solid and it couldn't get out? No. It must leave a token. It must establish a bond that can be summoned any time. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, this S+ level terrifying existence suddenly straightened up. A decisive ferocity flashed in its eyes. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed. The Corpse King actually raised its right hand and forcefully broke off its own left hand's longest finger, the pinky finger that had condensed its life's essence of corpse energy. At the moment the bone broke, there was no blood, instead, it emitted a transparent, jade-like sheen. The death energy that had wrapped around it quickly retracted, transforming into a warm, odorless white bone whistle. This. Lady Red covered her mouth, her eyes filled with horror. This is not an ordinary bone. This is the life bone of the Corpse King. As long as one holds this bone, no matter how far apart, even across dimensions, as long as it is blown, the Corpse King can sense the summoning. By burning its essence blood, it could even project a doppelganger that has 80% of its real power. This is turning oneself into a summoned beast. This ancestor went this far just to cling onto power? Roar! The Corpse King endured the pain of its broken finger, trembling as it used its remaining fingers to pick up a red string that was used for wrapping gifts, clumsily threading it through the bone whistle. Then, it crawled 2 steps forward, hands cradling this necklace that still carried its body warmth, presenting it to Su Qianqian. For me? Su Qianqian blinked in surprise. She looked at that white bone, as smooth as ivory, completely unaware that it was just broken off from the other's hand, because it happened too quickly without any blood. She thought it was some kind of talisman or accessory that the elder carried with him. Roar roar. Protect. The Corpse King squeezed out 2 indistinct syllables from its throat. It's so beautiful. Su Chanxian picked up the bone whistle and held it up to the light. The texture is so delicate, it's a bit like that punk-style ivory accessory? She did not hold any disdain, instead, she felt it was the elder's intentions and directly hung it around her neck, placing it next to that dirty, supreme black gold order, causing a crisp clinking sound. Thank you, Elder. Su Chanxian smiled and gently patted the Corpse King's long green-haired head, this time it even lowered its head voluntarily for her to pet. I will wear it well. Just like you are by my side. Upon hearing this, the Corpse King grinned, exposing its sharp fangs, showing an extremely satisfied yet frightening smile that could scare a child to tears. Steady now. With this token, it became that man's external pet. Buzz. The teleportation beam fully formed, enveloping the entire room. Su Chanxian stood in the center of the beam, holding a bag of local specialties that Lady Red had forcefully stuffed into her hands, overflowing with goodies. Goodbye everyone. The girl waved her hand, as if bidding farewell to a perfect journey. We send off the lady. Lady Red, along with Lin Yun, and the Corpse King, who was still grinning despite missing a finger, along with thousands of kneeling ghosts in the corridor outside, all lowered their heads, the sound shaking the sky. As the white light flashed, the once deemed dead end, the Underworld Grand Hotel, not only failed to leave a single hair of Su Chanxian but also lost half a storeroom of treasures, even costing the family ancestor a finger. With the disappearance of that light, the entire S-level forbidden area returned to silence. Only Lady Red lay on the ground, looking at the empty antique shelf, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, sent away this living Buddha. Notify below, the hotel is closed for 3 days. All personnel rest. Chapter 38, 0 Yuan Purchase 2.0, Going home feels like moving. As the white light faded, the feeling of weightlessness disappeared. When her feet landed on that familiar and solid bluestone path again, Su Chanxian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Gone was the murky smell of mixed luxurious perfume and old blood from the Underworld Grand Hotel. Although the air of Abyss Old Street is still filled with a chilling coldness that has not seen sunlight for many years, in Su Chanxian's nose, this is simply the most reassuring smell at home, a blend of her husband's faint tea fragrance, the earthy scent of the yard, and a calming sandalwood aroma. Finally back. Su Chanxian opened her eyes and looked at the Abyss grocery store, which had cobwebs and a slightly crooked sign, feeling it was 1,000 times more intimate than the presidential suite she had stayed in for 7 days. Woof. Woof woof. Before she could steady herself, a black whirlwind rushed out from the half-open yard door. It was the watchdog, Wankai, a 3-headed hellhound in disguise. During these 7 days, with the mistress away, the terrifying big demon, Qin Ji, had fallen back into his routine of eating, sleeping, and zoning out, leaving the entire yard lifeless. Even the pool of demon fish had thinned out from hunger because no one had fed them. At this moment, sensing the presence of his mistress, Wankai was so excited that his tail almost wagged off, charging straight toward Su Chanxian. However, just as it was about to leap into Su Chanxian's arms, screech! This S-class hellhound suddenly sensed some extremely dangerous aura, creating sparks as its forepaws skidded against the bluestone slab, coming to a hard stop half a meter away from Su Chanxian. Its sharp dog nose twitched twice, and its terrified gaze locked onto Su Chanxian's snowy white neck. There, in addition to the supreme black gold order that made its soul tremble, there was also a piece, emitting an ancient corpse aura, just a wisp of which could freeze the red-clad evil entity in place, the bone whistle. Drought Demon Corpse King's lifebone. Woof. Wankai tucked its tail in, letting out a low, anxious growl. This smell was too overwhelming. How could the crazy old man, the Corpse King's lifebone, be on the mistress? That was a 1,000-year-old zombie. And the aura contained a provocative meaning of I have already recognized my master, you, the watchdog, back off a bit. What's wrong, Wankai? Do you miss me too? Su Chanxian didn't notice the cross-border showdown between the dog and the bone. She put down the bag she was carrying, squatted down, and rubbed hard on the head of the black dog that finally stopped trembling. Good boy, this time I brought you some delicious local specialties. At this moment. Since you're back, are you just going to stand at the door like an idiot? A lazy, familiar voice with its usual sleepy, hoarse tone floated out from the main room. Qin Ji, wearing a faded white cotton t-shirt and holding that walnut demon's eyeball that would never get its shell off, walked out slowly, leaning against the doorframe. He looked at Su Chanxian in the yard, although his eyes remained indifferent, the tightly drawn lines of his mouth softened at this moment. Husband. Su Chanxian's eyes brightened. If it weren't for the luggage all around, she really wanted to rush over and hug him. I'm back. The mission is completed. And I even got an SSS level rating. Qin Ji nodded, his gaze swept over the bone whistle, a hint of understanding and dismay at the dog-like corpse king flashed in his eyes, and then he looked behind Su Qianqian. Even someone like him, who was used to grand scenes, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this moment. What's this? Qin Ji pointed at the pile of colorful woven bags behind Su Qianqian, stacked like a small mountain, nearly blocking the grocery store door. Did you go to restock? If one didn't look closely, they might think these came back from some Yiwu wholesale market. The 20 or so woven bags were red, blue, green, and had prints like flourishing flowers and congratulations on your wealth, carrying a strong sense of nostalgia. These were the packaging bags that Lady Red specifically found to stay grounded. He. Su Qianqian shyly scratched her head, her face a bit red. It's not a purchase, it's a gift. Sister Hong is really too kind. I said no, but she insisted. She said these are leftovers that the hotel has piled up over the past few hundred years, and they take up space if they don't get sold, so she asked me to help clear them out. And she glanced at the 20 bags with a hint of guilt. And that Senior Lin, Director Lin, also said these are local specialties, not taking them is like looking down on them, so I just took a little bit. Qin Ji. A little bit? The value of this pile of things could probably buy half the strange world, right? But he didn't say anything. Anyway, the warehouse at home is big, the dimensional space is infinite, no matter how much junk there is, it can all fit. Then let's move it in. As he spoke, he gently flicked his finger, and an invisible force lifted those dozens of heavy bags, floating into the backyard storage room like feathers. The audience in the livestream stared in amazement as Su Qianqian began to unbox. That feeling was so much better than watching any Double 11 unboxing. Sizzle. Su Qianqian unzipped the first bag. A rich aroma of alcohol instantly filled the entire yard, even the leaves of the ghost tree nearby swayed as if drunk. Honey, look. There's so much alcohol. Su Qianqian pulled out one earthen jar after another, all covered in dirt. Sister Hong said these are bad wine from the cellar, actually 1,000-year-old vintage, no one wanted them, so she told me to take them back for cooking. I thought you'd like to have a drink or two, so I brought them all back. That was, abyss, drunken spirits. Each jar could make an ordinary evil spirit kill in a river of blood for it, but to Su Qianqian, this was just cooking wine. We can put a bit in the duck stew tonight. Qin Ji commented cooperatively. And this? The second bag opened. Inside were rolls of iridescent fabric, thin as cicada wings, even glowing under the night sky. This looks like what do you call it gauze? I heard no one bought this before, it's great armor, only demon kings can afford it, so they all got used as rags. Su Qianqian touched the fabric. I think it feels nice, maybe I'll make a cover for the sofa at home? Shark silk. Qin Ji glanced at it, it's indeed durable, using it as a rag is fine. Then. The third bag, the fourth bag. Various rare treasures that could only appear on the first stage of auction houses were treated like cabbages by Su Qianqian, dumped on the yard for sorting. Dragon bloodwood can be used for fire, extremine jade can be used to cushion flower pots, 10,000-year ghost fruit, dessert after meals. At this moment, the entire courtyard was filled with brilliance and spiritual energy. If it weren't for the barrier casually set up by Qin Ji blocking the treasure's light, it's likely that even the ancient monsters from 100 miles away, no, even from the depths of the abyss, would be unable to resist crawling out of their sleep to rob them. Watching Su Qianqian bustling about with a beaming smile that said, I hit the jackpot. Qin Ji poured a glass of warm water and handed it to her. Take a break. He looked at the yard full of specialties, his tone flat. Next time you go to places like that, don't be so practical. If others give you trash, just take it, there's almost no more space at home. Dragon Kingdom audience. Trash? Dude, do you call this trash? If those jars of wine are trash, please be sure to throw me in the trash bin too. I finally understand, in the eyes of the great Qin Ji, besides his wife, other divine weapons really don't differ much from junk. This is a true case of Versailles. Alright, I got it. Su Qianqian took a sip of water and responded obediently. After organizing the last item, she suddenly remembered the most important purpose of this trip. She set down the cup and her expression became a bit serious, even a little mysterious. By the way, honey, those don't matter. Su Qianqian hugged her cat's crying bag, carefully unzipping it. The thing you wanted, the most important thing. I've brought it back. Qin Ji looked at her. Of course, he knew what she was talking about. But he still cooperatively raised an eyebrow. Oh? Didn't lose it? Of course not. I kept it under the watch of the master, Corpse King, 24 hours a day. Su Qianqian said as she took out the ancient icebox that was emitting a dense white mist. The box was placed on the stone table. Even through the lid, the ancient, weathered, and oppressive aura still made Wonkai, who was hiding under the table, bury its head between its paws, not daring to make a sound. Open it and take a look. Qin Ji tilted his chin. Su Chanqian took a deep breath and slowly unveiled the lid as if offering a treasure. Amidst the pure white, cold air, a small dark red teacup, with faint blood patterns swirling on its surface, seemingly containing the ultimate sealing principle of this world, the Genu Blood River Cup, lay quietly inside. For this cup, the Hani Corpse King was forced to become a cleaner. Lady Hong almost spat blood and died. Players from the Great Cold Kingdom had died with barely a trace left. Is this the teacup that was borrowed? Su Chanqian looked at it with curiosity. It was indeed quite beautiful, and it was cleaned very well, without a single stain, glowing red. But to be honest, aside from being pretty, she couldn't see anything particularly magical about it. Yes, it's this one. Qin Ji reached out. That artifact which even Lady Hong needed gloves to touch, which made the Corpse King kneel upon seeing it. Just like that, he picked it up casually and spun it around his fingertip. It's well made, not damaged. Qin Ji gave his evaluation. He didn't use it immediately for spells or cultivation as those mortals might think, nor did he even take the ancient icebox. He just held the cup and casually wiped it with his sleeve. Lady Hong, what do you think I disinfect 3 times a day for? Then, in the shocked gaze of Su Chanqian and billions of onlookers, he walked over to the old kettle that was boiling ordinary water. He picked up the kettle and poured a full cup of plain water. Ha! He blew on the hot air. Tilting his head, he drank it all in one gulp. Tisk. Qin Ji put down the cup and let out a satisfied sigh. Sure enough, tea is best drunk from a handy cup. The blue and white porcelain I've used for hundreds of years, which are also antiques, feels too light, it has no grip. Su Chanqian. The audience. So you really only let your wife risk her life to snatch it from the Corpse King because it feels good in hand? Hubby. Su Chanqian hesitantly asked, this cup really has no special function? Like it glows, or? Qin Ji glanced at her and pushed the cup in front of her. You're thirsty too, right? Want to take a sip from this? Su Chanqian looked at the cup that had just been used to suppress zombies and then at Qin Ji's casual expression. In the end, she shook her head. No, thanks, I have my own thermos. Although she trusted her husband a lot. But that red color, it looked a bit like drinking blood. Suit yourself. Qin Ji didn't insist. He refilled the cup with water, holding it in his hand to warm it up. This Genu Blood River Cup, although an artifact suppressing the heavens and earth on the outside, contained endless fiery energy that could neutralize the cold of the abyss night, making it perfectly suitable as a hand warmer. Alright, we've collected the things and eaten the meal. Qin Ji looked at the night sky. The stars there seemed to be a bit brighter than usual. This signified that some kind of balance in the abyss was being disrupted, perhaps because those neighbors were restless again. Get to bed early tonight. Qin Ji suddenly said. Tomorrow, a few old friends, those abyss giants disguised as neighbors, might come over to pay you a visit.